Wi-Fi, we want the best connection, we want the best everything.
I'm not going to do it if I don't get this.
Yeah, like if I'm not getting this, and if the culture in the organization is not great, then I'm not working there. And so I think that's one of the reasons why like we get so much flack, is because like everyone just thinks, okay, so just because you exist, everything should be handed to you. And yes, it should.
But do you think that there was a precedent that was set? Because that's what I believe, that we were warming our food with a microwave. So why do you suddenly tell me, I grew up with a microwave, why time is such a big deal for me?
Absolutely.
You know, and so things have to be done quickly. But then there's also the get rich quick fixation, yes. And we've been accused, millennials have been accused of having that. Is it true?
I think we have this ideology that we want to get made, known, fame, like instantly. A lot of us do not like to follow, the process towards whatever it is we're trying to achieve. Maybe because, like you said, we already have this entitlement.
Or do you think, I don't think that it's that we don't follow process, it's that we're used to things being done quick. We're quick learners, we're quick studies, we pick up things very quickly, and we tire of things very quickly. So I would say it's mutation.
Yeah, and I think also because of what he mentioned about tech has been one of those industries where people got rich very quickly. Like as soon as you had an idea, you could take it to market.
The Zuckerbergs of the world.
Exactly, you could take it to market very easily, and so everyone was actually getting rich quick. So it's like, okay, if they can do it, why then can't I?
It's possible.
But when we talk about music, for instance, I see a lot of people want to be musicians. I mean, you meet people now, they're like, oh, I'm trying to release my this, some people blow, some people don't. So, but then there's this thing that comes with...
Some people blow.
Like, for example,
do it forever.
No, we'll come to language. Go on, though.
Okay, no, it's true. Some people just make it, some people don't. Maybe let me say that. But then there are a lot of people that see that entertainment is quick. For instance, there was a show that was just finished now, and then the person that's making how much money, meanwhile, there are people that are in lab science techs and they're trying to do stuff, and nobody ever gives you 2 million or gives you 25 million to start your life with. So it's almost encouraging to say, that's the way, because now everybody's saying, when the next audition is coming, I'm not going to wait. No, that's the truth now. I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying that a lot of people are looking forward to those sorts of things. So when it comes to innovation, people are saying, it almost seems like you're not getting recognized, you're not getting the money.
But
I don't know.
I think, it depends on the society you're in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to name any society specifically. I would say in a lot of developed countries, you tend to be valued more for what you have up here, what value you're adding to the society. I'll give an example. There's this kid, Liberian kid, Kelvin Doe, a couple of years ago. In his village, he literally self-taught, right? Was going around picking up scraps, and from that he formed his own transistor, started his own radio station, was helping people, and he didn't go to any school. He was about 14 at that time. Right?
Impressive.
And now, this is what happens. Word gets out. Immediately, MIT snaps him up, and he becomes an ambassador in the US, and he's traveling around. Now, you have similar cases of kids. A couple of years ago, I wrote an article of secondary school kids who generated power from urine.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
And, you know, elsewhere in a developed country, the government would have snapped that up. I'm like, okay, you guys, what do you need? Let's fund your research, put you through college, come and work with us.
So
in Nigeria, it's like, so again, it's a case where the society dictates certain things.
Quality of
quality.
Its
So,
people.
so someone a Nigerian who's working in a lab is like, okay, this guy just went on this show, showed chest, smooch one babe,
I'm telling you,
and he's winning. She's famous. I've been working on this for how many years, and nobody cares.
But
Do you
isn't
understand?
that a result of the diversity of options? I mean, back in the day, our parents would get a job, they would go to school, they would graduate, there would be a job waiting for them.
Absolutely.
And if they worked hard, they would save enough money to buy a car, they would get married, and they would build a family. They would have 5 children, and each of those children, or more, and they'll go to school, good schools, and they'll turn out great. But today, people can't even afford to have more than 2 children. That's a stretch. Yeah. And if you're having 3 children or 4, everybody's looking at you like, you must be crazy. What's happening? Because the quality of so much has dropped, and it was not us who dropped it.
So hello.
It's just how we met it.
Please be nice to me. Take a break.
It's how we met it.
Be nice to
But
me.
you know, I want us to come and talk about how millennials are expected to change the world. You know, so we're going to go on a break. When we come back on the lounge at TW Conversations, we'll talk about that. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the lounge. It's TW Conversations, and we're talking about, with millennials, about being a millennial.
And there's a show.
And we also have our mommy in the house.
Baby boomer.
A baby boomer, yes.
And
Now,
we thought we were hip in our time. Oh. Jeez.
you were hip.
You guys were hip.
You were
Oh, really?
I listen to music
I think
all
in
the time.
in 50 years, we're going to be
Yeah.
20, 30, 40 years. People are going to look at us like,
okay.
oh, what do you think you are
Exactly.
doing? You know, there's going to be another generation of people. But it feels like this is the generation in focus. And in a few years, you know, it wouldn't be the same. It will not be in focus. I mean, there's the generation Y. And
Waiting to take over.
They're literally waiting, you know. And people who have foresight are already looking at them and trying to tap, you know, into...
Yes.
Yes, but I want to talk about what the world is like today. And there is the impression that the millennials are lazy and they want to take, they want things handed down to them. And oh, there's this whole big world, and you guys are supposed to be doing something about it. Heal the world, make it a better place.
Okay, you see, sorry, lady. Do you mind if you said something earlier about...
You want to take my seat?
No, I'm fine. About
Okay.
us, the world that we gave to you. So I would like to hear, what world have we given to you? Where have we gone wrong? That'd be nice. And I think each person should let us know what we've done wrong.
Well,
Okay,
first
if
of all,
here.
I don't think millennials are lazy. I just feel like the world we're in right now, we just didn't get like the right tools or the right. There's this thing, the parable about the soil in the Bible, where they go with the soil and then just we're not in the right type of soil right now to bloom and flourish properly.
So whose fault is that? That's soil.
Well, we're the seeds, so the guys that are there already, the farmers, I don't know.
Got yourself.
So help us to help you, please.
Whoever is farming, you know, you guys need to fix up, man. Can't be using new styles and then.
So what do you think about that?
I think that well, okay, I shouldn't say it. The generation before us had a system that worked, and they didn't keep working on said system. They just said it works and we're leaving it alone. And they expected us to come into said system with advances in technology to the same system. So you have, trying to get your passport and you need to know a guy. Our parents didn't need to know a guy. They could just walk in and there was a process, except that process was never tweaked or worked on over time. And so now when we go, I have on my phone passport guy, license guy, mechanic guy, visa guy, police guy. We all, everyone then needs to have those middlemen that help us work or navigate the processes that we're left
we're
unworked.
perpetrating and fueling the
Exactly, and so it looks
system.
it looks like we're lazy because we're just so willing to just call a guy because we're not and tip a guy
So how
because
does that
we
affect
don't
society
want to.
then, if that's what's happening? Well, we should just accept that that's the way you guys are?
We
I
want it.
don't think it should be a you guys, we guys. You guys left the world for us, and so we guys are doing, because we're going to be parents soon. Anne is already a mother of 2 children. And what is happening is we're going to have to pass on certain values. And so what I find here is a parenting gap and I can't find the perfect phrase for it, but the individual needs to step up. So this is no longer about, I don't believe in picking faults. I believe that if we observe the problem and we see what it is, then we should find ways to fix it. So what is it that needs fixing in our generation?
Wow.
It's a lot.
Do you have time?
A few minutes.
I think above all, it's an attitude. Well, I don't want to say attitude because that sort of trivializes the issue. First of all, you mentioned something which I think is very important, the whole us and them thing. Because even in Nollywood, there's this old Nollywood.
I don't want to go.
Do you understand? That's a different kettle of fish. But the moment we stop, and it's the same thing that happens when people when regimes commit genocide and all that. The moment you begin to categorize someone as other, then you dissociate yourself.
That's true.
If we all look at ourselves as one organism, we're all human beings. Whatever happens to this planet is all going to affect us. Yes. It's not going to be like, okay, yeah.
Except for you.
I wanted to quote Infinity War, but that would be a spoiler.
Okay.
But, no.
What is that? Sorry.
Avengers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, but the truth of the matter is, the moment we realize that, look, we're all in this together, whatever happens, happens to all of us, then we begin to look at problems holistically and how we fix things holistically. Because no matter how smart a young person is, you can never use intelligence to get experience.
Thank you.
Which is what we need from the older generation. So instead of casting aspersions, you young people are lazy, okay, come. This is my experience. This is your talent.
Let's work together.
Simple. It's a simple thing. Nobody is feeling threatened because either way, everybody's gonna die.
Yes, and at some point, like I said, we're going to become the for lack of a better word, obsolete generation.
Simple.
I mean, there was the baby boomers, the Generation X, and then, you know, there's, so it's going to happen. Who else?
I think everybody should have a go at that.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see how they think they can be solved.
Yeah, I think I buy into what you said and what you said and what you said.
Which is what? I can't
talent, merging things together. And I also think our value system should also, it should be something that we should look up to, we should look onto rather. Our priorities are also misplaced. Like we were talking about the show and how we put more emphasis on things that do not really make sense. I mean, if we had given that money to a tech person or somebody very innovative or a group of people very innovative, you know, maybe something that has to do with power or something entirely different. I mean, each and every one of us would benefit from it, you know.
So what we need to do is fix our priorities.
Yes.
And the same type of sensationalization that we did with that show could have been.
Maybe one good thing that came up from this show is that.
What about this show?
The show that we're talking about, Big Brother.
Oh, okay.
So we're talking about Big Brother, and what made me feel good about the person that won is that he's a pilot. So for some good reason.
Was it a guy that won?
Yes, it was a guy, and then he's a pilot, and he wants to go for his commercial training so he can fly commercial. So for me, I felt like even if he wasn't deserving, quote and unquote, I feel like he's the one person. Every other person, you know, people just give talents. Like the person that won the year before, some people are saying, oh, why is he doing music? Some people are saying, why is he not acting? Why is he not? We can't really see how tangible and how effective whatever it is would have affected all of us. So it's good to see that, you know, we're encouraging some sort of talent.
But there's something that crosses my mind when we speak. Everyone wants to get rich quick. Everyone wants to blow quickly. Everyone wants to do well. That's fine. But we have to think about how sustainable it is. You know, in a world where things have to be sustainable, even our power is not sustainable. You know, some of our growth is not sustainable. How can we affect our career choices to make sure that they're sustainable? Like, I'm an actor, for example, and I'm thinking, like, I'm not always going to be able to go in the sun and stand for hours. What is my plan? And so for people who want to do music, what is the plan? Look at the people ahead of you. That's why mentorship is important. What have they done over the years, and how can you imitate that? How can you take that, tweak it, so that it works in this generation? Because they didn't have social media. For example, one of my mentors is Joke Silva. There was no social media in her time, and she did very well.
So the point I'm making is that, you know, what responsibilities are you taking for your own future?
Okay.
I think glasses girls should talk.
Well, so I'm in the design field, and I think that sustainability is one of the biggest KPIs for me and the work that I do. That things have to last not just beyond me, but beyond several generations. And sustainability is something that is coming now into the Nigerian market. I feel like the world went green a lot ahead of us. And not just green in terms of plastic and recycling, but green in terms of economic sustainability. What is the longevity plan for generations to come? And so when I think about everything that I design, I have to look beyond me and look beyond what I like and think of what would the children after me like, because part of design is that you don't want to keep doing it all the time, which is why, like, when we talk about processes and you talk about passports or licensing, if the process is designed in such a way that it does not matter who is at the forefront. And I think that's part of the problem that we're having now, is that it requires too much actual human input. It requires you to have somebody that is writing on a piece of paper that will fill out a form, then they'll submit the form, then they'll scan the form, then a human being will not type the form to make it online.
Now, I wonder, how are we going to deal with employment? Because the more we go, the fewer jobs
you're going to have.
People you're going to need. Yes.
Well, honestly, I don't know, because my university, they have this really huge emphasis on entrepreneurship and creating jobs. And in my head, I'm thinking, like, if all of us are creating the jobs, like, who's going to
work at the jobs?
Yeah.
There will always be people.
So I don't know.
Wow. Do you mind if I just ask one thing that all of you, before you leave here, what is the one thing that millennials should go away with after watching you speak your mind? One thing that millennials should go away with, and one thing that baby boomers should go away with.
I think...
Even Omoye too, that's what I'm taking it. Omoye has to tell me. All this my
As the moderator,
millennial.
I'll ask my guests first.
Okay.
Then
I think, above all, millennials should be open to learning. It's open to learning more. And, you know, just roll with the punches. You know, something comes your way you don't like, analyze it, see how you can work around it, and move on quickly.
That's the one thing.
That's nature, yeah. Just evolve.
I think that we should all strive for impact, which is always looking beyond yourself, because there are quite a lot of us, and if a lot of us do things that are impactful, then we will never have to worry about future generations.
Can I say two things?
go ahead.
You see the millennials.
Wow.
Just like take
Well, the thing is, the people that are older than us, the baby boomers, sometimes I find myself, oh, hi, Auntie. Yeah, well, I don't know, I'll eat my food and then my plates be there, and then I could take it to the kitchen by myself, but then my brother is just there, so I say, oh, Bill, take my plate to the kitchen when I could just take it by myself. And I'm thinking, like, there are some things that maybe they could just do on their own, or they could have sorted out by themselves, but then I'm not portioning blame. Wow. But then it's just the things that you could do by yourself, just do them by yourself. Don't just leave it for the guys that come in after you.
That's to us, the
to
baby
do.
boomers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the second thing is just symbiosis. Just try and work with the people that have come after you, so that the ones that come after them will meet somewhere much nicer to just work with.
I think that we should learn how to be more open to each other and not try to classify ourselves like, okay, my group, my vibe,
That's amongst
amongst each other. We should learn how to accommodate each other and learn from each other.
For me, I would say maybe we
I don't know why
should...
she's a millennial, Sha. So
Feel-
millennials have children too.
my date of birth has not changed now. I'm there.
That's
I'm
the
there.
point she was making, right?
Yes.
So yeah, for me, I would say that sometimes when we see things don't go right in different places, let's say in a ministry, we go to one agency or the other to do something, we sort of just feel like, well, it's not a problem, it's not a... If we try to make change in the little interactions that we meet every day, that would go a long way. So if everybody was correcting one thing or the other, you know, we see someone and she's rude or whatever, that's how they are in there, please, I beg that. Let's do something about it in little bits and it would make
You know how
up.
we all say Lagos is dirty or Lagos isn't clean? And people, like, if you just, anytime you have something, eat something, or just keep it in your car, keep it on you, when you get to
Or at
then
the toll gate.
just...
It's amazing how many times you talk about this, but it still happens, and it's fascinating to me how people comfortably toss things out of their cars and move on without a conscience, but that's...
But is that only a millennial thing, though?
No.
It's not.
So the millennials should make us
Everybody-
change.
Yes, it should.
No, I think at this point, this is what I'll say. We should all be responsible. Each of us needs to be responsible for the world that we have been given. You know, this is the world that we've been given. It's been handed to us. We were born into it. We live in it. So we need to take care of it. You know.
Absolutely.
Oh well, people.
Is that all?
Is that all?
Oh, you want to say something else?
No.
Go ahead.
The thing is, they've talked to the baby. You didn't talk to the baby. What should the baby boomers do? These two didn't tell me what we should do. Because we worry about you guys, you know. I mean, and there's nothing wrong. Every generation worries about the next. It's natural.
Yes,
but we need to know what to do.
For the baby, I think a lot of they should be more open for communication. Yeah. Because that's the most important
Sorry,
thing.
I was clearing my throat.
Because a lot of times you're talking to people from the older generation and suggesting something, and they're like, this is your idea. It's nice.
Yes,
It's a nice idea.
there's a condescension that happens. You're like, you're not at my level.
You know what I've done?
You know what I've
Okay, let me tell you guys something. I'm sorry you have to turn your heads. Let me come back. I have millennials. So what I have started to tell them is very simple. In Yoruba, I say, a child will do the same thing to you. I can't wait to hand over the world. I say, don't worry, I'm struggling now, but you will also, it gives me joy. So that someday they will struggle with another group. That's it. So advise us, baby boomers.
I think for me it is handing over the reins in such a way that you can actually see succession. Yes. I feel like a lot of times it's just like, okay, you don't like it, so yeah, take. And it's like, I'm being handed this thing and I have no clue what to do with it. So I think or this thing that doesn't work. So then I think that there's some mentorship that needs to happen. And then also being able to then, whilst we are still both in working class, which in a lot of organizations, millennials and baby boomers are in the same working class, that is the time when we can then create partnerships that are, creating value over time.
Yeah, that's very true, and I agree with that point. And on that note, we are going to wrap up the show today. Unfortunately, we never have enough time. But this is the conversation starter. What are you going to do in your world? How are you going to change the world that you've been handed to? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mamas and papas, I am Jimmy, and today on, of course, TW Conversations, we're having a very, very serious conversation. It's about something very toxic, but not to be too toxic. It's not my show. I'm a guest on the show.
Don't take over.
I was wondering. I'm not going to take over. It's your show. It's your show.
Okay, welcome to another edition of TW Conversations. We're going to be talking about toxic masculinity today, about men just taking over and running things how they like, and the rest of us just falling in place, or do we? Back in a moment. Welcome back. We're talking about toxic masculinity today. And the writer, Thomas Page McBee, says that we have to create a culture where men are brought up to see masculinity and humanity as not being mutually exclusive, which means that when you use the word create, it means it doesn't exist. So we're going to be talking about toxic masculinity from the point of view of how it is now, how it can be, from the point of view of men and how it affects them. And then there are enough of us to talk about how it affects us. Yes. So I'd like to start with Lanre Olushola. We have Lanre and Jimmy Akinshola here. Tell us, from your point of view, what does it say to you when we talk about toxic masculinity, and why is it such an issue today?
Wow. I mean, we're about to address an issue that is creating dysfunctionality in society. Now, you know, the very fiber of society is formed in the home. And if there's a breakdown of functionality at home, there'll be breakdown of functionality in society. And so when we're talking about toxic masculinity, we're talking about men that have lost the plot, men that have not been taught about their purpose in life, their purpose in society, about how they're supposed to behave and how they're supposed to be setting examples. And if you lose the essence of your existence, then you would abuse everything around you, including yourself.
Let me interrupt you right there. Don't you think that men are actually socialized to be a certain way? Boys don't cry. Boys will be boys. Sow your wild oats. So we're actually bringing them up to be toxic. Because the idea of a strong man being gentle seems to be foreign to us. But are they really incompatible? Let me add to that before, so that you answer it together.
Why are you guys just attacking?
We're going to attack it. I'm also we're getting to Jimmy, don't worry.
He can handle it, he can handle it. Now, when you talk about sexual, or like a selection of men, when you look at the animal kingdom, you want the brutal, the strong male animal. And that is what the female is attracted to. Now, look at the human kingdom. Are we women attracted to strong, brutal men? Are we the ones
creating this?
Are we the ones creating that toxic men? Because if you read all the romance novels, you want the man that is the brutal man, the little man.
But he was gentle, yes.
They're big but gentle. So the two exist in the same man. That's the ideal man.
Can we let Lanre answer?
All right, so we're looking at this from two perspectives. First, from the home and the social or environmental perspective. So if we look at the home, there are two critical players. There's the father and the mother, right? You'd find out that today, both of them are absent. Initially, mommy used to be at home, daddy used to be absent. And so daddy is not there to bring up the child or the son. It's mommy. And so what does mommy do? Mommy takes the daughter and takes her to the kitchen, insists that she has to learn how to cook, you know, clean the house, wash the plates, and then what does she do with the boy? The boy sits down and waits for the food to be brought to him. The boy is not taken into the kitchen to learn how to wash, how to, you know, do his stuff. When the boy, you know, falls down and wants to cry, mommy tells him, shut up, boys don't cry. And then when his sister cries, she carries her and puts her head on her shoulder and says, you know, it's okay, it's okay.
From the women.
It's okay.
Toxic masculinity.
Hold on. You asked me now. Now, so the mother is creating a problem and a dysfunctionality in that child because, you know what, that child is not being brought up to be whole. Yes. But when that child now wants to marry, the wife now wants him to change diapers. The wife wants him to do X, Y, Z, and he's going to be reacting. He's going to be reacting. I wasn't brought up this way. Why the hell are you asking me to do this? And so the boy is reacting because he wasn't taught that way. But based on what Saudat has said, right, in society now, you want that guy to be tough and hard, right? So outside, you know, chicks are asking him to man up. Boys are giving him props because he's a man. But at home, his wife is saying that, boy, you're not a real man. So that guy has an identity crisis. He has an internal conflict. Yes. And when you have an internal conflict, what are you going to do? You're going to lash out.
Yeah. I have a leading question.
I think Jimmy should answer that question.
Okay.
People should leave Lanre out of this.
Okay. We'll come to Jimmy though, really. When you talked about mommy raising the daughter a certain way, is she raising the son to say you have to protect your sister, you can't beat her, you have to make sure that you do the heavy lifting around the house? Because from what you said, it looks like he's completely forgotten.
But in this
he's a little prince.
It's a broken home, I suppose. Is this a single? Is it a single?
Absolutely, it's a dysfunctional home. It's not broken because in Nigeria today, you know,
that I work at raising dysfunctional kids because we're both away from the.
We're absent.
It has an effect.
It
has an effect.
I have to come forward. So I agree with you. I think boys are not being brought up at all. Women in many ways.
Yes.
Right? We are natural.
Supposed to be.
Supposed to. My question is to the men. Are you waiting for us to nurture the sons, or are men also supposed to? Because I don't know how to teach a boy.
Your son.
I do. I have two boys.
He's the man's son too now.
What is the role?
Let me ask, right? Who is the son closer to?
Automatically.
The man.
No.
If doesn't he want want to look like his
No,
father.
the father is his role model.
Yes.
He's supposed to ideally be his role model, but he's mommy's boy. And the girl is daddy's girl. Notice, but daddy's never around. So daddy will buy chocolate to make up. Daddy will buy iPad, iPhone 10, iPhone X to compensate. Yeah. You know, we're developing dysfunctional, weak children.
But as a matter of fact, though, I think it's proper for women to even bring up boys because they're going to marry. So they teach them the nuances of being a manly man and gentle. I have only sons, so I could only have brought up boys. But Jimmy, what do you think?
I honestly feel it's the way the Nigerian or today's families are set up. Yes. It leaves so much room for a toxic masculine person to arise because toxic masculine person. I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, you would have said in some places I've been said to be toxic. Yeah.
In what context?
You've been said to be toxic or you are toxic?
I'm not. I'm sure you know that I'm not.
He's a gentleman, correct guy.
Okay, so a toxic man is the opposite of a gentleman.
Yes.
Pretty much. He's very bullish, very bullish in attitude, very,
you know, you said
I must be the center of everything, my decision, my way.
No,
I think there's a men are brought up toxic. And I say that because they're brought up to control their feelings. And so when they want to show a feeling, it's usually anger. There's resentment, there's bottled up feelings. Before we started, we were talking about men and the feelings they get these days. The frustration can't be brought out because the society expects you to be a certain way. It's society, it's a social construct. This thing we're talking about.
Let me give you a real life situation.
Okay.
Is
that true?
Yes. My parents were divorced when I was 5.
Okay.
Well, separated is the word they use. They separated when I was 5. Lived most of my life with my mom. First 2 years with my dad, and then up until now, my mom. My mom relocated out of Nigeria 16 years ago. Yes. And at that time, I was pretty much like 16, 17. Since then, I've raised myself, right? Everything the period from 7 to 16, I learned a lot of compassion from my mom. I learned to be...
really important.
I mean, she never hit me, so I'm very in touch with my emotions. So I don't necessarily feel like I should...
Yeah, kudos to your mom.
I should, but...
That's really important.
But in her absence, when she wasn't there, I've found myself being around people that are emotionally unavailable.
Yes.
So
that's men?
Men, people generally, you know, and because I'm emotionally available, I give a lot of, I tend to give but get nothing back, which ultimately would make me start trying to pull rank. Say, okay, I'm not going to expose my emotion. I'm going to be the man that you all want me to be. Should be or not, you don't want to show any kind of emotion towards me. Okay, fine, let me be the non-emotional guy too. I don't care. How does she feel? I don't really care.
But let me even balance this, right? Yes. It's not the mother's role alone to bring up a son. It's both parents. Yes. And look, the mother can never do what the father will do, and the father can never do what the mother will do. And that's why there mustn't be absenteeism. But look, we did a research and found out that 7 out of 10 marriages in Nigeria is ending up in one form of separation or the other. So Nigerians don't divorce. They stay in there. But
for the children.
For whatever reason. Psychologically, they're separated, they're divorced. Emotionally, sexually, they're living in different rooms, and the children can see it, and they can feel it, and it affects them. Now, there's dysfunctionality in that home. Now, what that will do is it will translate in the dysfunctionality in that boy. And that boy, right, will not have a healthy relationship with people outside. And that is what I believe we're calling, you know, toxic masculinity.
Okay, now this is the situation, and we're going to keep going around in circles, trying to figure out whose fault it is and how to correct it. So I think that really should be the conversation, how to correct it. If an individual has grown up in a toxic situation or somehow has grown up dysfunctional and this is who they are, how can you take steps? So there are people who didn't go to school and they picked up books, read books, and they're very fluent, they're educated, but they didn't go to school. How can the individual detoxify, you know?
Okay, an individual man.
You see, the thing is, we have to see toxic masculinity lies in the attitudes that society has determined men should have. And because it is society who determined it, we are able to change it. So that's the first step, which means that parents, or particularly mothers, need to teach their sons the feminine side of being a human being. So they're not looking only at what society says it means to be a man. So they can take that. My own is, a man, be responsible. We expect you to be responsible. Provide. Those are positive qualities, positive values. But be gentle, be loving. They're not mutually exclusive. So to go to your question, for example, I have an NGO anyway, as you know, Boys to Men, and that's exactly what it's aiming to do. But what is the effect on men themselves? What's the effect on men? Because we can see the effects on society. Yes. We can talk about the effects on their marriages, their wives, on people outside. What about the men themselves? What are the statistics for men in terms of early deaths?
I'll give you a classic.
No,
right?
before you go to that, I will have to add a little bit too, because, because you know, this, for example, my husband said something very simple. Let's spin a scenario. A husband and a wife are somewhere, and there's a cockroach or there's something danger. If both of them are crying, who's going to save the other?
But that's not, it's not about them crying. It's about being sensitive to the fact that a woman doesn't like killing cockroaches. So it's not about, but you see, and if there's something to cry about, if somebody dies, for goodness sake, cry. But it doesn't make you any less, it's about context. It doesn't make you any less of a man. You will get up and do the needful.
It depends, it depends. So let me give you a classic. So in the husband's family, the mother killed the cockroach every time. In the wife's family, it's the mother that does it. In the husband's family, it's the father that does it, right? Or we can reverse it. So in that situation, right, it's contextual. In another situation, it's dependent on who did it. The person that steps up to do it is the result of who he saw do it, right? So if the mother did it, killed the cockroach, in a situation where the husband and wife are together, and, right, the man doesn't do it, the man will be expecting that his wife should kill it. If the husband's mother always killed the cockroach, the husband will be expecting the wife to kill it.
So you're back to the question of context. If I don't know whether it's time for us to go and break.
So it means we should have conversations.
But is it a...
That's it, background differences. Yes. And that's the conversation that before you get married, right, you must have. Yes. In your house, who locked the gate?
Just hold that thought, Larry. Just hold that thought. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. This is a really heated conversation because it's really important to us. But I think that we're beginning to confuse roles with what toxic masculinity is. There are roles for men and women, but we're talking about the way men are socialized or brought up to see, particularly emotionally, to see what they should be doing. A woman can kill the cockroach. It doesn't take away.
That's just an example.
That's why I'm trying to land on that. You know, so it doesn't take away from the fact that the man is the man and does manly things. Do you see what I'm saying? Yes. A woman can also provide income. It doesn't take away from the man is the man. So
let me tell you what my own point is from this cockroach matter.
Yes.
Right? Now, so the man expects the woman to kill the cockroach, but the woman doesn't.
Yes.
Then the toxicity will come out.
That will lead to it.
Yes.
Precisely.
So he will now say, are you a woman? Are you a wife? Are you a... And then he starts lashing out. And then that...
But why is he lashing out?
That
is it. You see, why is he lashing out? He's lashing out because he doesn't see, he feels he has a right, since his mother did it, that his wife should do it. Yeah. So it's those rights we're talking about. That is what is toxic. Yes. Absolutely. That is what defines the toxic masculinity.
So going back to her
actions.
So going back to our question, yes. How do we deal with it?
We have to, because we have to have a way of bringing up boys and men.
Yeah.
For me, it's conversation. I always had conversations with my sons about the right way to treat a woman, the right way to behave. Men are born into privilege, the privilege of manhood. And you see, feminism, is it not as a consequence of toxic masculinity? There would not need to be feminism. if men were how they were supposed to be. So this is a fight.
For me, we need to identify what makes a man a toxic masculine individual. Because take an example of me opening this show, for example. It might have been born out of, this scenario needs to be dominated. I feel like I should be the guy. So I'll take it. It's right there. I don't see them as any threat. Why not? I'll do it, and I'll do it. You fall in line. Would you say that's toxic?
That's thought. That intention is what makes it toxic.
That's the self.
You're doing it. You see, which is why misogyny is about looking at women in a certain way as less than. So the toxicity comes from the interpretation. It comes from the way you treat the person. Oh, you're a man, so you can slap a person because you're a man. That's what makes it toxic.
But are we also expecting roles? Because there's some men that want to cry, but they are expected to suppress. There's some men that just want to be laid back, but they expect. Some men don't like cockroaches, but they're expected to kill that cockroach. And so we've already put them in a place that, oh, all men must kill cockroaches. And the fact that you cannot, you're feeling as if you are less. I know some men that don't like football, but we expect them like, oh, how can you be a guy and not like football? What have we done? Are we part of the people that created
exactly,
this?
you know, what the show opened with, that we socialize boys in a particular way. So these things you're talking about are the way we socialize men. We socialize them to be toxic. And so we have to unsocialize them now.
So
okay, but the point is,
because in parenting,
exactly,
we can
the
fix
point
it in parenting.
But the grown man today, look at this young lady who, I mean, you know what I mean?
So what influences it?
It is conversation.
In the grown man.
And it is a change of attitude.
In business, in politics,
for example, I gave the example of boys. We have conversation sessions, and we talk about these things. What does it mean to you to be a man?
Okay.
What do you think defines you?
Let me get us to understand what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with things at different levels. We're first of all looking at it from an identity issue.
Yes.
A conversation will not change a man's identity or his perception of who he is. A conversation will not do it.
Yes.
We're looking
you start with that.
Yeah. We're looking at it from a beliefs and values perspective as well.
Yes.
Right? A conversation will not change a man's core beliefs and core values based on how he was brought up, right? You need an expert to be able to identify that this guy has a problem. This guy, first of all, has to be willing to want to change, and then he gets help with changing.
But you're making it a special issue. But the point is that most men have those traits. This is how they think.
Yes.
So it's about changing society and men in society. And it starts with a conversation. I used to think that talking was just a waste of time. But I've realized if you don't talk, you sink into forgetting whatever it is entirely. So you start with the conversations, and then you get into the attitudes. And when you can call something a name, conversation helps you to call something a name. You call it a name, then you can deal with it. So you can't negate the importance of having that conversation.
No, but I think what you were trying to say is conversations is a start, but
that's what I'm saying. That's a given.
So let me give you a classic. Let me give you a classic. A man for 13 years has been abusing his wife.
Yes.
So they wake up in the morning, in bed they're fine. When she steps out of bed and gets into the bathroom, he's okay. When she comes out of the bathroom, he walks into the bathroom and comes out, he becomes dysfunctional and he starts abusing his wife. That's happened for 13 years. So they come to see me, you know, and then we do an architecture of their room. There's a therapy that I work with. We do a systems integration, and we eliminate everywhere. We get into the room, we get into the bathroom, and we realize that we have props. And then we get to the wash mouth basin, and then the man snaps. It's only a stupid, foolish woman that presses toothpaste from the middle. Only a stupid, foolish girl and a stupid wife presses toothpaste from the middle. 13 years. They've gone for deliverance. They've done everything. They've had conversations. He has apologized, but he couldn't change that behavior. Now, I left him for about 3 minutes to vent. Then after he calms down, I asked him, what just happened there? Then he asked me, what do you mean what just happened there? Now, all through I was watching his wife's terror when he was freaking out.
Why didn't he just tell her he doesn't like to piss?
No, he didn't even know. He He didn't even know. So I took him back to when he was younger. His father came in every time from age 4 and beat him. Every time he brushed his teeth, because you know we used to use McLean's metal cases. When you press it, his father came in, beat him, and said, "Only stupid, foolish boys press toothpaste from the middle." Right? He was reenacting that. Now, to address that issue, I had to do a timeline therapy for him and help him out of that. That's a toxic male, right? What kind of conversation didn't they have 13 years? It required therapy.
But again, this is a specific case. When I say, for example, that a lot of men are socialized in a certain way, okay, that's the majority of men. There will always be violent men. There are violent women. There are women who beat their husbands. That's not toxic masculinity. That's humanity, and there's a disorder somewhere, okay, from their growing up. So what we're saying is, for the generality of the people that we teach, of the men that we teach, boys don't cry, we have to stop telling them that. And it comes with words to start with. And then if you notice that there are things, for example, that men are doing that they needn't be doing, and they don't have to be violent to be toxic. It's not always about violence. It's about a sense of righteousness, it's a sense of you have the right. Do you see what I'm saying?
I would like for you to give me an example of a toxic masculine individual. Like, give me instances.
I'm giving you
because we're going to easily go off topic if we don't deal with specifics.
Misogyny. Misogyny is very clear. It's very clear.
Don't respect women.
Yeah, it's very clear.
So men that don't respect women, that's what we're saying.
What is,
But a lot of men
the
actually,
reason for it?
What if exactly?
Why does a man not respect women?
It's because, for example, when there's a meeting, a family meeting at home, wives don't attend family meetings because they're not... See, even though they've been married for 40 years...
Wives are not allowed to.
They're not... What is that? What's the difference?
They're not
allowed to attend.
So what are we dealing with? What are we dealing with?
They don't have a say in decision-making.
It's a belief thing. It's a belief thing.
Yes.
It's a cultural thing, or it can be a religious thing.
Yes.
Right?
It's hardly...
If it's Islam,
Yes.
you know,
well, that's true.
You know, it can be a religious thing. Can a conversation
help
change that?
A conversation is a good place to start.
It can start.
Yes, and if a conversation starts with someone you respect...
Let's keep going. Conversation is a beginning, but the truth is we must at least finally say, because you are here, we assume that because men haven't been made to cry, they have been told that crying is not right, we are creating men who are
dependent on substances.
You know, what can we do to men? Is it that
man
simple?
is going to get an escape. He's going to look for an escape because emotion is energy. And if it's just like saying you should not laugh, you should not eat, you should not scratch when you eat. Crying is normal. So if the man is going through an emotion and he needs to express himself,
if you can't cry, you express it
by crying, right? Precisely. If he doesn't cry, he's going to lash out.
So tell us what we should do now.
Yeah. So the kind of conversation that we should have, right? Should border around, first of all, the attitude of how you present the case.
Yes.
Number one. Yes. Number two is, do you have a trusted friend of mine, right, that you can, first of all, have that conversation with that understands.
Without you getting offended.
Without me being there. Without me being there. And that's part of your relationship.
You know, this conversation
That's part of our
not
relationship. That's part of our relationship, right? Our relationship should be centered around our friends are our friends. So my friends are your friends are my friends. And there are people that we should be comfortable with that can call us out. So you should be able to have that conversation with my friends.
This conversation isn't going to end because at the end of the day, we all live together, men and women. And so I think we have to continue this another day. Thank you.
Soon they just give us their one-liners.
Yes.
She's a one-liner for the one-liner. Just give us your one-liners.
I mean,
come here for nothing.
For me, to be honest, a toxic masculine male is an abused individual that needs therapy, as you said, but he also needs to be understood.
Yes.
If you understand him, then you can either help him or avoid the things that would get him to a toxic state.
Help him or avoid him.
And I'm going to, lean in on that, right? So let's start from the upbringing of a man. It needs to be a functional environment, husband, wife. The husband needs to be there to set the examples. Children learn more by observing than telling.
Yes.
So the mother can tell from here to kingdom come. If the father doesn't set the right example, the mother's brothers, the uncles don't set the right examples. The mother will talk. He will be picking up what the uncles and the guys
so
are
this is a
doing.
message to all the fathers out there, really. Not only mothers.
So thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
for having
This, what was it, a debate?
Heated discussion.
Thank you very much. Yes.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ajami and this is the news update. The Supreme Court today struck out President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation seat, challenging Section 84, Subsection 12 of the Electoral Act. That was part of the activities at the Supreme Court yesterday, Friday. The case was expunged on the grounds that it lacked the jurisdiction to entertain the suit, and it's an abuse of court process. Earlier, a notice for the judgment delivery was served on President Buhari and the National Assembly on Thursday, inviting them to appear before the court for the judgment. While INEC has listed the conditions for political parties to substitute candidates whose names have been forwarded to the Commission for the Electoral Umpire. The law does not give any political party the right to replace a validity and a validly nominated candidate, as it's the prerogative of the individual to be substituted. This comes amid reports that some political parties, including APC and Labour Party, nominated their vice presidential candidates as placeholders pending the conclusion of talks for a substantive candidate to be picked, while the former forwarded name of Ibrahim Kabiru Masari as its vice presidential candidate. The latter had nominated Doyin Kupe for the same position. Reacting to the development, INEC National Commissioner Festus Okoye said the electoral body will take a decision in accordance with the Electoral Act. In Osun State, the PDP has accused the APC of planning to cause unrest to rig the July 16 governorship election. The main opposition party in the state vowed to resist any form of antics of the ruling party to manipulate or rig the election. The chairman of the Caretaker Committee, Osun PDP, Dr. Akindele Adekunle, while briefing journalists at the party secretariat in Osogbo, urged the heads of security agencies and other relevant international communities to ensure a strict compliance with the electoral law before, during, and after the election.
As lovers of peace, credible polls, and democratic government, we urge President Muhammadu Buhari, Inspector General of Police, Director of DSS, Nigerian Army, and other law enforcement agencies, and by extension, international community, to warn the ruling APC now before it is too late. This is because the PDP and the entire masses of Osun State will resist the ruling party in its entirety, so that the strong political will of the people will be established and maintained.
The ICPC and other related offences commission has raided the Abuja home of a military contractor and seized over 175 million naira, 222,965, that's in dollars, a G-Wagon 2022 edition of BMW and Mercedes-Benz cars. Operatives also recovered customized mobile phones, several designer wristwatches, including 3 Rolex watches, and some property documents. The ICPC arrested the managing director of K. Salam Construction Company Nigeria Limited, Kabir Salau, who said that the owner of the property was him. The anti-graft agency, in a statement by ICPC spokesperson Azuka Ogaga, had denied that the home belonged to a former chief of army staff, Tukur Baratai. The Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership has reacted to the raid and search of an Abuja property belonging to a military contractor by the ICPC for alleged money laundering. We apologize for that technical glitch. Moving on, as part of efforts to position the Nigerian Army in order to combat crime and protect the territorial boundaries, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya, has commissioned multiple projects for soldiers in different army barracks in Edo State. Addressing the men before commissioning the projects, he stated that the new projects were part of his vision geared towards ensuring improvement of the living standards for the soldiers and their families. The Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, commended the Chief of Army Staff for his focus on finding a balance between work and family life for the officers.
We're in Auchi, where we declare open research and development seminar and we commission project. Today again, in 4 Brigade, we have commissioned, like you have seen, some accommodation for officers, some places for soldiers, and we have also commissioned regimental sergeant majors accommodation or official residence. All in the overall effort of the Nigerian Army under my watch to improve the welfare and well-being of the personnel. Administration is one of the key pillars of my command philosophy, and now it includes good accommodation and living quarters for the personnel, and that's what you have seen us do. And all across the Army also, we are taking the drive everywhere to improve, the well-being, the administration of the personnel.
Your presence here today has gone a long way to reaffirm your clear and continued commitment to training, which you have prioritized as the best welfare for us.
Our modest contribution of a 20-room officers' accommodation is the least we can do to support what the Army has been to us in this state. The chief was here, like I said, August 24th last year. And we pleaded with him and said, look, we're having crisis on the Benin-Eho stretch of the Benin-Auchi Road.
The University of Lincoln, United Kingdom, has banned Senator Ike Ekwuremadu, whom it recently appointed a visiting professor of corporate and international linkages following Thursday's arrest and subsequent arraignment of Ekwuremadu and his wife, Beatrice, in London for alleged conspiracy to harvest the kidney of 15-year-old Okpo Nwamini David. The London Mail quoted the university spokesperson as saying that Ekwuremadu's duties at the institution have been suspended for the time being. In the meantime, we get to other parts of Africa to serve you stories from there. The fight against terrorist insurgents continues in Mali, with more than 60 alleged terrorists killed and 8 arrested in the country's troubled region. And this is according to the National Armed Forces. The military announcement came on the same day as the prime suspect of the latest mass killings reportedly rejected any responsibility in the attack. The Malian government blamed the Masini Katiba for the massacre of civilians in Diala Sogu and 2 nearby towns in the central part of the country. The Al-Qaeda-affiliated terror group was created in 2015 and has repeatedly occupied towns in the central region of Mopti, despite pressures. Outside Africa, European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell met Iran's top diplomat on Saturday as the bloc seeks to break an impasse between Tehran and Washington over reinstating the nuclear pact. But the talks have since been bogged down, chiefly over Tehran's insistence that Washington remove the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, its elite security force, from the U.S. Foreign Terrorist Organization list. The United States said earlier in June it was awaiting a constructive response from Iran on reviving the 2015 deal, under which Iran restricted its nuclear program in return for relief from economic sanctions without extraneous issues. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian last week called on Washington, which exited the deal and then imposed crippling sanctions on Tehran during the Trump administration in 2018. Now, entertainment news. The multi-award winning film and TV producer, Afumi Yoda, invited friends and family to watch party for the season 2 of our newly introduced TV show, Public Eye. The party, which was hosted in Lagos for the appraisal of the TV show, had in attendance veteran TV and radio broadcaster Lekon Ogunbanwo, famous Nigerian blogger Linda KGTV host Andre Leedun, and a host of others. Our correspondent Paul George was there.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamishe Anyanwola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller Funmi Inyanda wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of Public Eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what Public Eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogunbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrele Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Inyanda's storytelling.
That's the next update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Jaomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. broken and afraid right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Bless your... He did, okay? He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. I told you he did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me and I came to you. I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not. I am not. But he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. He was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh God, the crap mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism. All you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me. You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul. As I do mine.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right? Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you take in these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkalized water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer and you're like, no, check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is Mr. and Mrs. Ladeinde's children dedication, which took place at the Citadel Global Community Church. PlusTvAfrica was there to cover the joyous event.
The Ladende family dedicated the triplets at the Citadel Global Community Church with singing and dancing. The triplets, Ilerioluwa, Erioluwa, and Irioluwa, are the first set of children of Temidola and Kayode Ladende after 12 years of marriage.
I want to thank God for everybody. I mean, the church and the house. 12 years.
The officiating pastor prayed for the family as the church rejoiced with them.
This is a testimony from the Lord, and it is just the tip of the iceberg. The testimony has become an encouragement for so many people, trusting God for the fruit of the womb and every other thing. God who did it for you, will do it for them in Jesus' most precious name. Amen.
The church dedication was followed by a reception where the family continued celebration with friends and family. couple share their 12-year journey of waiting to have their children.
Many people are counting 12 years, but for us, it is actually 12 times 12. Because for every month, we were aiming to be pregnant. Do you know what that means? So on our cost, we were flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. This woman was flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos just to achieve pregnancy. So you know what 12 times 12, 144 months of saying, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, and finally it happened. One unique thing about how it happened, because everything I'm telling you, there are enough clues. If you get to our bedroom, you will see 3 teddy bears. Those teddy bears were bought almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 3 lovely teddy bears. So every day we know that this day is going to come to pass. The rooms were built for 2 boys, 1 girl.
Yes, we held on to the word of God several times, but it was not easy. You know, someone said it another time that they waited for 3 years. And every month, when Yoruba said it is Ibanuje Oshoshi, as in, it's a monthly sorrow. It is. Young ladies that are indulging in and enjoying sexual relationship. I mean, you're happy when your period comes as in, this month, okay, as in the pill worked or whatever it worked. And it didn't, you know. But when you get married, that's when you know the value of menstrual period. So many suggestions. Someone even said to me, if I sleep with you, you will get pregnant. So many. The first time that somebody mentioned to me that what if God gives you triplets, it was in the office. Then I was working with MTN. And I told him, no, 2 is just okay.
Pastor Itua Igodalo shared his own story as he prayed for the triplets.
I understand what it means to be begging God for a child. My late wife and I, we begged God for over 11 years for a physical child of our own, and the children didn't come. The children didn't come because God had a plan, and God knew what He was doing. I want to tell somebody here, number one, that God has a plan for your life, and it is a good plan. I don't know somebody here today, your own may not be physical, your own might be financial or even mental, but I want to tell you that God has a plan for your life.
What I need to tell the people, anyone trusting God for the fruit of the womb, is this is a sign that God is alive and that He is willing. He's a good father. Whatever anyone wants, He's willing to make it happen, even for them. The scripture tells us that He said there is hope for a tree that is cut down. At the scent of water, say it will begin to bud again. Don't lose hope. Don't give up. Once there is life, there is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous. And when He will come, look at the way He did it. Boy, girl, boy. There is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous.
The next event is on Walk for Mental Health, which was themed Inner Peace is Priority in commemoration of Mental Health Awareness Month. This walk event was organized by Gordon Barrett to create awareness about mental health.
are taking advantage, public bodies are taking advantage of what's available within the mental health improvement state. Like we always say, every day should be mental health day, and I'm happy to see this happening. But you can see from all indications, I mean, a very good demographic was represented. We have the younger ones, we have the older ones coming together. It means people are beginning to understand that mental health affects us all, irrespective of our age and gender. But one thing we've learned here today is that mental health is not discriminatory. Mental health has is not respect of anyone. Anybody can have it any time in his or her lifetime. But this has been a very good program and a turn that I'm very impressed.
Actually, the work is very supportive for the mental health because people that ignore mental health, it's very important in each house. You can see your partner, your wife, your kids, maybe they need help, but they will not show it to you. You have to ask them always, are you okay? Do you need any help? So mental health, it's really important for each one of us.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is the double celebration of life of Pa and Ma Davies, who died weeks apart. They passed away at the age of 93 and 84, respectively.
About my mother and my father, if I start now, I probably will not end till 2 days, but I will make it very, very short. My mother, she is a great woman. I have been on earth for over 60 years myself, and I've never seen a mother like her. When I was growing, my mother suffered a lot for me and my siblings. When she looks, if she doesn't eat, she will make sure that we eat. My mother surprises me so much that when I grew up, I said I was going to do whatever I can for her. My mother cannot be replaced. There is no way anything can replace my mother. There is no way.
My dad is he's into real estate, and I learned real estate from him. And every time we visited a place where he's got a brick making factory, and we go there and I help out in making bricks and stuff. So that actually set me up for my career in real estate and in engineering. And for my mom, she's a God-fearing woman, and because of her, I learned how to read in Yoruba and to pray in Yoruba. So I thank God for both of them and for what they've contributed to my life.
For me, I think I would say one of my fondest memories is when we were actually in England, and I had a T-shirt. It was a Simmons, the Simpsons or the Simmons, I can't even remember the band. And my dad left England to come back to Nigeria, and we were supposed to follow on. Unknown to my dad, he had packed that T-shirt in his luggage, and my mom was like, she had no rest because I raised hell. She had to wake up very early the following morning to go to the store to get me another T-shirt, because otherwise I wasn't willing to go to school. I wasn't willing to do anything, or I was just bawling my eyes out.
I want to say that the couple has been very, very kind to me when I was young. I remember when I was in secondary school and I had difficulty about schooling, about financing and all that. I always run to this family, especially during holidays, for help. and indeed they helped me at critical times.
I'll miss them so much, the way my grandmom jokes about some certain things and the way she talks to me. I'll really miss her so much. And my granddad, getting to know him at his old age was good because he's a man of discipline. I learned a lot of things from him, learning to respect the elders. I learned that from him.
I know them quite well because when my friend got married to Ola, we used to visit them before they traveled abroad. I still visited Mama last year and we had a time together. She was a very pleasant, very amiable person. We sat down together and sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. The Lord gave him very good health. Up until when he died, you know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. Gave him very good health. You know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also...
Scripture reading from 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
torí pé church náà ti pàdé ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní. máa náwó ẹ lọ bí ara bá dìde pé ẹ má má dá ilé lóhùn ẹ bá mi ṣí.
ìbọn tolúkọ wọn bó ṣe ti wọn.
ẹ má bínú mọ́ mi.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Remain blessed and stay safe.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
So coming into Lagos and having to do like 5 jobs, at a time, my life has always been a balancing act, Time was when I was in this town. Funny you mention it. This entire area, I hip hop around this area. I start from NTA and begin to work my way gradually. End up here at Peck Theatre, and then at the Onikon Museum, and then at Racecourse. Story for another day.
All right. So growing up, I wouldn't say I was born with a silver spoon, but I was okay. Dad had everything going on for us. And I lost him when I was 16. So at that point in my life, I had to start making decisions for myself, which was a bit difficult. And that was when I actually decided to become a DJ. When my dad was alive, he didn't want me to do entertainment. So I had to shape myself, take that decision. I remember leaving my house for 2 years at some point because I was chasing my dream. And I mean, all that basically has molded me into the man I am today.
I remember while I was in school, I would never imagine I would be the person today. I even, at some point, never had money to go to school. So what I would do, I would walk all the way to the bus stop and hope that when I get in the bus, I'll see a student like me that can pay for me before I get to Lasso Gate. But for real, life is like that, and we just take all these things and mold them into what makes us stronger. You mold all the struggle into dumbbell, use that to make yourself stronger. That's it. So for me, I can share a lot of experience with you that would make you drop your jaw and be like, you went through all this.
I personally, I never saw the four walls of a university. But I found myself now being able to inspire and speak to a lot of audiences. And it's all about self-improvement. Having that drive to, I want to be better than who I am. I want to move. I want to be a positive change. I want to impact positively on the people. It is just one making that honest decision to push themselves rather than looking for the shortest cut by doing all sorts of, hanky-panky nonsense. We can. Only you can.
I've been so broke that I had to walk from Maryland to Ilukweju because I didn't have 15-hour transport money for bus. So yeah, I've been through that. And I didn't want to call anybody. This was something that I was like, I got to go through this on my own because I decided to get into the entertainment industry and chase after my dreams. Left my job. I was tired of calling family, parents, my father, my mother, my guardians to say, yo, I'm broke, I was like, you know what, let's rough it, and I did. But here I am today.
One of my worst experience then was when I premiered on radio, the first 2 weeks was hell because people was calling the radio station to some said they should arrest me, some said they should sack me, some said they should they don't like my voice. They just feel I be worried, but are they rude, Then not be now, we be like say comedian go come. Then a few comedians, so when you go strange land and I no go a day, then when you go that kind of area, we be like say the only comedians where they know that and Ikemowo or Sophia Sin, and you got they speak pidgin, and say comedian that time. If you hear person, you go be like say you they rude, and those Igbo people they not they take a likely at all. So the first 2 weeks for my radio career, they say me they sack me. First 3 weeks, so me and my friends, what we they do? People go call the radio station, say me they sack me. We can go buy card, 90 card. So when those people they call, my friends will go try to call the radio station, say, Mona Livamo, now our best presenter. But the funny thing is our calls not they go through. If we try to call the radio station where they work, we know if they get the radio station. But the other people they call.
And the village people.
Yes, my village people, your blog, they lie.
A few years ago, 2012, I think, or 2013, I was on a music competition. I was on a music competition, and one of the judges said to me, I still know him, I'm not going to call him out. So he said that he doesn't feel like singing is something I should ever think of.
How did that make you feel?
I didn't feel bad because I'm precious.
is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is confident that 2022 and 2023 will be a harvest period for Lagos State, particularly in the area of infrastructural projects. He says the state government has fast-tracked the completion and delivery of key infrastructure, which includes a motorized mill, 27-kilometer Blue Line, and 32-kilometer Red Line rail projects. The governor was speaking at the opening session of the 17th Executive and Legislative Parley organized for all elected public office holders in Lagos State. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. This episode features Okada ban. Lagos government crushes over 2,000 seized motorcycles. Collapse Ikoyi building. Lagos government commences demolition. Details shortly. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the ultimate goal of his administration remains that Lagos State becomes one of the top places in the African continent to live, work, and invest. Sanwo-Olu was speaking at the official commissioning and handing over of the reconstructed State Security Service building in Alimosho local government area of the state.
The impact that it's going to have in this area is to give more security to the people of Alimosho local government. And because Alimosho local government is the largest local government in the Federation, they have more population than any local government in the Federation. And we secure the approval of the governor for the construction of this so that they can provide more security, network, architecture in this local government. And I want to advise the youth to be calm, to not do anything that warrant the security agents to go after them.
The sort of passion the governor of Lagos State attached to security prompted the award of this particular project, knowing fully well that without security we will not be anywhere. It is when there is security you have peace of mind. It is when there is peace of mind you think about what and what do I do for the benefit. I want to appreciate our governor for doing that.
The Lagos State government has commenced the demolition of adjoining structures within the complex of the collapsed 21-story building at Gerrard Road in Ikoyi. Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, stated this at a press briefing. The briefing commenced with a minute of silence observed in honor of those who lost their lives in the unfortunate incident. Top on the agenda was the deconstruction of the two remaining buildings still standing at the premises of the collapsed 21-story building. Commissioner for Information, Gbenga Omotosho, accompanied by his counterparts in the Ministries of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations, Tayo Bangboshi Martins, and that of Physical Planning and Urban Development, Idris Salako, told journalists that the construction would commence on the buildings having failed integrity tests.
We are here because of the November 1 incident. Lagos does not pray to ever have that kind of an incident again. We are here to the fulfillment of what the panel that was set up after the collapse of that building, what it recommended that the government of Lagos should do, that those other buildings that are still standing on that site should be brought down because according to experts, they have failed what they call the integrity test.
Omotosho announced that a stakeholders meeting had previously been held in this regard and all formalities have been completed to hand the complex over to the contractor for the deconstruction. The Commissioner for Fiscal Planning explained that the land would be taken over by government in line with the state fiscal planning law.
Development Law 2019 as amended, Section 74 to be precise. Any property that collapses in Lagos State is automatically forfeited to the Lagos State government. So the property as it is forfeited.
The contractor handling the deconstruction, Theophilus Lewo, allayed fears about safety of workers, saying control methods have been worked out.
We will tie up the slabs first. What does that mean? If we want to cut a section of a slab, maybe 1 meter by 1 meter, we will put steel chains through that slab in about 4 to 6 points, such that it is hooked up. It holds the slab. It sort of suspends the slab, even though we haven't cut it. We will then begin to cut, so that by the time you are cutting, those steel chains have already held up the piece you are cutting, and it doesn't drop.
He said the deconstruction is expected to take 90 days but could be extended due to bad weather. About 2,000 motorcycles have been crushed in the first quarter of the year 2022, so says the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho. At the crushing site in Alausa, he said the crushing of the bikes showed how serious the government is in enforcing commercial motorcycle ban in some areas of the state.
Here are over 2,000 motorcycles, also known as Okadas, being crushed by the Lagos State government. It goes to show the seriousness that the state government attaches to ensuring that the state is rid of Okadas and its menace.
Commissioner for Information Gbenga Omotosho and Transport Commissioner Dr. Frederick Oladende walked journalists through the crushing site to witness the destruction of the motorbikes.
People have been wondering what we've been doing with the Okadas that have been taken out of town. So for you to see what we have been doing with them, this is why we invited you here today. I'm happy you have seen the way they have been crushed.
Mr. Omotosho says that the government had to take the enforcement seriously due to the excesses of the riders and the alarming rate of road accidents recorded this year alone.
In the first 4 months of this year, we had 1,712 Okada accidents. Of these, 700 of road accidents. Of the 1,712, 767 were due to Okada.
Omotosho, however, called on riders securing through the state ultramodern transport schemes to get actively engaged. Commissioner for Transportation Frederick Oladende urged residents to remain calm and obey traffic laws as alternative means of transportation have been provided.
We're putting more high-capacity buses on the road. The government is working around the clock to make sure that our rail system is working. We've increased the number of boats on our waterways, and they should just be calm and move about their daily business.
Chairman of Lagos State Task Force says there is no going back on the enforcement.
We don't see Okadas on the road, on the express any longer. The number has drastically reduced. But I know for sure, and I'm passing this information to them because they are watching us. They might be of the belief that the first 1 week of the enforcement will be thorough. After 1 week, we are going to relax. Anyway, we will watch and see. But I'm passing this message to them that from next week, we will do more intense enforcement.
With the recent pronouncement and the continued enforcement on the ban, Lagosians hope is not short-lived so that the sanity is sustained. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has declared that his government's commitment to providing quality and affordable education in the state is second to none. Sanwo-Olu was speaking during the launch of the collaboration between Lagos State University and Cornell University, New York, United States, for postgraduate professional certificate programs. The governor said his administration will do everything possible to uphold the outstanding reputation of the state-owned Lagos State University, LASU, and make it one of the 10 best universities in the world. Joining me shortly on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision is the Commissioner for Education, Folashade Adefisayo. She will be giving us more insight into how the present administration is changing the narratives in the educational sector. But that's going to be after this break. Please stay with us. Honorable Commissioner for Education, glad to have you on the program today.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited.
Right, we all know that the first leg of Mr. Governor's tenure is winding up just in a matter of months from now. That is something that we are all aware of. But I would like to know from you, would you say that his promise of ensuring quality and affordable education that is second to none to Lagosians, would you say he has fulfilled it or he has lived up to that promise?
You remember when Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu came in, he espoused his themes agenda. The first E there was education and technology. And he promised that year in, year out, he would increase the education budget, which he has done without fail. Every year, the budget grows larger. And every year, he has concentrated on improving the quality of education in the state. He promised that he would attend to all abandoned structures, so there would be no more abandoned structures in the schools, that he would furnish the schools with adequate furniture and a lot of other promises. And he would integrate technology into teaching and learning. All these promises have been met to a large degree. And I think I would like to let you know that, especially in terms of improving education, making classrooms conducive for learning. And when they're conducive for learning, you can then now start working on the other soft skills you need to work on. So I would say that we really have gone far. When Mr. Governor first came in, we concentrated our attention on completion of abandoned projects, and we've done a lot of that across the state, right from, in fact, across the 6 districts in the state. Then we concentrated on improving model school infrastructure by building state-of-the-art boarding houses, complete with laundry room, reading room, and so on for students in our boarding schools. After that, we now decided that, look, it's time for us to now build specific iconic structures that will be for, when people are passing by, they say, this one was built by Mr. Governor. So there are about 3 that I would like to mention. The first one is the Elemoro School, which is in Ibejuleki. Ibejuleki is an area where we have very few schools. So when we sat down with the Oba, and we saw that about 12 schools didn't really have a good basic school. You know, it's a new area of Lagos. So we started this it's a brand new school. And in this school, the Elemoro School, we built track and field. We built stadium and seating for spectators. So it's a very, very exciting structure. We're very pleased with it. All the issues we had with our existing buildings, we tried to correct there. Like now there's, when you entered the school before, there was no reception. Now there's a reception so that we are able to attend to parents. They should see, just don't enter school. And a lot of things like that. We included labs, we included all the structures that they would need to be able to operate effectively. That was at Ibejuleki. Now we are coming up with another building which is yet to be commissioned. The Ibejuleki school was commissioned in December, but we now have another one at Agege called the Vetland School, built of containers, and that's an excellent one. You see, this is a green school where we are not on the grid. We are using solar throughout. Every classroom has a smart whiteboard and tablets for for the students in the class. Sorry, I think there's a ratio about 1:2 in each classroom. And there too, we are building a track and field. We are building a basketball court because after Elemoro, we knew that we couldn't go back and just build a school and just open it. But we had to ensure that a school had all the structures that it needs for it to operate effectively. Another school that we are building in collaboration this time with the wives of, with some of our associations and support groups, is a school in Ogombo where we have actually deliberately built a ramp from the ground floor to the top, so that it'll be an inclusive school where children, even those with physical challenges, can get to the top on their wheelchair. And we've deliberately built toilets and so on, so that they'll be able to effectively use these toilets. So again, we keep on thinking and improving on the existing model. It's not that we just build. And I think that is part of the beauty of what this administration has been trying to do. We take a lot of data in Lagos State. We work with data so that we just don't make decisions based on sentiment. So in collecting data about our students right from entry till exit, we found that there's a significant drop around GS3 to SS1 and SS2 to SS3. And this is because many of them have a need to work to earn a living. They start earning a living, or they start learning a craft with a master, or as they call it. So we said, look, let's do something. Let them stay. We understand this need is very important. How do we address this need? So we set up what we call comprehensive schools. And the governor approved a pilot of 12 schools. So in 12 of our schools, we set up these schools. And these schools are running vocational programs within school, so that rather than leave school and start wandering the streets or looking for menial jobs here and there, come in, we will train you and give you really first-class training. And that is what we have been doing. And so those teachers, if you look at the board, I don't know if it's possible for you to look at the screen, but you see this screen in front of me. This is why it is on all the time, because it's the framework for the comprehensive schools program. So apart from the fact that we will teach them vocational skills like Agric, ICT, fashion, building and construction, and so on, we are also teaching them soft skills. And we know the teaching of soft skills like financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and so on is not something that is easy for teachers taught in a very formal setting. So we too entered into a relationship with a city called Tampere in Finland. I know Finland is well known for the quality of its schools. What people don't understand is that their vocational schools are also excellent. But their methodologies of teaching, the pedagogy of the classroom is really exciting. And the students learn, and you see the joy of teaching and learning. So we sent our teachers there to learn from them, to study them in the classroom, to absorb the atmosphere and learn the skills by which they will teach these children all these soft subjects. They're not teaching physics, chemistry, and so on. It's a totally different ballgame. So you have to give them the skills. And that is why we sent them to Finland. And they came back really enthusiastic. And they've hit the road run. If you go to any of those classrooms, they are teaching collaboratively, they're using technology to teach, they are creative, they are innovative, they're solving problems, they are planning, and so on. And so from there, they'll be able to do things like set up their own businesses very quickly, in addition to learning the skills that they want to learn. Every child has a chance to have a marketable skill. When they leave us, like for instance, let me pick one of them. Like I said, it's on the board. The framework is on this screen in front of me. So let's say I pick something like a child does fishery. He's not going to do it at a very basic level. He'll do it at the best possible level, taught by the teachers who went to Finland. So he'll do fishery, and we are doing this in collaboration with technical partners. In this case, it's IITA who we are working with, as well as our own Greek teachers. So they do fisheries. And apart from fisheries, the student will do financial literacy, understand how to plan for themselves financially. They'll do entrepreneurship and employability. They'll be able to set up the business, write a proposal, write a letter to the bank, ask for money from the bank. We'll teach them personal leadership skills. We'll work on their communication, presentation skills, public speaking, even dressing and etiquette. Can you imagine somebody comes to you and says, oh, I'm a plumber, and the person just starts speaking, and you see this is a neat, smart, clever person who writes his invoice, asks for a loan in the bank, will give them digital literacy skills, soft, and each one of them has a tablet on which we've loaded these soft skills. These soft skills are not skills you teach in the class per se, like lessons. They are going to self-pace themselves. And we are working with a Finnish company called Fonzai, and they are following up to ensure that the students are learning all along. So by the time they are done, and someone says, I came out of Lagos State, and I'm an expert in photography and videography, you will know that this is an excellent person. What we've asked them, and some of them have given us, they've shared their curriculum with us. They've trained our teachers on how to teach these subjects. Some have provided internship opportunities, even work opportunities at the end. The internship opportunities, for some, it includes a small stipend. And so we're working with professional bodies, with NGOs, international organizations. It's a whole, I think it's a great way of, it's a great, what can I call it, case study for government collaborating openly, transparently with the private sector and allowing the private sector to drive certain things. Like the entrepreneurship and employability is by an NGO called Junior Achievement, and they're going to set up companies, and they started doing that. What they're doing, they're designing their logos, naming their company. So let's say all of us are learning makeover, barbering, hairdressing, makeup, then we set up our company and we start working. Because like I said, we want them to earn an income early. So it's a practical, hands-on way of learning that will give them a skill, a lifelong skill. We had to do a lot of stakeholder management because we had to let them know that it doesn't mean the child is not intelligent. Intelligence is something that is multifaceted. Some people are good at English and so on. Some people are good at drawing. That's their intelligence. There's this Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. And that's what we base this on, that, look, people have multiple intelligences. What if my intelligence is with my hands? What if I'm a great fashion designer? I don't have to know physics to be a great fashion designer. So we talked a lot, and the interesting thing about those schools, because we are only doing it in 12 schools now, though Mr. Governor has challenged us to go for 50 by September. You see, in those 12 schools, whenever you go around and talk to the head of school, say, oh, school is very quiet. Because those children who were bored, who did not enjoy normal class, they're having a great time. And don't forget that the methodology of teaching is so interesting and engaging that they are learning a lot. I think it's a great one. I would allow my child to learn this. And so something like this comprehensive school system is to ensure that they have the skills that the private sector needs. I assure you that all of the skills that we're teaching them, we are not doing it in the normal didactic, theoretical manner, no. And we came up with a curriculum together with private associations. Like plumbers told us, this is what we want a plumber to know. Fashion designers told us, this is what we want a fashion designer to know. So all these things are taught practically. And so this is our own first step towards ensuring that people who leave this system do have the essential skills of success in the world they're going to live in. The meaning of EcoExcel is excellence in children's education. And this program was introduced in order to improve teaching and learning in primary schools. What we've done is that working with technical partners, we reviewed our schemes of work. It's our own scheme of work, not anybody else's. And we put it on tablets for our teachers. So really, our teachers don't have to do much work with writing lesson notes. But if they read it up, they study it well, week in, week out, the way they'll teach was seriously improved because we included exercises, teamwork, collaboration, all those things we talk about as being 21st century skills. So that's what we've been doing with EcoExcel. It's going on in all our classrooms. All the teachers have tablets with which we support their teaching in the classroom. It's not meant to be read from directly. It's meant to support and improve the engagement of the learners in the classroom. It's meant to give them examples of exercises that you can do, and so on and so forth. So it's really in place, and we've done a monitoring and evaluation of it and found that the literacy levels are very high. The children are actually reading from primary 1, which was the objective. I mean, children can read across all levels. They should read in primary 1. Age appropriate, I mean, you know, you're not expecting them to be reading long, long words, but by primary 1, they should be able to read well, so that by 6, they are fluent readers. And that was the main objective. And of course, that they are good in numeracy as well.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner for Education, for your time with us today on the Greater Lagos Vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
The Sahel extends almost 6,000 kilometers, 3,700 miles along the southern edge of the Sahara, from the Horn of Africa on the east to the western Atlantic coast. There's little rainfall in the Sahel, and farmers struggle to eke out a living in some of the harshest agricultural conditions on Earth. As climate change brings more intense droughts and degrades land in the Sahel, intercommunal violence over dwindling resources has increased. Much of the conflict is between herders and farmers who vie against each other to use the land for their own purposes. Some in the region have joined terrorist groups, militants linked to Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, who ride into villages on motorbikes and attack civilians indiscriminately. They wreak havoc and make parts of the region uninhabitable for civilians. While weak states and lack of development are big factors in the conflict, climate change is rarely discussed beyond the level of analysts and warnings from the UN. Unlike terrorists on motorbikes, climate change is a cause of the conflict people on the ground cannot see. But it is there. We travelled to Dori in northeastern Burkina Faso, where people are living on the front line of war and climate change. We wanted to find out how the invisible enemy of climate change is affecting people's lives and driving them from their homes. But first, we had to get there. Dori is the capital of Burkina Faso's war-torn Sahel province and home to thousands displaced by the conflict. The road from Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso's capital, to Dori is dangerous because of IEDs and pop-up terrorist checkpoints. Just 5 kilometers outside Dori, terrorists have attacked civilians and UN vehicles multiple times this year. Bagaye Lamizana grew up in Burkina Faso. Today she's based in Bonn, Germany, as project officer for the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification.
Climate change is a kind of invisible enemy in the Sahel conflict. UK Ministry of Defense say that 60 million people will migrate from degraded land, part of Africa, if nothing is done. I think neighboring countries and Europe can see this migration affecting them.
Migration manifests itself in different ways in the Sahel. Some people, as farming becomes impossible, move to the cities in hope of finding work, but often they end up with low-paying jobs or living in poverty. Some of those migrants in turn begin to move further afield, often to Europe. They take trafficking routes through Niger, Algeria, Libya, and then take boats across the Mediterranean. The crisis in the Sahel has displaced nearly 3.5 million people, according to the UN. We met Zara Oreta, living in a host community on the edge of Dori. She's one of the 1.3 million internally displaced people in Burkina Faso. Zara came to Dori from Arbinda, a town about 60 kilometers away, where extremists regularly terrorized the communities, killing men, women and children. An attack on Arbinda in August left more than 80 people dead. She describes the raid that led her to flee Arbinda 2 years ago.
Il n'y a pas c'est comme, puisqu'on pensait même qu'on ne va même pas sortir, puisqu'il y a deux fois, il y a des balles perdues là même, c'est pas facile quoi. Voilà. En tout cas, c'est quoi on pensait là, on pensait que c'était bon, la fin du monde seulement, puisque les bruits de feu là, c'était trop. On a fui rentrer dedans. Jusqu'à bon, les feux, bon, on n'entendait plus les coups de feu. Maintenant, on est sorti au dehors. Quand on est sorti au dehors, bon, on entendait des nouvelles qui n'est pas bon en tout cas. Ce qu'on a tué plus de... Ce jour-là, on a tué plus de 18 personnes. Mais tout ça, c'était passé, c'est dans le marché, puisque c'était un jour de marché. Ils ont rentré la première fois. Puisque ça fait que moi-même, je ne me sens pas. J'ai des ulcères, ça fait même. Deux fois, même si j'entends cri ou bien quelque chose comme ça, ça me rappelle de ce qui s'est passé à Arbinda. Bon, je suis une femme mariée, j'ai 5 enfants. Bon, des fois aussi, en tout cas, c'est que je fais le commerce. Je fais le levage aussi. Bon, je fais travaux de ménage, travail de ma famille. Je m'occupe de mon mari et de mes enfants aussi.
In the years before she fled Arbinda, She noticed the weather starting to change. It diminished usable land and forced the community to change too.
Avant, il pleuvait, mais aujourd'hui, en tout cas, il ne pleut pas. Les gens mangeaient en famille, quoi. Et puis surtout, les enfants respectaient les grands. Les grands aussi respectaient les enfants. Les gens venaient, ils soutenaient. Par exemple, les baptêmes comme ça, les gens venaient, ils soutenaient.
Zara says that tensions between herder and farmer communities have increased, shattering the unity that once existed. Salem is also a migrant who fled terrorism. Like thousands of others in Burkina Faso, he's joined a state-backed militia group known as the Volunteers for the Defense of the Homeland. They act as auxiliaries and local guides for the military, but they've also been accused of carrying out extrajudicial killings against civilians they believe are linked to terrorists.
Pagabla kam koda me sakda gulo sakda wala kodo butotor sakda pihla la terroriste huwa wa baras kalatin ko jende gulo kalatin gole ko kalatin ko ab kin ha ton pil sora kom la ko yudu la nimbana e kwal kalatin karmi lo tor yi kalibe terroriste namba hon ton nimbuide libra nimbana kan tar ton pisla ton ko ta songre ton kami be pisi ton he te yo rapport ton ka yo rapport ton ni gon ta yo rapport wakad le nem tin tin da bage yo wa bi kun lore tiam ta mi ti ka wa ne ba jin kan yi kan lore la be ya tese ye yam kami This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. This is model of cutting bang. Obsessed, I can now remember what on Bang and Tebam La Water. The problem of Pampon is ya lingri. Le problème de embuscade, embuscade, mais sur rien va te convaincre. Là, avec les moments. On t'a dit, la rodo, la tempo, be ora ni. Si ça va na samba, ton pil fo. Pas la ton kaya hede. Ton han ya is ton de tenga na je kenga.
Having lived in Burkina Faso for 2 years now, I've borne witness to some of the worst effects of climate change anywhere in the world. It's a big factor in this country's conflict. Step outside of Ouagadougou and into the countryside and you'll find vast numbers of internally displaced people living in extreme poverty. There are IEDs on the roadside, terrorists roam the countryside freely. The state is unable to provide security with an overstretched military and people are living in fear. It seems where people clamour for resources diminished by climate change, they go into fight or flight mode. For those who want to fight, it means joining terror groups. Those groups mostly do not have a religious ideology as their primary aim. Instead, they're financially motivated. They're looking for resources to survive, resources that are being diminished by climate change. For others, like Salem, the effect of climate change means joining a local self-defense militia to try and fight back against the militants. But even he had to leave his hometown, just like Zara or Etta. Resources are simply becoming too scarce, and it's too unsafe to stay. All of them are bound by the same thing, the enemy they cannot see, the man-made warming of the planet. Climate change contributes to conflict, and conflict leads to migration on an unprecedented scale in the Sahel. Analysts say the Sahel is a prototype for what will soon start happening in other parts of the globe as climate change continues and nothing is done. But aside from the devastation, people in the Sahel want to take back control of their futures.
What is the narrative of the Sahel which we could put out there? The Sahel is not only the land where it's a black doom and dying. It's a land of opportunities, having the two faces of the coin, not only the dark one, but also the lightened one. It's a region where you had the great kingdoms. It's a region where you have a vibrant youth. It's a region where you have a massive natural resources. Climate change is not just happening in the Sahel or in Africa. It's a global issue, and it's undermine health, it undermine agriculture, peace, security, in employment, and even economy. So by bringing together and intervening the political will with the action on the ground, we could really change a bit the narrative of the Sahel and give hope.
Ce que, en tout cas, moi, je pense tôt ou tard, en tout cas, il y aura la paix. Et moi-même, je souhaite que la paix règne sur cette terre. C'est ce que, en tout cas, je prie Dieu chaque fois et que je demande à Dieu que la paix règne pour que toute personne déplacée puisse retourner dans son coin et que la vie continue comme avant.
Tondo kota wende ti tonno kamba to lebagan dik tonna ha ton nawre bala tondo ya buri kyon ya buri kimbi la patrie où la mort nous vaincrons.
Zamani ushanga ambayo tulikuwa tunashona, ushanga alikuwa anashona, ninashonea hii kidole, ninashonea masikio, ninashonea shingo. Hatuna biashara yoyote ya kuwa tunauzia ushanga. Utauzia wapi? Sina juu pahali ambapo unajua. Hata tulikuwa hatujui kwanza ushanga unauzwa. Tuuzie nani?
Kina mama wa Kimasai alikuwa atoka afanya kazi kwengine, maana kuna majukumu ya nyumbani. Yeye ndio anatafuta kuni, yeye ndio anatafuta maji, yeye ndio anaenda sokoni kununua chakula ya watoto. Kazi ya mzee ni kung'ang'ana na mifugo. Najua mifugo iko mara ngapi? Mara 3. Kuna ng'ombe, kuna mbuzi, kuna ndama wale wadogo. Sasa kazi ya waume ni kazi ya mifugo peke yao. Kwa hiyo sio rahisi mama atoke aende afanye kazi kwingine, maana mzee akitoka kama anaenda kung'ang'ana na mifugo yake, anayobaki pale nyumbani ni mama. Kwa hiyo si rahisi apate nafasi ya kwenda kufanya kazi.
Mama tu ni kukaa tu kuangalia mali na kukamua na kupika basi. Mzee alikuwa anashughulika mambo zingine sote.
Sasa akishika ng'ombe mmoja ama mbili na ana mahali nzuri anafuga, kwa miaka 10 utakuja kuta hiyo ng'ombe mbili imefika ng'ombe 50. Maana ndio kasi yao. Lakini sasa kulingana na hali ya anga vile ilivyo, imekuwa ngumu pia wafuga hivyo.
There was a lot of slash and burn agriculture in this area. People could just cut down forest. We had natural water pans in the forests, but those water pans have already dried up. We had some rivers which were flowing down from the top of the hill, and that water could stay for a longer time. But these days, those rivers are no longer there. This is because of the change of weather patterns, and it's because people have destroyed the forest.
Saa hii huwezi kupata mzee ako na ng'ombe 100 hapa. Kwa mfano mimi ndio nawaongoza. Niko na bibi 2. Niko na wakasa wanangu, bibi za vijana wangu 4, kwa hiyo jamii yote kuna mama ni 6 na ng'ombe haifiki hata 20. Silikufa hata imebaki kama ng'ombe 15 hivi. Sasa unashindwa ukigawanya hizo ng'ombe 15 kwa hao kina mama kwa kila nyumba pale.
Anyasa na lenyorro anya na ribanga samu kurunyabu anyebo nwenga Musa kwa juu kasi nyingine, kasi yake tu ni ya mfugo. Ikitaka chakula mpaka use mfugo. Sasa hizo mfugo ndio hizo sasa hausiki. Sasa tutabaki tu kuangaliana na hao wa mabibi zetu. Ndio sasa naweza patia ruhusa, si ndio nimekuja sasa kupatia ruhusa sasa. Aenda afanye hizo mamradi. Ndio sasa tuangalia kama atapata kitu kidogo ya kulete nyumbani. Halete chakula nyumbani.
Hiyo shida ya mume wangu vile amekuja paka akaja kaaga imeletwa ni hiyo. Kumbe kitu ambayo unaizamini unaifanya kama mtoto. Mzee wangu ameanza peresha hapo na mwisho wake amekuja kwangu kuchukuliwa ni operation. Amejamu tu kumpeleka Voi hapa na ikawa ya kwake imeisha. Na peresha imekuja kwa ile mfugo yake. Watoto kama hawa wote ng'ombe zimeisha. Nitawapa nini? Tunenda tukashonee wazungu hizi bangili. Gari za wazungu zinakuja kama hapa, maana ilikuwa gari za wazungu zinakuja. Unaweka pale. Unanunuliwa penginepo, maana penginepo una nyumba moja ni shilingi 500 wala shilingi 300. Unakimbia, unajua mtoto wako atakula nini? Atakula nini?
Mwanaume sasa Kimasai sasa akifika mahali yeye anachua watoto, aisee, hiyo ndio inakuwa ngumu. Lakini sasa mama sasa ndio akaona kazi, na asipoenda hatutapata kitu, tabidi tuvumilie. Na bado kuna shughuli za mifugo pia, wadogo hao hajatoka pia, unaangalia pia hapo. So tumekuta sasa sisi wanaume tumekuwa na kazi nyingi nyumbani kwa sababu mama kutoka kwenda kwa kazi yao ya kikundi.
Kitambo wasendo natafuta wamama akaa kwa nyumba, nakamua, naosha hiyo kibuyu yetu ya kukamua maziwa, alafu nafanya kazi yao kwa nyumba. Mzee naenda kutafuta jioni, nakuja kukula, nafanya kazi wa boma. Lakini siku hizi wamama ndio natafuta, wazee siku hizi hakuna kazi. Naangalia tu watoto, mbuzi, ndio watoto ndogo ya ndama, alafu mimi naenda kutafuta na kuja kukula wote na yeye.
wanataka mind zao zimepanuka sasa, wamekuwa na mindset tofauti. Wanataka amke, asimamie wengine, wanataka kwenda mbele, warejeshe zile vikundi kama za walemavu kwao. Naona tu wamebadilika, hawako kama vile walikuwa
zamani. Ulikuwa unaambiwa kichwa ya nyumba ni nani? Kichwa ya boma, si ndio? Naambiwa ni mwanaume. Sasa hivi mimi naona kichwa ya boma ni mwanamke. Kwa nini si kwambia hivyo mtoto wangu? Naona wajukuu wangu anatoka huko Wachija, anakimbia kuliko aende akamwambie babake nimepokuzwa skuli. Anakimbia hata kama ni kumsalamia, anamsalamia tu kwa kichwa, anakimbia. Kwa nini umekuja mama? Nimepokuzwa ni mwalimu. Nenda kwa mamako. Zamani ilikuwa kuna hiyo.
Sasa hii ukikaa mtoto anakuambia mama, siende kushona nipate chakula. Sasa utabidi utatoka. Anajua mama ametoka, akirudi tena, akirudi anaka mfuko ya unga. Hawezi kulala njaa.
Mimi kama mama ninafurahi, maana kama naenda nje kutafuta pesa yangu, nakuja kukula na familia yangu. Nyumba nakuwa mzuri, kama pesa ni nyingi najenga nyumba yangu, najenga nyumba ya kupanga. Sasa hiyo kazi imekuwa mzuri sana. Naona kwa nyumba yangu iko sawa, hata kwa familia yangu. Maana kama naweza kupata pesa, hata mamangu naweza kupata kitu kidogo. Ndugu zangu sina kula wote.
Maisha yangu sasa hii imebadilika sana, kwa sababu vile nimeona maisha imebadilika. Watoto wanaenda mbele, kwa sababu hii pesa ambayo napata naendeleza watoto wangu kwa masomo, na naendeleza kwa kila kitu, kwa sababu nguo ya shule mimi naendeleza. Sasa hii nimeona mbali sana, kwa sababu watoto wameenda shule kubwa sana, na kwa sababu ya hiyo miradi yangu.
Kule tumetoka tunataka tu hiyo nguo ambayo tumelikuwa tumelalia tuitupe. Tunataka nguo mpya. Tunataka mabadiliko. Ndio tunataka.
أنا ما اللي أري إن خير إسحاق يلي أري بلتين إسحاق دراسان وحضور أكد لا لدي رأي حضور أها متاك كوري muddo badan aan tahay roogi iskoolaha ku dhakaday beritan haddii aan warbixin kooban siin ku sii degmada xudur waxyaabo ma jare iyo caanka ata nebida caanka ata taasoo oo soo jireen macnaha muddo badan iyo hahayti dad oo ammaanada ka fayl waaye beerajo beeraley waaye dadka beeraley boqolkiiba boqol beeraley lan hoolan qabne beer qab wal argay laakiin lan beeran qabne sidiisba ma jira beera ka noolin belitin may caanka iyo gaala xoolaha madileera gaala caanka iyo gaala eed miinka shaqdo anka hormarsan yiliinka dhaqde erinka hakiga looda anka yar may kale laka dhaqday shani laka dhaqday wadankan malabka isiin ba aragteen oo koonfurtan iyo waqooyiga meel walba lagu isticmaalo oo la dhoofiyo aragteen wadankan Allah ku saare wadankan isgaaraasan xudur isgaaraasan burburkii dhibaatooyin badan la kulmay khaasatan dadka oo dhibaatooyin kula kulmaya kumadahay anna dawladda intii aan burburneeba dagaalada sokeynay bilowday daduna min sheegdo Soomaali oo oraad weligaanayn dhamarna dad soo deginyi daris aan hasta korni ilma adeer dad iyo een oo una markii hore Soomaali la haysanay walaalhayni macnaha isquracdaan isla qadayani ehelsho madihan weerareeron qabiilhanin weerareen maalintaas inka dhab badanayd oo beledkii aan ka dhaladay ku roori la oo duqdi agaglagay la balaqaysadii alaabtay la qaaday gurigay la gubi waxyaabahaas tan inka yaab badanaay macnaha dhibaatadii ninka humaytayna taas haytay xilligaasana martay walla ama ban lahayna haroogni marka mucjizooyinkaas isku jaran mo rabbaani kullina hadee may ka cabaraan dunuub oo hor an galni madaas baadantii dhabkaninka dhinu ku hor una galni leeyna loo gooyay macnaha xaaladda hudur hadda eedaan faylata waqtigii hadda waqtiyaan aan dhow waqtinin ku faylaba ma jira wadankan dayuuro ma koo jirna dayuurad oo dawladda lata ama hay'adda lata marmar koo jireen dayuurad bareefad ee la helay dayuuraha ka adeegdo hayna ilaa hadda intii oo ha ka nagdeen qof oo dhab ka deersay mas'ala ka dili ma jira oo macnaha amaan humu ku dhiidi male marka alxamdulillah xilligan eedaan faylay walba problema ma jiraan eedaan faylay xilligan
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojaumi, and this is the news update. INEC has assured newly registered voters that their PVCs will be ready for collection from October. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu gave the assurance today while addressing a crowd of youths at a mega concert tagged Youth's Votes Count at the Old Parade Ground in Abuja. Amid the calls for the extension of the deadline for the CVR, that's a continuous voter registration, initially scheduled to end on June 30, INEC Chairman averred that the Commission would not hold the exercise anytime soon. It stated that INEC has continued to register thousands of voters, especially as the initial deadline draws closer. The mega concert is organized in collaboration with the European Union and PlusTvAfrica, a civil organization.
Part of the process. It's one of the days where we will sit down and expect everyone else to do what we're supposed to do and say, oh, they're going to elect whoever they want to elect. There's no day. It's us. So if we come out in numbers, the votes cannot be manipulated. So go out there, get your PVC and actually vote.
You know, it's been a long time we've been trying to get this right. This forthcoming election in 2023 is the time for us to take Nigeria back, you know, for all Nigerian youths. I want to appreciate everyone who have been coming out to get their PVCs. You know, it's a great change to what we've been seeing all the while.
I'm getting a PVC alone. It's about going out there to vote when the time is right. On election day, you have to go out to vote. So it's one thing to register for PVC, that's the first thing. It's another thing to go and pick the PVC up when it is ready, that's the second. Then you cannot go through all this stress of registering for PVC, collecting of PVC, then not use it on election day. So the major thing is to vote wisely on election day. We are all tired of the madness going on. So if we want to change that, we need to go out there and exercise our rights and bring in good leaders that will serve us better.
From history so far, they make it look like our votes don't count. But this time around, I want everyone to come outside. I've gotten our own PVC, we've get yours. Let's decide what we want our future to look like. It's time for us to all come outside and decide how we want our country to be.
INEC has listed the conditions for political parties to substitute candidates whose names have been forwarded to the Commission. For the electoral umpire, the law does not give any political party the right to replace a validly nominated candidate, as it's the prerogative of the individual to be substituted. This comes amid reports that some political parties, including the APC and Labour Party, nominated their vice presidential candidates as placeholders pending the conclusion of talks for a substantive candidate to be picked. While the former forwarded the name of Ibrahim Kabir Masuri as its vice presidential candidate, the latter had nominated Doyin Okupe for the same position. Reacting to this development, INEC National Commissioner Festus Okoye said the electoral body will take a decision in accordance with the Electoral Act. ICPC has raided the Abuja home of a military contractor and seized over 175 million naira to 172,965 a G-Wagon vehicle, 2022 model of BMW and Mercedes-Benz cars. Operatives also recovered customized mobile phones, several designer wristwatches, including 3 Rolex wristwatches, and some property documents. ICPC arrested the managing director of K. Salam Construction Company, Nigeria Limited, Kabiru Salau, and saying that the owner of the property is Mr. Salau. The Anti-Graft Agency, in a statement by ICPC spokesperson Azuka Ogaga, had denied that the home belonged to a former Chief of Army Staff, Tukur Buratai. Now, the Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership has reacted to the raid and search of the Abuja property belonging to a military contractor by the ICPC for alleged money laundering. Operatives arrested the managing director of the K. Salam Construction Company, Nigeria Limited, Kabiru Salau, in a statement. Kaku's director of administration and programs, Tola Oreso, told the ICPC that financial impropriety is single-handedly responsible for the downward socioeconomic situation of things in Nigeria. Noting that the Commission had confirmed that an investigation was still ongoing, he said citizens deserved to know the truth. The ICPC raid uncovered more than 175 million naira amongst other items. As part of efforts to position the Nigerian Army in order to combat crime and protect their territorial boundaries, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya, has commissioned multiple projects for soldiers in different army barracks in Edo State. Addressing the men before commissioning the projects, Lieutenant General Yahya stated that the new projects were part of his vision geared towards ensuring improvement of the living standards for the soldiers and their families. The governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, commended the Chief of Army Staff for his focus on finding a balance between work and family life for the officers.
We're in Auchi, where we declare open research and development seminar and we commission project. Today again, in 4 Brigade, we have commissioned, like you have seen, some accommodation for officers, some places for soldiers, and we have also commissioned regimental sergeant majors accommodation or official residence. All in the overall effort of the Nigerian Army under my watch to improve the welfare and well-being of the personnel. Administration is one of the key pillars of my command philosophy, and now it includes good accommodation and living quarters for the personnel, and that's what you have seen us do. And all across the Army also, we are taking the drive everywhere to improve, the well-being, the administration of the personnel.
Your presence here today has gone a long way to reaffirm your clear and continued commitment to training, which you have prioritized as the best welfare for us.
Our modest contribution of a 20-room officers' accommodation is the least we can do to support what the Army has been to us in this state. The chief was here, like I said, August 24th last year. And we pleaded with him and said, look, we're having crisis on the Benin-Eho stretch of the Benin-Auchi Road.
In other parts of Africa, a fight against terrorist insurgents continues in Mali, with more than 60 alleged terrorists killed and 8 arrested in the country's troubled region. This is according to the National Armed Forces. The military announcement came on the same day as the prime suspects of the latest mass killings reportedly rejected any responsibility in the attack. The Malian government blamed the Messina Katiba for the massacre of civilians in Daya-Lasagu and 2 nearby towns in the central part of the country. The Al-Qaeda-affiliated terror group was created in 2015 and has reportedly occupied towns in the central region of Mopti, despite pressures. Outside Africa, European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell met Iran's top diplomat today as the bloc seeks to break an impasse between Tehran and Washington over reinstating a nuclear pact. But the talks have since been bogged down, chiefly over Tehran's insistence that Washington remove the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, its lead security force, from the U.S. Foreign Terrorist Organization FTO list. The United States said earlier in June it was awaiting a constructive response from Iran on reviving the 2015 deal, under which Iran restricted its nuclear program in return for relief from economic sanctions, that's without extraneous issues. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian last week called on Washington, which exited the deal and then imposed crippling sanctions on Tehran during the Trump administration in 2018, to be realistic. A gunman went on a terrifying rampage in a gay bar and the surrounding streets in Oslo today, killing 2 people and injuring more than 20 on the day the city's LGBTQ community was due to celebrate its annual Pride Parade. The attack took place in the early hours with victims shot inside and outside a London pub, a well-known gay bar and nightclub open since 1979, as well as at one other bar in the center of the Norwegian capital. A suspect, a 42-year-old Norwegian citizen of Iranian origin, was detained minutes after embarking on the shooting spree, according to police, who said they believed he acted alone. 2 weapons, including a fully automatic gun, were retrieved from the crime scene. Oslo police lawyer Christian Hatlo told the news conference that the attack was being investigated as an act of terrorism and also that the suspect was known to authorities for violence of a less severe nature. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojaomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. hence leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And as this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame.
Put your card number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomongo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I'll give you back millions or thousands. Will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me, in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical. We need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempts to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now
does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular. Hopefully, the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. It's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line I want to start using or there's a sentiment of, now help us to make it known. If you start a kind of particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through 1 or 2 trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the 4 walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this thing is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another interesting episode of Space and Style. If this is your first time of watching the show, this is where we talk about all things property. My name is Olamide Onifade, and today we are going to be talking about a very topical issue in property acquisition. And of course, on another segment, we have our interior decorator who will be sharing tips on how to take our DIY decor to another level. On the property of the week, we are going to showcase a unique property to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, on the artisan of the week, we have a craftsman who will take us through the nitty-gritty of his craftsmanship. But before we jump into the show, let's go on a short break and please stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. On the show today, we're going to be having a conversation on a topical issue which many people can relate to, and that is acquiring property from traditional landowners, popularly called the Omoniles in the local parlance. Have you ever bought land from a landowning family, popularly called the Omonile? What was your experience? Daunting, I guess. So to discuss this topic with me is a delectable lady and veteran in the business. My guest today is Mrs. Adaku Chibuike Ochenwa. She's a legal practitioner and senior partner at the Priceless Chambers with over 10 years experience in handling real estate matters. She specializes in investigating and performing comprehensive review of land and title documents in real estate transactions. Thank you so much, Adaku, for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
So how has practice been in that niche? You know, property transaction, because I can imagine, because that's my niche too, and I understand what you go through every day.
Well, I would say practice in that area has been interesting. Wow. You definitely get to hear a lot of stories. And beyond the stories, you are working the journey with prospective homeowners, prospective real estate investors. So it's quite interesting seeing that you are assisting clients to realize their dreams of home ownership or investment in real estate. So it's been an interesting journey thus far.
So this Omoniles College. So to start with, how do you advise a potential client to negotiate a land deal with a traditional, landowners? So rather than say traditional landowners, for the sake of ease, we just say Omonile. So how do you?
Okay, so normally people, prior to this season where we have a lot of real estate companies springing up, we know that people largely bought properties from what you call the Omoniles. And one of the major issues people have experienced with buying from Omoniles is because most times those transactions are either fraught with disputes or fraudulent practices. That's where you get to see somebody is selling to 1, 2, 3 other persons in that place. So what normally I would advise clients to do is ensure that, one, you're dealing with the right family.
How do you ensure that?
Okay, so before we get to how do we ensure you're dealing with the right family, okay, we call it due diligence. Ensure you do your due diligence. In law, it's called caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. So I want to buy lands from land-owning family. One, I want to find out what documents do they have on the land. If they have a registered survey, and most times, they do not have that. But some families do have it. But where you're dealing with a family that doesn't have it, one of the things you want to rely on is grapevine. Now, land and
what
properties.
What do you mean grapevine?
That's where I'm going. Now, land and properties are largely fixed assets. So they've been there for decades. There are people who know the story about this. There are, as in a neighborhood, people know that this property has been here. People have a story to tell you about this property. They know who has moved in, they know who have moved out and all that. So most times when you say grapevine, it's like getting the gists in the community about that property. So most times you get to say, Mumokbe, I know that something happened.
They can readily tell you who the landowner is.
They'll tell you the history and all that. So, and not just the news you get from local intel. You can also look out for who the traditional ruler or leader is in that community. So you can either go there to see the person, and if you don't have access directly to the traditional ruler, you can definitely see the PA or somebody within the traditional ruling families to give you a gist about the property. Oh, I heard that family Lagbaja owns this property, and we just want to come and verify that indeed that this is what is here. Because I know that for a few clients have handled search, that's always the step we get to take when trying to investigate, especially where there are no documents to authenticate the fact that you are the landowning family.
So are there pros? I know there are cons to buying from Omonile. Well, are there any pros at all? I mean, advantages from buying from them?
Okay, so I would like to say that prior to the Land Use Act, what they had was a freehold title. In essence, their title was second to none, was more like, so definitely when you buy from them, you have an absolute title. However, with the Land Use Act, their title, though not removed, is still subject to that of the governor, who is the trustee of all the lands there. So when you're buying from them, the title you have is almost similar to what they have. In essence, it's almost similar to a freehold title before you register it. So when you go ahead, after you've bought from them and you want to go ahead to register it, that's when the government begins to regulate the amount of years you have on that land.
Okay, so you're saying that you can get up to 99?
You can get up to 99.
Because you're probably the first buyer.
Directly from them. Exactly.
Okay.
Then you have to be the one to process the C of O and regularize your stand there. So that's one of the advantage. Okay. However, with the uprise of estates, you get to see that one of the disadvantages of buying such lands is that most times there's no clear mapping of what the building structure in such areas are. You get to see that there are no proper drainage systems and all that. So that is one of the lashback from buying such, except you're already buying in a built-up community where you're seeing all those drainage systems and a proper mapping of the land. So when you're buying from them in such areas, then it's a good deal because you're buying directly from the people who have something close to a freehold title.
So what about the disadvantages, which I know are enormous?
Yes, so like we've said, one of the disadvantages is always that issue of them reselling to 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Yes, we know we have a law that's in Lagos State, the Lagos State Property Protection Law, that actually guards against land grabbers. But it's one thing to have the law, and it's one thing to actually execute it. Though I know there has been execution, but the fact is the headache one has to go through to execute the law. As in essence, I bought a property. So recently, I and a few friends came together and we wanted to start a land banking project, and we did our due diligence and all that. Now, it wasn't up to 2 weeks after we've made the payment, so we had not even established acts of possession there and all that. So the day we went, 2 weeks after, to start establishing acts of possession, somebody drove past us and said, "Madam, now get this land." And we said, yes. Say, "Hey, these Omonile people, they can't bring me, come here." So, in essence, immediately we heard that. In short, that day we just went to view the land, clear the place and all that. We took acts of possession immediately. We started establishing boundaries and all that. So
what do you mean in layman terms? What do you mean acts of possession?
Okay, so when I said we took acts of possession immediately, is we had to start establishing our presence there. Establishing our presence by fencing, by putting blocks, by ensuring that people know that aside from the fact that this place has been bought from the Omoniles, it has been cleared, and now you're seeing a building come up. Do you understand? So definitely, if somebody brings you there, then we place the signboard. If somebody brings you there and say that I'm the owner of this land, you will want to call the number there. You will want to see there are physical...
So you have constructive notice.
Exactly. So you have constructive notice. You can't ignore the fact that you didn't notice that people were already establishing their acts of possession.
Okay, Adako, just hold your thoughts.
Okay.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back.
Thank you.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, and you are still watching Space and Style. Adako Chibuike Ochinwa is still with us in the studio discussing how to acquire land from traditional landowners popularly known as Omonile in local palace. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you too for
before
having
we went
me.
on the break, we were talking about how to do your due diligence and all that. But how, okay, so for instance, you're starting a real estate transaction and you want to buy from this Omonile, who are the professionals you should be having beside you?
Okay, so as a person, as an individual who wants to buy properties from Omonile, I would refer to two major professionals you should have on standby when you want to transact with Omoniles. One is your legal practitioner, and two, it's your surveyor. Now, your legal practitioner, because they understand the pros and cons of buying from family lands. In essence, they need to know that the person or the people you're transacting with has capacity to transfer title to you. Because when you're buying from land-owning families, not everybody there has the capacity to transfer to you because they belong to the family. So you want to ensure that your legal practitioner is guiding you to make sure that you're transacting with the right people that can transfer title to you. And your surveyor, you want to be sure that that particular portion where you are negotiating on is free from government acquisition.
So what's the role of the surveyor then?
The role of the surveyor is to get to site, ensure that the right coordinates are picked, and carry out a search on it to be sure that the land you intend to buy
is free from acquisition.
It's indeed the same property that is being described on the survey plan.
Okay, so there are also a lot of hidden charges when you buy. Foundation, what's it called,
levy.
Charge. This one levy, different, members of the family would come in. How can you avoid that?
Okay, so I initially talked about the Lagos State Property Protection Law. The Lagos State Property Protection Law actually worked on regulating that. And it said that people should not, through their agents or something, reap people off who want to construct. However, it does not preclude land-owning families from collecting their usual foundation levy or Omonile, but this must be.
So, are you saying the government is agreeing with them that they are entitled
to
the
foundation? Actually, I'm saying that the law is agreeing with them that they are entitled to the foundation levy. However, it must be collected through the family head. So when you're transacting for the land, you're negotiating that along with them so that you don't have issues when you're constructing. And you're going into agreement terms with them that this is all I'm paying over this. Nobody should come again to the construction site to demand for this.
But of course, you know that you can't control that. What if they come back? How do you get out of it?
To a large extent, you can control that because you're negotiating with the family head. The family head has authority over the family, the land-owning family. So I'm negotiating with you guys. Okay, we're going to construct this, that. And another thing we have learned in the real estate business, now this is not legal, this is real estate. There are necessary evils. In essence, you might not always be on site. So you want to create, and you're going to be buying into their community, you want to create a camaraderie
with them.
Now you can get them to supply you blocks. You can get them involved.
Get them busy.
You get so that in a way they're earning from your construction, and at the same time they're overseeing one or two of your projects.
So how do you determine that you're speaking to the right family member? Because you're talking about family head, principal, members of the family, and
which is why it's always advisable that you go with a very sound real estate professional in the field when you're going on that journey with Omoniles.
Wow.
It's not something you can do alone.
Thank you so much, Adaku.
Thank
it's
you.
So unfortunate we are already out of time. I would have loved to have the discussion again, but of course, this is an ongoing discussion. There are many areas that we have not touched on, and I hope you come back again when you call.
I definitely look forward to coming back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
It was an insightful discussion.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of this segment, and I believe that after listening to this discussion, you have more knowledge and insight of what to do when you're dealing with customary landowners and avoid being victims of fraudulent transactions. And this takes us to the next segment of the show. So let's hear what our interior decorator is preaching to us this week. Enjoy.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu, CEO and Chief Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today we're going to talk about lighting in interior design. Lighting is one of the most important elements of design. And it's simply because an interior project is brought to light with lighting. Imagine a space that you do a beautiful colors, beautiful furniture with no light. You know, it's not going to, it's not going to be lively. It will be drab. So lighting brings life to every design project. So we're going to talk about, today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of lighting, and also I'm going to talk to you about the different types of lighting we've got in interior design. So light creates depth and it creates coziness in a design project. Also, light can be used to focus on very attractive areas in a design project because, let me take for example, you design a living space and you put a particular beautiful furniture in a corner, you know, and you want to highlight this furniture, you can put a lighting around there, you know, to bring focus to that furniture. So you use lighting to do that. Also, lighting can be used for tasks. Right? So we want to read, for example, we can have the reading lamps, we can have lighting that are used in kitchen cabinetry, for instance, that you want to focus on some items that you put in your cabinets, right? Or you put wall arts on the wall, you might want to have lighting on top of these wall arts, you know, to focus on some interior accessories that you put on them. So lighting can be used for this. So we're going to go into types of lighting that we have. So we've got three broad categories of lighting. So we've got the ambience lighting, we have the task, and we have the accent light. So for the ambience light is like the light that gives the ambience to the space. So it's the bright lighting. So you can use chandeliers to create that. You can use your spotlight to create that. So that's what gives the mood to that space. So let me take, for example, in a workspace, like an office, a corporate office, you want to have bright lighting. So you don't want to start using like the mood yellow or very amber lighting. You want to use the white lighting because that is the function of that space. In a home, for example, maybe you have a living room or you want to have a place where it's cozy, you might want to use like your amber lighting. So we have got the ambient light. We have the task light that is used for purpose. So let me take, for example, in the kitchen, I want to put it under my cabinetry. So if I want to work on the kitchen top, I can put it on and I can chop and see clearly. If I want to read by maybe a reading table in a corner, I want to put light there so it helps me, it illuminates the area properly for me. You know, so we also have the accent light that can focus on pieces, you know, just to accentuate those pieces. So let me take, for example, a wall art. You can have a beautiful wall art on the wall and you want to put a beautiful lighting over it to focus on the wall art. You can have like a pretty piece somewhere, you want to put light on it to just focus on it. So those are the different categories of lighting that we have. But in some, and we also have the decorative lighting. And in some instances, you can have some lighting that are ambience lighting, but again, they're decorative. And that's when we talk about our chandeliers. And that's why we have some chandeliers, they're not drab, they're a bit dramatic, you know, to bring, you know, to pop the space. All right, so let me give you a tip to go away with today. So if you have a small space and you don't want to spend too much and you still want your space to be a bit dramatic, you can just change your chandelier. Have that dramatic chandelier in place. I hope you've been able to learn one or two things today. See you again next week.
Welcome back to the last segment of the show, the artisan spot, where we discuss with a highly skilled workman on the intricacies of his craftsmanship. Enjoy.
My name is Williams Michael. I'm an iron bender. I've been serving for like, before I became contractor, I've been serving for like 8 years before I became a contractor. Just only, if you have a child brain, you can only use like 3 years, 4 years to learn it. It will make you to understand more and to make you to have more knowledge, more wisdom about the world. And to make you to be traveling around so many places, like so many places you have not been going before. a lot of places like that. So that's why I choose to do it. I just like it. Yeah, number one, everything for safety at first. You have to be careful about what you do, how you work on the site. You have to be careful about all those things. Anybody can be a good animal, but once you learn it, it's something, it's work you learn normally. So there's no physical or something like that. Everything is not just like energy, song, no, use your brain. There are some kind of things that I will bend. And if a guy comes to me, and anybody that have muscle power more than me, he can't even bend it. Why? Because you need to use your brain. There's the way it's bent. If you don't learn it, you can't just come and do it. The best part of the job is laying and tightening. Laying mats and tightening. I enjoy it. The major problem I do find in the job is that normally sometimes the job is get some that they will just rush you. You have to finish this on time, and you don't even have enough time to do the job. So that's the major challenge we do face on the job. So they have to give us time to finish it. But when they are rushing us, you may not be able to meet up our point at times again. You need to understand the tape. It's very important. And you need to know how to bend. To bend is one of the most important things, and the tape again. And secondly, for you to become a contractor in iron bender, you have to understand the drawing, which they call plan, in any way. Anyhow they design it, anyhow you have to understand it very well. Yes, I advise people to learn this work because it's a very good job and to let you to know more about what you didn't even know before and to make you travel to many states.
Space and Style.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade, and thanks so much for watching. Until next week, this is Space and Style.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Be careful, APC Chairman Adamu warns Machina over senatorial ticket tussle with Lawan. And Ekweremadu and wife in UK prison over alleged organ harvesting, I beg your pardon. Well, this is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anacon. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Abdullahi Adamu, warned Bashir Machina over comment on the party's senatorial ticket in Yobe. The ticket has sparked controversy after Machina won the party's primary. He made it that he would not step down for Senate President Ahmed Lawan. Now, Lawan had contested for the APC presidential ticket, but he lost. However, Lawan, who represents Yobe North, was eventually listed as senatorial candidate for the general elections. Joining us tonight to discuss this and more is Babashola Adegbuyi. He's a political analyst, and Opunabo Inko-Tare is a former special advisor to the Rivers State Governor and a rights advocate. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Good evening. Good evening.
Great. It's good to have you join us.
Good evening, Nigeria.
Great. It's good to have you join us. We have seen the whole dummy ticket thing play out. I mean, before now, it was the delegate situation. Everybody was talking about delegates. They seem to have dominated the headlines. But now, dummy tickets or placeholders seem to be the order of the day. And we have seen that play out in the Senate president's situation in Yobe State and in Akwa Ibom State for former Governor Godswill Akpabio. And one would wonder why this would hold sway. But then some people even credit this to the new electoral law, saying that this has opened a can of worms. Opunaba, I want to start with you. Where do you stand on this dummy ticket situation?
Are you talking of the Machina situation?
Yes.
Ticket?
Yes.
Okay. It's quite highly provocative. I listened to the APC National Chairman, Adamu, and it is quite characteristic of that man who has this predisposition for authoritarianism and a predilection for transgression of laws. The man who contested the election, the primary, was Machina. And I think that was sometime in May. And what was his name? Lawan went for the presidential ticket of the APC sometime in June or thereabouts. And he lost. Now, the argument is that Lawan contested the primaries. Well, assuming without conceding that he even contested, who won the primaries? That is the question. That is the conundrum. The man who won the primary was Machina. And unless Machina writes to INEC, to the party first, and later that letter will be transmitted to INEC, unless that happens, and it must be voluntary, unless that happens, Lawan cannot claim to be the candidate for the senatorial ticket of the platform of APC, which is not possible. And this political, what I refer to as political bludgeoning by Adamu, should not be brooked by anybody. Because what he is saying is not within the cognizance of the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act is clear on this, quite lucid on this, that the candidate must voluntarily withdraw in writing. And that must be transmitted to the party and to INEC. And you now have to conduct fresh primaries. You see, these are all electoral obligations, procedural obligations that must be met if you have to substitute a candidate. Therefore, it is surprising that INEC will upload the name of Lawan as the candidate for that senatorial seat. I am very happy. It is actually happifying to note that Machina has sworn to fight this. And there will be a judicial pronouncement on this. And I have a settled conviction that the judgment will be in favor of Machina, unless that judgment is procured. And any judge who does that, of course, we all know what is going on right now in the judiciary. Any judge who does that should be sanctioned, because these things are in black and white. They are clearly stated in the Electoral Act and lucid. So I cannot comprehend where Adamu is coming from. That should not be broken. That level of impunity should not be accepted by anybody. And that is the problem we have in this country, where people will want to transgress the laws with impunity. I am happy that Machina is resolute on this, and we are waiting to see the eventually turnout of events.
Let me go to you, Babashala. I'd like to quote exactly what the APC chairman said to BBC Hausa, referring to Machina. He did say that if you do not know how to set a trap for a thief, the thief will set a trap for you. He said Machina should be careful. His issue is getting out of hand. And he said, as far as I'm concerned, as chairman, my party did not violate any law. Some would call this a threat. Some would say he's speaking authoritatively as a chairman of the party who's trying to make sure that its house is together. But what are your thoughts?
Well, the first question I will ask the chairman of National APC, the national chairman of APC is the bylaw or the constitution of APC above the Nigerian constitution? If not, so whatever he's saying is just wasting his time, because the truth is, you cannot be threatening a man who has won an election. There was a call for people to buy forms. He bought the form. There was a primary that was held. He attended the election and he won the primary. Now, for calling on the guy to step aside for someone who did not contest for that position is totally unconstitutional. If the INEC goes ahead with the election and presents Lawan, they have not done the job for Machina. Because at the end of the day, Machina will win the election, either in court or anywhere, if APC wins that particular general election. If not, all the threats by the national APC will end the APC, regardless of who you are. You don't threaten other members of the political party because of the interest of one man. When Lawan knew that he was interested in going back to the National Assembly, why did you go for the national president primaries election? So it shows that it's all about the individual and not about the interest of the party, as far as I'm concerned. And another thing is this: I don't know if there was an agreement, even if there was an agreement between the two of you before going into the primary election. Machina, for him to say he's no longer interested, regardless of what, that agreement is not binding on anybody. Although it is what we call a betrayal of trust. So you cannot hold him responsible if the party wins or loses. So it's his own election. What they will just do for him is to help him win the election, and that will be the end. And at the end of the day, just like the other speaker said, he will be the winner of the election if the APC eventually wins in the general election.
Talking about the law now, because a lot of people have been making reference to the fact that, there are certain rules and regulations, and if this must be done a certain way. I'd like to quote the human rights lawyer, Femi Falana, who spoke on this issue. He did say that there are ways in which this can be handled. And the only way that Machina and, of course, Akpabio can have their names legally on that list is if the other people voluntarily withdraw. Now, but what does this say about the ruling party and handling of issues that have to do with some form of legality, especially in this case? Again, I want to go back to what what Adamu said about Machina. He put out a parable, of course, but then he also said that it's getting out of hand, and he will, as a party man, do the necessary. Do we see the APC adhering to the rule of law here, or are we going to see another show that might, one way or the other, cut corners as against what we would be expecting during this election? And like I said at the beginning, how does this make the party look at a time like this? Open up.
Well, sometimes... Who's talking?
Go ahead.
Okay, sometimes we need to look at what is on ground. Adamu, the national chairman, can use his own role, his own position to do whatever he likes. But the rule of law is still there. The worst they can do is to allow the other political party to win by not supporting Machina in the general election that will be coming up in the next election.
But can they afford that? Can they afford that move right now, knowing that, as Fani Kayode had spoken a few days ago about 22 candidates in the senators might be leaving the party. 2 already have left. 2 people have left the APC. Can they afford losing to the opposition, knowing that this might deplete the number of senators on the floor of the National Assembly? Can they do that?
Yeah, it's possible for them to do that. It is very, very much possible. As long as we still have the INEC, if you look at the INEC timetable, there is still time for replacement of candidates. So now it is all about the highest bidder. If you go to a political party that is ready to present a party, that's ready to present a candidate, and the candidate is ready to accept a ransom, I can tell you that candidate can step aside for the other guy to come in. I think the INEC has up to July 15 for replacement of candidate. So it is still possible, anything can still possible between now and July 15. So all the judge need to do is to continue to talk to Machina, but threatening Machina will not solve any problem.
Okay, Openabo, I'm most interested in the part where INEC was or had received the names of the former governor of Akwa Ibom State and, of course, the Senate president, as opposed to the people who actually engaged in the primaries. What does this also say about INEC in itself?
Well, the integrity of INEC is at stake. I am a little bit dazed to hear or know that the names of Senator Godswill Akpabio and targeted by that, because INEC is quite cognizant of the law. You see, there are no 2 ways. Like I rightly said earlier on, the law on this is loosey. What is the provision of the law? Machina will have to voluntarily resign, withdraw, communicate same to the party, then the party will now transmit that letter of withdrawal to INEC. The questions you're going to ask, what are those burning questions? 1, who contested? Because you must have primaries. And a candidate must only emerge after the primaries. Whether you even partook in the primaries, the issue is who was declared the winner at the primaries. That is 1. Now, that candidate that was declared is the man that, in the eyes of INEC, is the man that is going to contest the general elections. That man has the right to withdraw, and that's why you have that provision. Now, when he withdraws, and it must be voluntary, he must not be coerced. So even if today they say, oh, the man has withdrawn as a result of Adamu's pressure, he has been coerced. He was stampeded into it. So it will be illegal. It must be voluntary. To write to the party will now transmit same to INEC. Therefore, the man who contested was Machina. The man who met was Machina. How on earth did the name of Lawan appear? I'm not even bothered about Adamu. Adamu can say any kind of thing he wants to say. I don't give a damn. Adamu is not INEC. Adamu is not the law. My problem is INEC. How did the name of Lawan appear? And Akpabio, how did those names appear? That is the burning question, or rather the next question. Because even if they go to court, they will lose. So I am really taken aback. I am shocked that a man who never contested an election emerged as a candidate. We Nigerians will not allow that. We will not allow that to take place. And I'm enjoining Nigeria to rise up to this occasion. We cannot allow anybody to just come and bludgeon us with the way they like and have their way because they are in positions of authority. This is infernal, completely infernal and unacceptable. So we want to see the end of this. And of course, INEC will be joined in the suit because they have to come and explain to Nigerians, to the court, how the names of Lawan and Fabio appeared. You must explain when they did not contest the primaries.
Okay.
It is highly ridiculous and provocative.
Okay.
This is enough to stimulate crisis in that state. And I bet you, if they are not careful, the APC will lose, no, APC will even have the candidate, but it will lose because right now the candidate is Machina. But it will definitely lose the election if they don't put if David does not put his house in order. It will lose that election.
Okay, I think that we're having a little connection issue with you, Opunabo, but let me toss back to get some clarity in terms of what the APC has learned and hasn't learned. Now, Babashala, we see that in 2019, there were lingering internal party crises, pockets of these issues, whether it was in Kwara, whether it was in Zamfara, whether it was in Rivers. There were these issues that somewhat was a setback of sorts for the party. Do you think that the APC has learned from what happened in 2019? And if they have learned, how and why do you think that this is happening now in 2022? It might not be the same thing, but we're seeing a type and a shadow of what had happened in 2019. Has any lesson been learned? And could this be mopped up as soon as possible to save face for the party?
Well, if I remember very well, I think what actually happened in 2019 was a matter of APC not fielding a candidate, and at the end of the day, the court had to stop APC from contesting in election. Well, I am not a member of APC. I cannot tell you if they have actually learned or not, but to the best of my knowledge, they have not learned. Not only from what happened in their own political party, but in Nigeria political party generally. This is not the first time this is happening. I remember, was it, the River State government then, Rotimi Chibuke Amechi, actually won the primary election. PDP fielded someone else to contest for the election. And he waited for the election to end. And he went back to the court, this is my case. And court removed the sitting governor and put the owner of the seat there. You get, so if we are to talk of learning, they have not learned. And according to what Opiabono said the other time, if you go ask someone to do something, that person is under duress. It's more or less like that person has not willingly done it, but voluntarily resigning from that race. So what that means is that at the end of the day, he can still go back to court and still get back his seat if APC eventually wins, because we have been made to understand that it is not the people that wins the seat, but the party. And if Adamu is not careful, I can tell you, APC will most likely lose that position in Yobe North. And everybody will lose, and that is all.
And finally, Opunabo, I'm coming to you now. Knowing how the law works in Nigeria, sometimes, justice has its day, but half the time, some of these cases don't go the way we expect them to. And if this were to hold sway, for example, if this were to slide through with INEC having received Akpabio's name and, of course, Senator Ahmed Lawan's name as those who contested for the primaries, and these are the candidates for the elections come 2023, if this were to sail through, what precedents are we setting for every other political party and the electoral process in general, being that this might just be something that everybody might take up later, because if there's a precedence, people will always point to it. But is this something that we want to allow history to quote us on?
Yes, Marianne, yes, I agree with you that like you insinuated, in most cases in Nigeria, the rule of law is caged and administration of justice roundly subverted. I agree with you. Judgments are procured in most cases in this country. But I honestly cannot fathom how the judges will stand the law on its head in this particular matter. You see, the only negative aspect of this is that if APC had a chance to win that ticket, it is definitely going to lose that ticket as a result of schism in the party. But that Lawan will be the candidate in the general elections is highly impossible, almost impossible, and I want to call on everybody to ensure that that does not happen. You know what that means? It's like you, Mary Ann, contesting after the primaries, contesting, going, is like you now, I think I'm from Akwa Ibom. INEC will now put your name on their portal as the governorship candidate for PDP. There is no difference. That is what it means. Because if you don't contest, so you can take anybody from anywhere to put anywhere. That is not allowed. I mean, that is complete, and is a prescription for anarchy. How are you going to explain that? So I don't think we should not even conceive it, because the conception of it will even give them some sort of gumption, as if it is possible. It is impossible. It is like batting on a sticky wicket. It cannot work. INEC does not even have the powers to so do, because the hands of INEC are set by the Electoral Act. So it cannot even have the powers to so do. That will be active ultra-virus, and it could not be tolerated.
Okay.
If they have the names of Lawan and the names of Akpabio, they should come and delete those names and throw them away and allow those who want the primary to go ahead with the primary. The only negative aspect is that APC is going to lose because PDP will take advantage of that. But we should stop tolerating nonsense in this country.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you. Babashala Adegbuyi is a political analyst. Opunabo Inko Tara is a former special advisor to the governor of Rivers State. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll keep our eyes on this story and watch it as it develops. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will discuss the alleged organ harvesting case against the former Senate President Ike Ekweremadu and his wife. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics now. The former Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu, and his wife, Beatrice, are in prison after they were denied bail by an Uxbridge magistrate court in the United Kingdom. Now, the lawmaker and his wife are facing trial charges on human trafficking and organ harvesting. The alleged victim in this is a homeless 15-year-old boy whose identity is yet to be disclosed. He was reportedly brought to the United Kingdom by Ekweremadu and his wife from the streets of Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. Now, documents show a letter written by Ekweremadu to the British High Commission explaining the situation and that have surfaced online and claims the donor is not a minor. Now, joining me to discuss and break this down, because this is the most trendy topic today, is Obinna Chukwu. He is a legal practitioner. Jide Ologun, who is also a legal practitioner, and Mr. Ezekiel Nyaitok, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. This is a very good team to have discussed this matter.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm going to start from the legal perspective, and then we'll look at the politics of it. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Ologun. A lot of this story has had many dimensions. There's the side of the Senate president, and there are those who are supporting the Senate president. There are those who are against him. And then, of course, there is the British story, all in it. Now, they have been denied bail. But there are people who are querying the sketchiness of the story from the boy and, of course, from the Senate president. Tell me what you think is going on.
It's already beyond the media arguments that we have in Nigeria. London Metropolitan Police has chosen to arraign Ekweremadu and the wife on some allegations. And it includes procuring a passport for a boy of 15, claimed to be 21. Human trafficking is involved. Intention to carry out organ harvest is involved. And for the UK government, they have refused to grant them bail because they do not take lightly the allegations involved in this conduct. And we can quickly try and make a comparison. You recall that the former governor of Delta State was jailed in the UK for 13 years in respect of corruption, fraud, money laundering. And he has not even been prosecuted in Nigeria for the same offenses. So you don't expect that the UK will browse over these allegations lightly. And having said that, they still have access to the presumption of innocence. These are just allegations at this point. So you expect that the UK government will carry out thorough investigation and run them through diligent prosecution before a committed judiciary. So we cannot put on the matter right now. But for the purpose of trying to expose us to what the elements are, when you talk about the elements of crime, you talk about the mental state, which we call the mental state. Latin word for guilty mind. We talk about the conduct itself, actus reo. We talk about the concurrence, which means that without the mens rea and actus reo, we cannot even convict anyone of crime. And you talk about the causation, which links the accused with this criminal conduct. So right now, the matter has been adjourned to the point of view of 2022. The critical aspect of it is that it's so important to the UK government that they have not been granted bail. So we are monitoring to see how it goes. But basically, I mean, for presenting that young man to be 21, rather than the rightful age of 15, it's a serious issue. And some of the lessons to learn here is that the UK government takes issues like this seriously. So what passes in Nigeria may not pass in the UK. So, okay. And the former Controller General of Immigration has promised that there should be a relationship between Nigeria and the UK to resolve this matter. But basically, I anchor my position now that there are allegations against the couple.
Okay.
And it's left for the police and the government to come to a conclusion.
Okay. Let me move to Barrister Chukwu. Many have made a case, an argument. I mean, FFK has also argued that it is an allegation. There is still that innocence until proven guilty. And the questions that many ask is, I mean, because there has been a story, a side to it, which says that this young person got to the United Kingdom, was tutored as to what he would do. And first, let's not forget that the organ did not, according to them, match. Hence, they wanted to return him to the United Kingdom, but returned him to Nigeria, but he ran away and got to the Home Office. And then all of a sudden, decided to say, well, look, according to them, I'm 15 years old. I came here against my own will. And of course, it has become what it is. But why would a long-serving senator decide to go on this path? I mean, we know that we have fought against, we've fought for child's rights. We've fought against abuse of the rights of children and all of those things. And even certain states had put out a law that their youngsters would not even be taken into any form of modern-day slavery. Why do you think Senator Ekweremadu and his wife would go on this path if it be true? What level of desperation would make anyone, decide to do a thing such as this?
Okay. Number one, I would say that it's still too early to reach some of these conclusions that some of us are reaching, because I'm not an issue that needs to be looked at is, again, whether or not the youngster lied or presented a forged age declaration to Ekweremadu, upon which Ekweremadu now filed for visa and other sundry documents before finally they arrived United Kingdom. That area also needs to be looked at, and I believe that the UK police or the whatever agency that is handling this matter will look at it from all angles, because I am not going to hold brief for Ekweremadu. There are some areas that by my own understanding, I could say that the desperation either to save or to assist their daughter may have led them to do something that I think, from my own understanding and understanding of the law, I will say that the family didn't do well. Number one is that when it has to do with transplant or donation of organ or harvesting of organ, particularly harvesting of organ, is against the law. Is even against international law. If there is going to be any donation of any organ or body parts, it has to go through the legal process. And again, it should be the hospital or the medical personnel that should be at the forefront. It shouldn't have been Senator Ekweremadu and his family trying to railroad boy or whoever to UK for the transplant or whatever. I think if the family, if not for desperation, if the family had gone through the normal process, because the normal process should have been present their daughter to the medical facility. The medical facility knows how to go through the crucibles of law. Then an announcement is made looking for donors. Wherever the donors come from, then the people that are concerned would have looked at the age. Because why this is really much an issue is because of two things. Number one, a minor does not have capacity to enter into any valid contract. It doesn't matter how Ekweremadu's family will twist it. Once it is confirmed that the boy is a minor, except there are documents or so evidence to show that the boy, in concert with other people, may have lied to the family. That will be the only thing that I think may have to play somehow be an advantage to the Ekweremados. But if not, a minor cannot validly enter into any contract. Talk less of entering a contract for fraud. No minor has a right to say, I donate any part of my body, not even an adult. Nigerian law forbids it. It's against Nigerian law, it's against international law for a human being to present, even donate any part or parts of your body for monetary or pecuniary gains.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Mr. Ngaituk. Mr. Ngaituk, let's talk about the politics of it. Many, I have heard, have called this a political witch hunt of sorts, judging from the fact that a few weeks and months ago, there were plans in the works reportedly, for the Senate president to move to the ruling party, reportedly. And now many are saying that this is a political witch hunt of sorts, that this was planned from the get-go to make the senator look bad. Let's also not forget that he was recently made a visiting professor to a university abroad, and many have said that this is somewhat of a stain on his persona. But again, do you think that this was a clearly thought-out plan of sorts to bring the man down?
If I answered in the affirmative, I think Nigerians will lose the respect I think they have for me. To say that a case as grievous as this is masterminded by the opposition to either make you look bad or to gain political advantage. I think that is a very, very simplistic approach to a case of this magnitude. Now, first is there's a difference between organ harvesting and organ donation. Put that in one basket. Second is that we live in a society that has two major problems. The first problem is that the big man has a way of delegating responsibilities, and then the smaller people have a way of being unduly sycophantic, so that when they see what is wrong, rather than tell the big man the truth, they have this mentality that nothing can go wrong, anything can be covered, and they forget that Nigeria is not like other countries. To that extent, there is a conspiracy theory that I would look at where the man has given a mandate, being a political season is very serious, and gives his people, can you do this for me? And they say, yes, we can. And they probably even possibly cut a deal. And the man does not do the due diligence because he's a big man. And as a result, he writes the necessary letters without believing, trusting that his people have done the due diligence. And there's a possibility that his people see the chance of making a deal out of the whole system. At the end of the day, I want to look at certain timelines that are not made clear to me as of today. When was this letter written? Where were you? When did you travel? That's talking about the young person. For how long were you in the place? In Britain, so to speak. Fourthly, when you were fully tested, did you say anything? What was the reaction? Can they play the tapes? And finally, they come back to you and say, well, thank you. Unfortunately, the organs don't match. Tomorrow or next, you'll be going to Nigeria. And then, boom, the guy zaps. He takes off. So, could this be an innocent young boy, or could he be a trickish person who was part of the deal of falsifying his age and getting back to the UK, seeing a chance of going to UK and then disappearing from there. I think that we should not be hasty to draw certain conclusions. There could be situations of irresponsibility with respect to the concept of due diligence, and also thinking that, you know, this issue of the big man can get away with anything. As a result, he delegates functions to the smaller people. So we really need to look at all the timelines. He might have done something that is unethical or even illegal. But the question is, to what extent could this have been an intentional act or a case of irresponsibility or being deceived? At the end, I look at a father who has passion for the child and is willing to bend over backwards. But if he did that to the detriment of another person's child, it is unforgivable. But if it was something that was presented as a consented situation, and when he discovered it did not work, and he says, "Thank you, young man, I really appreciate that you were willing to do this for me. I have to take you back to your parents because I had promised to do that, and that will be tomorrow." And then this guy now says, obviously there's always a fifth columnist, now says, "Wow, no, I'm not going back to Nigeria." And somebody tells him, this is the way to get about it. It's a case we should not really rush. I will not exonerate Ekweremadu, even on grounds of irresponsibility and not doing due diligence, but we really need to see to what extent he is either culprit or he is a victim of not doing due diligence.
Okay, well, gentlemen, our time is fast spent, but I want to give you each a sentence each as we wrap up this conversation. The court has refused bail for both the Senate President and his wife. Thank goodness this is happening in the United Kingdom, as opposed to if it were here. The name of the young person is being withheld, of course, for reasons, protective reasons. But how do you see this turning out? And again, what kind of way does this paint us as a country in the eyes of those who are watching on the international scene? A statement each.
No, let's go back to the case of Ibori. What the UK said then is that corruption is a cancer in developing countries, and that the UK has zero tolerance for corruption, and that the UK is committed to rooting out corruption wherever it is undermining development. So it's a matter of two systems now. So perhaps what we may overlook in Nigeria, not passed in the UK.
Okay.
That's why we expect that at the end of the day, if it's not found guilty, it will be released. But what the UK is saying is that they are going to thoroughly investigate this matter, prosecute irrespective of the office he holds or he held in Nigeria.
Okay.
Some people went to the UK when Ibori was being tried to say he built an Olympic-sized stadium in Delta State. And the court told them they were not to assess his performance in office, but to jail him for specific crime. So there are several lessons to learn here.
All right. Well, we don't have time. We're running out of time, and I said a sentence each, so we have to quickly move on to the rest so that we can wrap this up. All right, quickly, Barrister Obinna, and then of course Ms. Nyaitok.
Okay. For me, I will say that this is not really good for the nation Nigeria, coupled with all the stories that have been coming up from this part of the world. I do not think it is the best for this nation. And secondly, I think that the teachable lesson is that due process pays.
Okay.
If Ekweremadu's family had done this thing through following due process, I do not think that all this embarrassment and whatever debacle that is playing out in the United Kingdom will be there.
Okay.
So we should all learn from this.
All right. First, Ms. Nyaitok, finally.
There's a world out there where things are done properly, notwithstanding your position. Secondly, learn to take personal responsibility. The big man syndrome has its limit. Finally, it's unfortunate that the name of Nigeria is being resounded again on the wrong note. I hope we all take a lesson and learn from it. And the Nigerian justice system should learn not to look at face. I think that finally my heart goes to the young child, and I pray that God will even possibly miraculously save the child.
Okay, well, I want to say thank you, Barrister Obinna, Barrister Jide Ologun, and of course, Mr. Ezekiel Nyaitok. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thanks for having us.
All right, and that's it on the show tonight. We leave you with the highlights of the week in case you had not watched some of our episodes this week. Take a look. I'm Mary Anna Cone. See you next week.
I am making a confirmation now to what the Edo State governor said. He said, do you notice that there's a new trend in the horizon now? That almost every household has somebody called the obedient. I didn't say it. That was coming from a PDP governor from the South. That's to tell you that we are reaching out to everywhere in this country. The other day, it was a Fulani girl telling her mother that her new name now is Obedient. This happened in Sokoto, in Gombe. Somebody just opened an office on behalf of the Labour Party and printed it by himself. In the North Central, a woman just opened an office by herself and printed the Labour Party. So you see, what we are having in our hands is a tsunami. So everybody who wants to win government should just come on board.
All the pointers. You're the second person who's talking about the same issue.
Naturally, you can talk like that. You're comfortable. You need to go to Ekiti.
What makes you think I'm comfortable?
You're looking beautiful like this. Go to Ekiti. There is hunger in the land. Even the farming, they can't even go to farm again. There is serious hunger in the land. Now, is it deliberate for the government to starve people and still want to induce them, buy them over with their commonwealth now? Is it deliberate? Okay, fine. Maybe before now, you can say people buy vote. They buy vote maybe a day before the election, and they see that during the course of the election, people can still go ahead and vote their own choices. But in this regard, they call it see and buy. Money was brought to election ground. And this is serious, it's a serious one. If this is not checked, then it's to say to the world that Nigeria is actually on sales.
The 2023 elections might be different slightly a bit from the elections we have been witnessing in the past. I quite agree with my brother here that some sentiments we see play out, like religious sentiment, the ethnic sentiment, and some other sentiments will not be accepted. But at the same time, Nigerians will now be asking themselves, how was my life, my living standard in 2015 when APC took over, in 1999 when PDP took over? To some extent, these issues are going to play a prominent role.
So these votes are probably going to be split among all the various contenders as it is now. So it simply means that they may not get a sole win to begin to say, yes, their merger, the fusion can actually give them the victory. This cannot happen. What it will probably look like at the end of the day, they will share the vital northern votes and probably some splitter of Igbo votes. So people are even speculating that the Igbo has over 9 million within the Northwest. We disputed some of these figures. If that is what they are saying, that all the Igbos are probably going to give Peter Obi their votes, that may not give him this election. So this is what we are looking at. So if for instance, before this primary stuff came up, they had decided to come together and they believe their ideologies are the same. As it is now, we don't even know whether they can flock together. Do they really have the same ideology? Why do they want the measure? What are they trying to achieve? What are the political values at various levels? What do they, all of this, what are they trying to tell Nigerians they are coming together? You see, these are some of the issues that need to be played out in the political domain before you begin to either act, begin to give them an edge in the kind of policy that we have in Nigeria today. So I don't see this measure coming up. Even when this measure do come up, I don't see them picking the victory. Rather, I see them as people are trying to spoil the shows for other bigger part that probably will won the election straight on.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Tuala the King, Gagool the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my carton room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing-up years. Though of Ifaki Kitty origin, I grew up in Saple and Lagos. The carton room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of skull beer, either empty or full, because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place. I loved to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of pulp fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Harley Chase or some pace-setter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamalaye's Weep Not Child to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly review that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okwe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele, to watch Indian movies and other popular American movies. I also had a once-in-a-lifetime experience of watching the epic by Hubert Ugunde titled Jayesimi. This was in the early 80s. How does the 12-year-old finance this rich taste in books, music, and culture? I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's used milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and I stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and it almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear, born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents, that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. "You must promise me never to do this again." And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading? Just like my mother did, I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because it will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How and when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
In a world where social media communities can feel as real as physical communities, experiences and challenges can also be similar. With a growing number of people striving to be online influencers, many, including young women, are falling under the influence of an excessive and risky amount of social media use in search of viewers and followers. Hello, I'm Oriani Tangishaka, and welcome to this week's episode of Our Voices. On today's program, we'll examine the potential dangers and benefits of being on social media. We'll look into the advantages and challenges of being a social media influencer. We'll hear from some female influencers about their journeys. We'll also hear from experts and authors following closely the psychological effects of being under the influence of social media. Last but not least, we'll look at the role of big tech companies that create and manages the different online platforms. We begin with some of the advantages and reasons why some young women are choosing social media platforms for their everyday activities. My colleague Paul Ndiho had a chance to travel to Accra, Ghana, and met Rachel Apusiani, a young lady nicknamed the Instagram Queen in her neighborhood of Achimota.
23-year-old Rachel Apusiani is a law student at the University of Ghana in Accra. She is a budding businesswoman and the creator and lead designer of her own label, Bonnet Haven.
But I started when I was 21. My parents will send you allowance. That's what I used to start my bonnet with: 20 pieces, paper bags, and an Instagram page, and a photo shoot.
Known in her neighborhood of Achimota, a town in the Accra Metropolitan District, as the Instagram Queen, she has become an internet sensation.
And from June till date, we've sold close to 1,000 pieces.
It wasn't until Apusiani took a professional photography class and learned how to take and post professional pictures on her Instagram page that people started taking her seriously. Building a Bonnet Haven has been tough for Apusiani, but with help from her family, a support network of other women entrepreneurs, her trusted delivery guy, she is optimistic that things will get better.
Before I had a page, but the pictures were very unprofessional. It was just camera shots. But the minute I posted professional ones, people took interest because I appeared serious. That's okay, I know what I'm about. And that's how it started. But it's not been without help.
She hopes that one day her product will be in the hands of millions of new customers. Franklin Owusu-Kakari, Director of Business Support and Policy at the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Programs, a government initiative to empower young people, says entrepreneurs like Rachel have a unique opportunity to grow their business and make money.
When your business fails, that's a good opportunity for you to backtrack and assess yourself where you went wrong and bounce back again. Then you can be able to, because the failures, the mistakes I made in my first business, I have to be able to avoid them with the new businesses that I've set up. And for the last 10 years, our businesses have been able to stand the test of time.
Africa has one of the world's fastest growing telecom markets, and analysts say internet-based mobile solutions are helping boost development and growth on the continent. Paul Ndiho, VOA News.
Now, though parents may worry much about the amount of time their children spend on social media, others are content with those platforms which help to keep them learning during lockdowns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. VOA's Mariama Diallo gives us an example of how using social media platforms such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and Instagram has offered free online classes to about 1,000 students or more in Nigeria.
With extended pandemic lockdowns, Basirat Ajayi decided she had to do something to help her struggling students who have been unable to go to school for months.
I do short video of it, a mathematics class. I send it to them, like 3-minute videos, 5 minutes maximum. I send it to them. Then they watch the video, they respond to it. Then I send classwork and assignments.
Using social media platforms such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and Instagram, she offers free online math classes to about 1,000 students from all over Nigeria, including 17-year-old Fortune Declan.
I'm watching a video from the online math class now.
Now other students, including one from Canada, are also joining her sessions.
Originally, when I started learning differentiation on my own, it was kind of tricky. But when I joined the online maths platform, I started learning differentiation rapidly.
Ajayi says while COVID has had a negative impact on people's lives, it pushed her to figure out creative ways to keep going.
The positive impact is that we can use technology to teach our students now, and which I'm very, very happy about.
The coronavirus pandemic forced many parents to lose their jobs, causing them to struggle to make a living and pay for the technology needed by their children to access online classes. Franca Declan is a parent.
Not all can afford the data, and not all parents can also afford the phone to give to their child to go for the online lessons.
When the 36-year-old teacher started her classes, she would use white sheets of paper to solve math problems and then videotape the steps. That changed after a parent donated a whiteboard for her to use. Mariama Diallo, VOA News.
We have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll introduce you to some female influencers on the continent who may inspire you to live your best life online as well as make money off of it. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
We're bringing women's voices to the conversation, and more than that, we're building a community of inclusion and empowerment.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common, but getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
We are here at Kalerwe Market, Uganda, Kampala, where in this whole market, women are crying out for their situations to change.
For women, it will be better for us.
I think a big thing for me is just being able to say that when these protests are happening, does it turn around into policy?
Our kids are raped every single day.
This movement got the government to listen. It really was powerful because it showed what is possible when men and women band together and say, enough is enough.
It's not necessary anymore to climb on a car. I can be in any place to cheer with the people.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. I am Oriani Tangishaka. We're discussing the risks and benefits, advantages and disadvantages of social media platforms, especially as an influencer. Sylvia Njoki, an influencer in the East African nation of Kenya, pulls us into her world with stunning images of her life as a model and a traveler around the world, exploring its beauty one country at a time, sometimes with her young daughter. She spoke to me from Nairobi right after a trip in the countryside. I began asking her what made her become a content creator.
I was working as a fashion stylist for a long time, and I was lucky to style some of the top celebrities in Kenya, some big TV shows at the time. That was about 9 years ago. But when I got pregnant, it was very impossible for me to work and give my styling profession 100%. So I started taking pictures with the outfits I was wearing, my maternity clothing, the little things I was making for my daughter. And that's how I launched my blog. And through my love for fashion, fashion has always been the core of what I do online.
Since then, you have about 100,000 or more viewers and followers. How do you manage to keep them coming? And is that a tough job to do?
I think that if you're true to yourself and you post what is genuinely true to you and authentic, then the people who are drawn to you genuinely will stay. So as much as, financially, you sometimes have to look at the numbers. For me, I find it very draining looking at the numbers, but more rewarding to see how my content is impacting people, and 3 people who tell me that I've made their day or I've inspired them to visit a place. I think that's more rewarding for me.
So how do you balance your life as a mom, as an influencer, as someone who's in the media?
Luckily, I have a daughter who's very keen in what I'm doing in terms of photography and videography. So I do take her along with me to work sometimes. I try to balance that part of my life with her. If I can bring her with me on a trip, I'll bring her. If she can take pictures of me at home, then she'll do that. So I try to involve her in my career. I do make time for my friends as well. We are in the digital space. We are able to stay online and contact each other and stay connected. So as much as it's not very easy to meet them face to face, we are connected with my family, and you just make time for things that really matter to you, I guess.
Lately, there's been things in the medical field, worries in the medical field that children or young people are developing tics, for instance, from being so much on TikTok. Do you worry about that, or do you think that she'll grow to have a balanced amount of use of the internet and social media?
I do try and protect her. I got her off TikTok a year ago when she told me, when she only had like 4 followers, who were all girls in her class, and she said, "Oh, Mommy, could you please ask people to follow me? I don't get any likes." And I'm like, "Oh no, maybe this is not the right thing. If you're 7 years old and you're concerned that you're not getting as many likes as your 4 friends on TikTok," I just thought it was a place for her to express herself creatively. And she's old enough for me to have conversations and show her what's happening on the internet with the bad, the good, and the bad that's happening online to not just children, but even to adults. So I do try to make her aware of these conversations. And we can only protect them so much when they're in our spaces. They're out there, they have friends, but I think having these conversations with them gives them a sense of awareness. And
what would you give as an advice to young women who are coming up and, as you said, could actually make it a job and an income? What would be one of your advices?
I think it's a good thing when it starts off as a hobby. When you do something, whether you're cooking and you do it for fun, or you love dressing up, or you love taking photos of your neighborhood or your friends, when it starts off as a hobby, that is the most beautiful thing. Because when people start paying you to do what you love, there's nothing more rewarding. And sometimes I get so tired doing photo shoots, but at the end of the day, it's what I love. And I'd rather be tired doing what I love than being paid to. I always tell my friends this: I have a degree in food science and technology. I say, oh, I'm so much happier being paid doing photo shoots rather than standing in a food factory or a food lab all day.
Now we go to Uganda. I spoke to none other than Zahara Toto, also known as DJ Zato, a woman whose energy is unmatched when it's time for action online or offline. I met her 2 years ago in Kampala, was impressed by her energy, work ethic, as well as passion for everything she does as an entertainer. DJ Zato has an army of more than 500,000 followers just on Instagram. She's a TV and radio presenter at NBS and Next Radio. She spoke to me from the studios in Kampala right after her midday show. I began asking her if she predicted the large following she has today.
I grew up a social person. I've always been on TV. I've always been on radio. I was raised for that. I was raised for being on the media platforms. So I never thought that social media would contribute that so much to my career and my path. The greatest advantage is that I've got an opportunity to showcase my work, my line of business on social media.
Now, companies must be behind you all the time wanting to do advertisement with you. How do you handle that dozens of requests? I mean, do you have people helping you, or do you manage all of that?
Well, I don't have anybody helping me as of now. Being a social media influencer in my country, Uganda, is kind of hard and difficult. It's so hard to trust somebody to run your accounts for you. Yeah, so you find yourself doing all this work by yourself. And I'm okay with it, Orion. I'm alone and I'm okay with it.
That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
You're a superwoman, I tell you. You have faithful followers. What are some of the tips you can give women influencers, young women influencers who are coming up on the scene and they want to be where you are, even beyond?
All right, now, first and foremost, you got to find your niche. Orion, you got to find that one ground. That's something that you love most, yeah? Something that you know you really love, because once you love that something, once you want to do it on a daily, you're going to do it with consistency. And consistency is key if you are a social media influencer. So consistency on content. Yeah, on content, on whatever you want to push. Is it your lifestyle that you want to show people out there? Is it your work? Is it your business, your product? What exactly do you want the world to see out there? You have to find a social media calendar. Like I said, consistency is key. No matter what you do, you have to align your content. You cannot post 1,000 contents in a day and tomorrow you have nothing to post. So you have to draw your influencing calendar, and that will be good for you. The other thing is you have to choose a platform. Yeah, you have to choose a platform. You might choose any platform, like you might find your energies are bigger on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Yet on TikTok and Snapchat, your energy is not there. So focus where your energy, where your followers, your fan base is. Focus on what your fans really, really, really love, and that will make you successful.
Do you ever feel maybe I've influenced people in the wrong way? I didn't mean this particular post. What do you do then?
Yeah, sometimes I go overboard. But you know that overboard that I go, I'm actually the me that the social media doesn't know. That's actually the me. So even though I post something or influence something in a negative manner or in a wrong way, or maybe somebody or the crowd or my followers take it in a wrong way, Orion, I think I'm portraying the me people don't know, and I'm okay with it. And I don't feel bad about showing them that other side of me. It's me being human on social media. Everybody makes mistakes, and I'm okay and open to criticism.
We have social media influencers that are also parents, and they're also single moms that are also doing other things. How do you strike a balance?
First and foremost, my kids know my line of business. They know my line of job. They never intervene with anything concerning me and my work. They know it brings food on our plates. It provides a good, healthy living for themselves. So they never intervene in any way. And being a mother and a social media influencer, I've also tried to influence a lot of mother in Africa, in my country. You know, being a strong mother in my country is very hard. Having 3 kids and no husband and no boyfriend, just one job is not easy. So I've used my influencing work and my pages to influence and empower young women in my country. Orion, I feel very powerful. I feel very good when I do that for the young ladies out there, and they are so proud of me. Same applies for my children. They are so proud of me.
We have to take another quick break, but when we come back, we discuss the dangers to produce content at all costs. Pressures causing some to wonder whether some are influencers or are under the influence of social media. We bring you a story of an Instagram influencer who recently faced backlash after posing in front of her deceased father's casket. We also talk to an author who's following closely the phenomenon of young women developing tics from TikTok. You don't want to miss that. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. Now, an influencer is someone who can promote a brand or make a brand out of their lifestyle by using social media such as Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram to influence followers to buy into that lifestyle. Now, what about those who some people view as personalities under the influence of social media, doing the most in search of viewers and followers? Some even are developing what clinicians are calling functional lactic behavior. Now, to discuss this very worrisome health report, I spoke to author and blogger Heather Carter. Mrs. Carter writes extensively about addiction as well as what she calls diseases of the soul.
I think for me, I was just astounded that you can develop a physical type of disorder from repeatedly watching these TikToks.
Mm-hmm. Now, in a Wall Street Journal article, writer Julie Jargon explains the tic phenomena this way. The movements are sociogenetic, meaning they are developed socially but have a profound and real neurological effects. Patients had physical jerks such as neck twitching or were compulsively and involuntarily repeating words like beans. Why beans?
They don't even explain the beans. I'm not sure why beans got in there, but you know, obviously what we think about, we bring about. You know, if we're watching things over and over, and that's why I love the idea of ruminating on scripture, memorizing things that God has for us to hear, because those things are eventually going to come out also. But we have to insert that information more often and more regular than what the things we're seeing on TV or social media or with our friends. You know, it's not just social media's fault. We're the ones who have to control what's going in.
So could that be precisely what we're talking about? Influencers and those under the influence?
Well, and that is the thing that really hit home, because I just came out with my new book called Soul Selfie, #NoFilter. And it's my second book. My first one's just called Soul Selfie. But it's the idea that we turn that camera back around on our own souls and take a look what's going on in there. And when I realized how people are being physically affected by the repetition of TikToks and other things from social media, it really makes me think about what's going on. That came after what started happening in here. So how many things are happening to women by what they watch, and how we're comparing ourselves to things that aren't even real. We know they're not real, but we still seem to base our identity often on what we see on social media.
Heather, can you explain to us what you mean by diseases of the soul, which could be what some are going through or experiencing on the internet?
Well, one of the things that I learned from my leukemia journey is that God just said, Heather, you are a full-time job. And that meant that I needed to turn that camera back around and look at the things that were going on in me. So diseases of the soul, or common plagues of the heart, as I call them, are worry, fear, resentment, control, image management, comparison, jealousy, just to name a few. And I found that I'm not the only one who has those diseases. And unfortunately, they are chronic. And my goal in writing is to help you know that you're not alone in your struggles and that there's always hope.
And so in your view, the internet has been where most people have been going to trying to find solutions to those diseases of the soul that you talk about in your writing?
People are looking to the wrong sources for those answers. Even though it seems like we're really all connected, we're really isolated, because those aren't real. We see real pictures on social media, but they are not, it's not the real world. We only see a snapshot of their day and it looks perfect. But you didn't see the fight before the shot, and you didn't see the argument after the shot was taken, but we're comparing ourselves to that cute little picture.
We now bring you the story that recently raised a lot of eyebrows. An influencer or someone under the influence of social media? Well, we'll let you be the judge. A young woman in Florida, here in the United States, recently faced harsh criticism after posing in front of her deceased father's casket and posting it on Instagram. 24-year-old Jane Rivera shared photos of her posing next to her father's open casket at his funeral. She was wearing what some considered to be a sexy black suit. Now, in some of the pictures, she appeared to be content of the images, even smiling in some of them. Now, many people took it to Twitter and commented extensively about her pictures and videos, trying to make sense out of them. Here's what some had to say. When you surround yourself daily with people who do nothing but tell you how awesome and hot you are, and everything you do is perfect, then this makes perfect sense. Oh my God, this is the exact representation of a hollow generation, sick with social networks, empty, just looking for approval. These Instagram influencers can do anything for looking good and for some followers. Shame on such people. According to NBCnews.com, in an interview with them, Mrs. Rivera said that she, quote unquote, understood the negative reception, but clarified by stating that the photos were taken, and I quote, with the best intentions, in the manner my father would have approved had he still been alive. Let us know what you think about Mrs. Rivera's social media post about her deceased father's pictures and videos. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices. We are also on WhatsApp. Our number is right there on your screen. Now, last but not least, some may ask, what is the role of big tech companies who create and run the social media platforms? Facebook was recently in the hot seat again. A Wall Street Journal report cites the internal knowledge of its harmful effect and the company's unwillingness to act. A whistleblower, a former Facebook employee, came out in public in October to testify against the social media company, only adding to the scrutiny. VOA's Tina Trim tells us more.
Facebook, the social networking giant that also owns Instagram and WhatsApp, is in the spotlight once again.
I'm here today because I believe Facebook's products harm children, stoke division, and weaken our democracy.
Frances Haugen worked at Facebook for 2 years as a project manager, but has since become known as the Facebook whistleblower. Haugen testified at a Senate hearing about what she says is an intentional lack of action and transparency by the company and its related apps, such as Instagram. She said Facebook algorithms tend to promote falsehoods faster than the truth, citing misinformation campaigns that have spread in the U.S. and abroad.
The company's leadership knows how to make Facebook and Instagram safer, but won't make the necessary changes because they have put their astronomical profits before people.
According to Facebook's own study, 32% of teenage girls on Instagram said that when they felt bad about their bodies, the site made them feel worse.
Facebook knows that its amplification algorithms, things like engagement-based ranking on Instagram, can lead children from very innocuous topics like healthy recipes, just something innocent like healthy recipes, to anorexia promoting content over a very short period of time.
But Facebook says that Haugen only had a limited view of research and policy decisions at the social media firm and pointed that out during her testimony. Facebook's head of global safety appeared before senators.
Has Facebook ever found a change to its platform would potentially inflict harm on users, but move forward because the change would also grow users or increase revenue?
It's not been my experience at all at Facebook. We care deeply about the safety and security of the people on our platform. We've invested $12 billion in it. We have thousands and thousands of people working on this issue. That's just not how we would approach it.
We've had Facebook, in testimonies at hearings, also always saying they're going to do better, they're going to do different, and then they walk away and nothing happens or nothing majorly happens. And I think that this is the first time that that's being documented about all the things that they actually had information about, things that they could have done, and they just didn't do it.
Some are comparing Facebook to a pivotal moment in the cigarette industries.
Facebook and big tech are facing a big tobacco moment, a moment of reckoning. When we learned of those files that showed not only that big tobacco knew that its product caused cancer, but that they had done the research, they concealed the files.
It remains to be seen if lawmakers and regulators will act to curtail Facebook's alleged harm. And it's not clear how Facebook will respond, even if the calls for change originate from within. Tina Trin, VOA News.
And that's all for us this week. On behalf of VOA and my colleagues on Our Voices, thank you for being with us. Until next time, have a great day.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you're looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. You know, we talk to people who have achieved, who are achieving, and who are making impact in society. My guest today is a gentleman who is an achiever, who is a public servant because he served not just in Nigeria, he served in the United States of America, and he has worked tirelessly to make an impact. Right now, he is a candidate in the runoff for the ticket of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State. I welcome Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustapha. You're welcome. Yeah, let's say this straight away. Many people wonder, who is Mustapha? You just came out of the blue. According to them, just came out of the blue. Well, who is Olorunfemi Mustapha?
Olorunfemi Mustapha is a former public servant, former permanent secretary in the service of Lagos State government for 10 years. Prior to that, I served the city of New York for 7 years. I was in the United States for almost about 20-something years. I was born to the family of Alhaji Bushura Jadi Mustapha Olagunju of Elias Obadino, Street 246 Obadino. And my mom is Alhaja Amdalat Atinoke Martins, a great-grandchild of the Martins family, Babalacho, in Ologbo quarters of Lagos. Born November 8, 1964 at Mercy Children's Hospital. Proximity to the house at 64 Obadino Street. My great-grandfather was the first Olori Omokio of Lagos, and he did contested for the imamship of the Obadino Central Mosque. On my paternal grandmother's side, from the Mustapha Giwa in the Takwashi, Giwa Lalukurani. It's so funny. My paternal great-grandfather is Mustapha Olu, but everybody calls us Giwa Giwa. But Giwa is a title. Giwa from Mashalashi Lalukurani. I had my primary school education at Ansarudin Alakoro. Prior to that, I had my started my nursery schooling inside Kosoko, the palace of Oba Kosoko. I still remember, Kabiyesi Aminu. He loves me dearly. So he wouldn't let anybody touch me. When I was a kid. So when my mother finished selling, because my mom was selling, had a shop at Ereko before we moved to Egerton. We started from Jankara, then from Jankara we came to Okiari. From Okiari we went to Egerton. From Egerton, we went to Ebutero. But the first market master is my uncle, Alhaji Musbah Martins. So I have my family lineage strewn all over Lagos. Badagry, Ekpe, Ikorodu.
So we can start getting ready to call you Mr. Lagos.
Yes. My stepfather was Alhaji Abdulatif Seriki from Badagry, and Sherry Olofin, and Ishashi.
Okay, that's where there's the water works.
Yeah, the water works.
The Jokonde administration.
Yes.
So let me say this: you're obviously very grounded in your family history and all that. But growing up in Lagos, when you did, what was your experience like?
It was very nice, and when they say literally that it takes a village to raise a child.
To raise a child.
Yeah, because I look so much like my dad. So everybody, once they see me, I'm a Bushura. So if you commit a crime in campus, before you get home, there is no phone, and somebody will have reported you. So you will get beaten in campus, and by the time you get home again, you will get beaten again. And there was so much love. We eat 4 times a day. We have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in the evening, and we were pampered.
Talking about being pampered, you must have been a bit rascally too.
Oh, you joking? I got into a lot of trouble. I remember when I was at Ibutiro Nursery and Primary School, so they were late in coming to pick us up. And I took my cousin, Kubra at Martins, and I told her, just let's go. They're not coming to, there was a party going on at home. So they probably must have forgotten us. So we trekked all the way from Ebutiro to Obadino, which is from school, from back home. And they didn't touch out. So I was the one they dealt with.
Why?
Oh, they know.
Because you were notorious.
Yeah, they know I was a troublemaker. My uncle, God bless his soul, Mr. Lasbat Martins, was the first father figure in my life. I missed him greatly. If he were alive, he would be here.
When you were in the service of Lagos State government, one of the places you worked at was the Ministry of Science and Technology. And there were quite a few disruptive things that were done then.
Yes. I thank God for Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola for insisting on bringing me back, and Dr. Bafemi Kadri Hamzat was both were instrumental in my coming back. But incidentally, Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila was the one that was very, very persistent in trying to bring me back. He actually got me an SSA with Ashwaju. Ashwaju gave me a job without even seeing me. All he saw was my resume. But I told Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila then that I don't think it was time for me to come back home yet, because one of my uncles, Uncle Bolaji, is still in the United States now. So he told me then that, Ahmed, it's not time for you to come back home yet. So when I eventually accepted to come back, they had issues with Oracle implementation. And I had just implemented, I was part of the team that implemented Oracle for the entire 99 City of New York agencies. In fact, we won an award, Best Collaborative App, in 2005 from Mayor Bloomberg. And it was very innovative. It was one of the largest Oracle installed. So my agency, Financial Information Service Agency, we were in charge of the HR, payroll, debt management system, city time, purchasing, and sourcing for the entire 99 City of New York agency. So it was big. So when BRF was told that there's this Lagosian, but we've tried to get him to come, but he won't come. So I heard that he just said, don't worry, I'll get him to come. So he made a few calls. I think he got in touch with my uncle, Alaji Latif Okuno.
Yes.
And so they told him, don't worry, he will come. He told Sheila America, not he too. So Alaja, spoke to me, and I said, fine, okay, I'll come.
So that was how you took up the appointment?
Appointment as the director of Oracle, working with Governor Ambody when he was the Accountant General. So when we came in, I told Governor Fashola, I said, your problem is not Oracle. Your problem, I took a look at the Lagos State IGR then. It was growing, but the rate of growth was coming down. I said, so we need to start putting things in place. So I came up with this plan to grow Lagos State IGR to 100 billion a month. And I said, it's doable. So Governor Ambody had asked DFID then to come and do a study of the revenue and the systems that we could use to boost that revenue. And I said, so I was working on that plan. So one of the consultants just by chance came to speak with me. And I showed him what I was working on. So he went back to Ambody. I said, Governor Ambody, I said, it was a PS then, said, why did you bring me? This your boy that you brought from America. He's even done, something more, more elaborate.
So all of this you did as director of Oracle?
Director of Oracle, and I was promoted to DG, Financial System Management Bureau, because I tried to explain to Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola then, that we needed an entity that will be monitoring all the system that has to do with the revenue generation from land use charge, land services payment, IGR, that everything that has to do. So we need to find a way to harmonize that system. The thinking then was that we should make sure that all the system can be able to speak to one another. We make it easy for people to pay without necessarily going to the bank, using their credit card, debit card, and they can be able to effect payment to Lagos from anywhere in the world. So you can pay your land use charge from London. And some of the things that we wanted to do then was, when we look at land use charge, let's take land use charge for instance. So they had enumerated close to about 640,000 properties, and they were only paying on about 200 and something to 300 and something thousand were paying, and the run rate was about 8 billion there. So we, said, okay, we can use technology to deepen that. So we're able to use GIS and spatial technology, building on what has been done by Dr. Obafemi Hamzat and initial GIS implementation. So we were able to distill from that close to about 1.2 million properties that we identified, and grew the database to almost about 800,000. So it was a massive effort, and we were, the run rate was about 10 billion. So we use technology to be able to enhance. And we believe seriously that land use charge alone, we can do 25 billion by the time we finish,
Per annum.
Per annum, yes. So on the Oracle side as well, so we came up, the DPO 1 and 2, was very, very important then. That was the first time in the history of Sub-Saharan Africa that World Bank was giving direct budgetary support.
But it was essential that you did that.
You did that, so we needed to implement some segments of Oracle. So luckily for us, we had that. So it's not something that we needed to go and buy.
And you got World Bank.
Yes. So that has to do with digitizing the procurement process, to support, the procurement agency, so which was key as part of the transparency, along with the generation of financial statement, making sure we publish our financial statement, statutory audits, set up the audit commission. So I was part of that negotiating team. So we just took care of the element that has to do with GIS and also expanding the Oracle. So when we came in, I think it was about 5 or 6 modules that were working. So we expanded that to about 10, and we got everybody using the Oracle purchasing and procurement process, which was big.
So what would you say got you into wanting to do all of this? Because you were in America?
Yes, I had the opportunity. When I was in the US, I remember my wife, she would tell me, why don't you build a fintech hub so that we can make money? You're always so concerned about what can work in Nigeria, what can work in Nigeria. See, without budgetary support, the government cannot do anything. So public service is very, very dear to me. And helping to raise the necessary revenue, which can translate into hospitals, schools, is very, very important. And the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and BRS Foundation had laid a master plan. So what just needed to be done was to complement that with technology to be able to accelerate the growth of the revenue, which correspondingly leads to increased performance in service delivery. So that was very, very important to me. So it was like a laser focus.
Don't worry. Let's go back to your days in America. Part of what you did there was to serve in a city where you oversaw how many departments did you call it now?
99 city, all the 99 City of New York agencies. They were using my application for HR, payroll, debt management system. It was scary. You see, in America, all those small boys, that campaign for the mayor, they end up working with the mayor. And most of the boys that were working for Mayor Bloomberg, they're very sharp, very young boys, data-driven. If you go to a meeting in Mayor Bloomberg's office, you see banks of camera all over the place. They can tell you at any given time how many police officers are on duty, how many teachers came in, how many teachers came in late. I mean, we built such an intricate system that if at any time a teacher in the service of New York ever gets into trouble anywhere in the world, we will get the notification from Interpol and pull that teacher out within a second.
Are you kidding?
I mean, it's This is not technology in Nigeria. I mean, that was, you have a...
How were you able to do that?
My background was in finance.
Yes, well, that's it. That's why I asked the question. How were you able to do that?
But when I started working in finance accounting, I started, I saw myself being drawn into, because accounting started moving from ledger-based to system-based then. So the ARC and, all those new systems. Then you can say I'm a nerd, so I don't drink, I don't smoke, so just focus on my work. And when you're in the US, because you're black, you're an African, you must be twice as good to be able to maintain your job. So I never want to be felt wanting in whatever I do. So I put in a lot of effort, understanding those account packages. So it became indispensable.
Was that what led you now to walk up to your boss and say, don't advertise that job? How?
Because I knew I could do it. The experience that I've built, I give an example. I have a testing team. So if I build an application, testing is a crucial component of making sure that the application is okay before it goes live. And I said, no, I can't use human beings to be able to process it. So I automated the process. So I created about 2,000 to 10,000 scripts covering different kind of business processes. So I automate it. So it's the machine, the computer. The computer is working while I'm sleeping, And those scripts, those automation allows us to be able to, so what will have taken a human being about 6 months to do, I can do it in a week. From the automation. Yeah. So I have a mainframe application talking to a client-server application, talking to a web application, and I'm taking cases, creating the test cases, running it, doing the load testing, system testing, integration testing, and it was unique.
Yeah, but it was unique, fine. However, your boss wanted to advertise, even went on to advertise the job.
Because I knew then that I was the one that created this process that won us the award.
So how then did you get the job? You just walked up to him?
I just walked up to him. I said, don't advertise this job. Done. I'm the best person for this position. So he insisted that he has to follow the process. And at the end of the day, I was the boss person because what I had done and what I was still doing, speaks to that had never been done. We were so good that IBM made my agency a beta center. So they will not release their product until I have tested it and certified it that it is okay before they take it. So I know we had something good.
So coming back to Nigeria and serving in Lagos State, I recall that some time ago they introduced the e-ticketing by LASMA and all that. That was you.
Oh yes. Governor Ambode just came one day and he said, I don't want LASMA running after anybody. Go and make sure that can be done. I said, okay, sir. So I just got on the next flight and I know that the only agency that had that record set was the FRSC. Dr. Akimboboye,
yes,
one of the best human beings I've ever come across. I never knew me. I just walked up to his office in Abuja. I didn't even have an appointment. I just gave them, I said, Governor, but they lighted the fire under my rear hand and I had to jump on the train. And I just took some of the staffs of Soft Alliance with me to say, oh yeah, come, let's go. I called him Tolan Ansom, I've forgotten his name. I said, just come with me. And on we go to Abuja. So they were able to give us this repository. I could confirm your driver's license. I could confirm your vehicle license. I could confirm your insurance. So having those API, we just built the front end. And when we tested it, I actually used Governor Zambody's driver's license to test. And on that day, his driver's license had expired. And he looked at me and said, stupid boy, bring that thing down. So he fell in love with it and said, no, this is what I want to do. So we have done that along with what we call the central billing system, because ABC had done such a good job of revenue assurance at the back end. But okay, let me give an example. So they ask you to go to lands to pay 10 million. So if you decide to pay 1 million, I will only know that 1 million that you pay. That original bill that says you should pay 10 million, I don't have it in Oracle. So when that 1 million comes in at night, so I do a pretend generation, the debit the account receivable, credit sales, then debit cash and debit, credit the account receivable to nil it. So, but with the central billing system, that 10 million that they say you should go and pay is in Oracle. So you can't, with that, so no mago.
Okay, so that makes it easier to track the money.
God bless you. Yeah. Yes, and because it's an interface, so we were able to integrate to NIBS. So that was one of the things that I really enjoyed most. When I came in, so when we finished generating the payroll, so they would divide it into different banks. So the ones of Skybank, we go to Skybank, UBA, we go to UBA. So UBA will now ultimately take it to NIBS. So when I came in, I told Mr. Badija, I said, I need a switch. Egbon, give me a switch. He said, are you sure they will allow you to do it in Lagos? I said, bring it, don't worry. So we connected our payroll to NIBS. So as soon as we finish, everybody gets paid at once. So that was our... Yes, that was how 23rd started. And everybody, so Governor Fashola was getting this acclamation. Okay, well, let's be you. So he called me, he said, I only know one troublesome person that will do this without my approval.
And that will be you.
That will be me.
All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll go back to your origins again and find out how come you are like this. Please stay tuned.
PlusTvAfrica.
This is PlusTvAfrica.
On PlusTvAfrica.
Big stories live here.
Welcome back. I'm still talking to Mr. Mustafa. I say Mr. Mustafa because in those days, in the civil service, when we say, oh, Mr. Mustafa, that's the man in Oracle. But you had what we can call a regular childhood. What in your childhood, or who in your childhood, prepared you for this?
I'll say my dad. My dad. Bishara Jadi, ọmọ Ogunlere Jọjà lọ. Ọmọ Dòsùnmọ́ Ajíwẹ̀ Fòṣà. Ọmọ olórí ọmọ kí ó gbogbo ìlú Èkó. Arìngbẹ̀gbẹ̀ bí ẹni ẹ̀gbẹ́ ń dùn. Ṣé mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àti tájàdé máa jẹ ló ń wá?
Were you his first child or first?
I was the ninth.
The ninth?
Yeah, but I stayed with him the most.
The most.
Because
so it appeared he poured a lot of himself into you.
Everything that I know in life, everything that I am today, I'll say it's my dad. My mom's is very important to me. She impacted me religiously, treating people fairly. But my dad I'm a product of my dad. My knowledge base, he forces me and he got me to read. He buys about 6 to 7 newspapers every day. And after I've read, he will challenge me, what did you read? And I tell people, incidentally, the first book that my father gave me to read was the Bible, not the Quran. And I felt so much in love with the Bible that I wanted to be a Christian. And he said, no, you're on a journey. So we just read the Bible. Okay, take the Quran, go and read the Quran too. And I read the Quran. And so I tell people that I'm a Muslim by choice, not by birth. So, but having, incidentally, my wife is a Christian. So having that balanced view, coming from that cosmopolitan background, and was a man of great discipline. I remember there was a time, we were not that, we had some financial challenges because we were general contractor to Gulf Oil Company, Shell, and CBN. So what he does, he will go and get a contract, so I'll be the one to do the execution.
Really?
Oh, that was how I started making my money, So they would say I should buy cement at 2 naira or 3 naira. I'll go and look for a place where I can buy it at 150 and keep the 50 different.
As long as the God is the cement.
And I do a very good job. He also has the beer distributorship and Liver Brothers distributorship. So, and he will give me a set target to say, okay, this is how much they sell it. So I'll go and look for a place where I can sell it more. Then I'll just keep
extra money.
Extra money. But hard work, being fair, prepared. I know when we're on holidays, he will always get me prepared before the school starts. They'll get me the syllabus, go to my school to talk to the teachers, get the syllabus, and buy the books, and forces me to read. He will force me to write essays every day, and forces me to read. And the worst thing that you can do wrong with my dad is if you do something, just tell him, give him a reason why you did it. Don't say, oh, I did it because others are doing it. That's the worst thing, that you can ever do.
Your dad poured all of himself into you. And if you were alive today, what would you like to tell him you recall?
His prayers. His prayers. I know every time I do something that pleases him, he will just go into this like trance-like mode. And he started reciting a lot of prayers. So one of his mostly used prayers for me was that verse where Allah was enjoining Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam to go and convince Pharaoh to release the children of Israel. So which says, "Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa uqdatan min lisani ya'fu qawli wa jali wa sirra min akhi Haruna aki usududu bi yasri wa uqsu bi amri kana sabiyakan kadhira innaka kuntum bima kadhira." So Prophet Musa had asked these 10 prayers of God, said, "Qala rabbi shrah li sadri, strengthen my tongue, I'm a stammerer. Wa yassir li amri, make this task easy for me. Expand my breast, my chest. Make my brother Harun, give me somebody to do this work with me. Make that person my brother." So they said that is how Harun became a prophet through Moses. So Allah, everything that you so desire, those that you remember and those that you do not remember, I've given it to you. So when you finish saying that, we now go to this Yoruba, say Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore. Allah no ni one atigi atokwe nishanu abore Allah no ni one adisa atigi atokwe nishanu abore Allah no ni one, and I will get annoyed. You've already recited the Quran. What's this atigi atokwe?
But in English, it was simply relating to his cosmology, the reality that
you always find helper.
That the high priest,
yes, right? Yes,
always finds favor.
Favor, yes, yes.
With nature.
With nature.
So you are going to find favor, but you didn't understand.
I didn't. I wish I would allow him to have said so much of it. Because every time I look at my life, I'm a product of grace. I've always find people at a critical problem in my life. They just come. And it's like this signing footprint of time that my father-in-law gave me, Sahi Okoye, late Sahi Okoye. And this person slept and he saw his life, like a footprint in the sand of time. So sometimes we see 4 footprints and sometimes we only see 2. And it now correlates those periods where he could only see 2 footprints to be the most difficult part of his life. And he was asking God, God, did you leave me alone during this period? So God said, no, you could not walk then. I've carried you. It's my footprint that you're saying. So,
but with your experience and prayers from your dad, experience because you learned hard work from him, prayers because he spoke grace into your life and all that, you are thinking of a journey journey to govern Lagos. How come?
You know, sometimes without you knowing it, you become an embodiment of people's aspirations and hopes. When I left the service, public service is in me. I love to serve. So I'll try and negotiate with God sometimes. I said, you know, just leave me. Let me just do these worldly things first, you know. And I remember going to the late Bishop Fashino, the Archbishop of Ijebode. He's a big father figure, you know. So we have this economical, you know, dialogue, you know. So after I left,
That's 2021.
yes, you know, he just died recently. You know, so I went to go and see him. I said, Daddy, I don't know what to do. I said, you know, I'm thinking of setting up my own consulting, but at the same time, I felt this pull that I have to serve God. A lot of people have been coming to me then. Yeah, okay, I think you should throw your heart into the ring. And you know, Islamically is a trust. Yeah. It's not something that you just jump into, because in the Quran, Allah said, we gave the to the ground refuses it. We gave it to the mountain refuses it. But human being that does not have the knowledge, they give it to me without knowing the requisite skill. So leadership is something that you come at with trepidation because it's a trust. But the experiences that I've acquired over the years, healthcare, education, infrastructure. So I took my time studying how the society was constructed, you know, and I felt we could greatly accelerate the development of Lagos. We could take Lagos to the next height, accelerate the development. We have a very good master plan that has been built in place by Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, built on by Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Governor Ambode, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. But during this NSAS period, something awoken in me, that you have this 70% of the population angry, alienated, that nobody is speaking to them, nobody understands their aspiration. I remember a couple of months ago, I went to the Director General of TED Fund. TED Fund is the fund that is set up to support the universities. Yes. So I told him, I said, I could show you a framework. You know, I gave them a presentation. I said, I could show you a framework how we could aggregate about 2 trillion worth of investment into universities in Nigeria.
2
trillion worth of investment. I said, it's not new money. 2 trust fund. The 2% education tax the disbursement rate is about 500 billion a year. So I said, that is an annuity. It's a revenue. So what we can do, I said, give me 1%, 0.5% of 1%, which comes about 70 billion. So we set up this higher education facility financing fund. So with that 70 billion, we can go and raise 1 trillion, 2 trillion. And the goal is to have 100 world-class universities in Nigeria and teaching hospitals.
So what happened to that thought with that fund?
Bagoro, the former, he was almost crying. He said he could not believe that when he was given this assignment, he knew there would be somebody out there who has an idea as to how this job can be done.
Yes.
But me coming in now, it was the tail end of his administration.
Okay, this is the beginning. You want to do something in Lagos. What do you want to do?
Healthcare, security, for instance. Okay. I want to make sure that there is 24/7 security in Lagos. There is a master plan through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund. Yes. We have RRS. We provide them vehicle. The command and control infrastructure is in place. We have neighborhood corps now. We have street lighting. When there is light, you know, so people are less bound to commit crime. We've stepped away from a few of that. We want to deploy technology. When I was in science and tech, we bought drones, Trifuga drones that can be in the sky for 6 hours. You know, we bought 2. So anything that is more than 3 centimeters, I can capture it. I can give you the life pattern in a particular area. I can tell you what is going on in a particular. I can even tell you if your house is going to collapse, you know, through the drone monitoring.
So I can pull the plate license of a car from 36,000 feet and know who owns it. So that security infrastructure coupled with technology, deploy CCTV, okay? So the government cannot deploy enough CCTV. London alone has about 36,000 or 100 something thousand CCTV cameras. So we don't have enough money to be able to do that. So what we can do is to tell the banks, the eateries, and people, who have CCTV, we will give them an API, automatic program, application program interface that gives us the feed from this respective CCTV. So I can tell you and I can track people as they move from one camera angle to the next. So with that in place, the state will be on virtual lockdown.
That's security-wise.
Security-wise.
Sometimes people get to the hospital, they don't get attended to, maybe they don't have the right equipment, there are not enough facilities and all that. How do you want to address that?
Thank you very much. It's a question of people, process, technology. So when in terms of people, so look at the doctors, look at the nurses, look at the service delivery. So that is the process. Then the technology. The technology includes the equipment. One of the things that we hope to do is use what we call equipment leasing methodology. So the money that we use to buy one equipment, we use it to lease 50, 60, 70. By the grace of God, if it pleases the Almighty to put us into that position, I can tell you right away, within 6 months, we can start the deployment of first-class medical equipment in all the hospitals, in the general hospitals and tertiary health centers, tertiary hospitals in Lagos State.
First-class equipment?
First-class, cards, imagery, diagnostics equipment. What we don't want to do, when I was part of a committee, we've done some preliminary assessment. So that's why I said 6 months. So if we need to go back and throw up that assessment that was done during Governor Ambode's administration. So we did a very detailed study of the gaps, in terms of equipment functionality within the state. So I have a very, very good idea, but we need to go back to the health sector and confirm, because we don't want to put an equipment there that is not appropriate. And the way we want to do it, we use a cluster system. So some of the PHCs, so we will, agglomerate them, within the specific zone, so they can be able to go to those centers as well. So we want to maximize the use. So using that equipment leasing framework, we will be able to aggressively, So the other thing we want to do is we will have what we call Health and Hospital Corporation Fund. So with that, we will leverage on the existing IGR from those hospitals. We bring in consolidated revenue fund. So when we have this fund, we will be able to go to the market, and raise bond against that particular specific projects, specific to health, so which allows us, the goal is to build one tertiary facility in each of the senatorial districts. So making 3, then expand the existing secondary facilities as well. Then the primary healthcare centers will work with social entrepreneurs to give them funding, give them equipment. So doctors, you cannot train enough doctors because we're losing doctors so rapidly. So one of the things that we want to do is augment the skills of the midwives and the nurses. So there is no reason why a doctor should be drawing blood, it's asinine. So tax shifting is going to be key for us. And we will complement the skill set of those midwives and nurses, so they become nurse practitioners. So they can basically do 70% of what a typical doctor will do. So that allows us to be able to maximize, those skill set, So it's the complement of the people, the process, and the technology. So we're also going to have a facility management redesign. So when you walk into a Lagos State facility, there will be a decision support system. So the doctor is not, so you have 60 or 50 something years old today, history of blood pressure, asthma. So you came in complaining of headache at the back of your head. So that decision support system will guide us. It will guide the doctor. So the doctor, no matter how young, so the decision support system will eliminate the mistakes. And that will be a standard safe care protocol in both public and private sector.
But then how are you going to be able to sustain it? Because there's the issue of technology, there's the issue of energy, power, right? And then you even need ICT. How are you going to do that?
Power is one of the biggest things that we want to take a look at.
Lagos State is uniquely placed to be able to address the power issue, more than any other state in Nigeria. We have the greatest constellation of towers, base stations in Nigeria. So there's close to about 30-something to 60-something thousand base stations. And between all of them, they spend close to about $1 trillion powering those base stations. So we have this UDS, Universal Dock System, which I started when I was in science and tech. So what we wanted to do is, we lay fiber and we use the fiber to connect all the base stations. If you do that, it improves your internet connectivity. You understand? So that is in preparation towards the 5G. So we now said, as we are laying the fiber for connectivity, we will lay the cables, also the electric cable, so to power those base stations. So using that guaranteed offtake, we started conversation with Cummins. So Cummins will be able to build 20,000, 30,000, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts, all over the state using a mini grid concept. Yeah. So we now get the banks also to form an SPV. So that SPV will also give us additional guaranteed offtake. You understand? So eateries, estates can be able to. One of the reasons why we have failure in the power system is because the private sector is here, the public sector is here. So in that public sector space, there is not enough revenue to be able to sustain so, but when you now bring the two together, using what we call the Lagos State Energy Exchange, so which we will create, so we can talk to some Indians, who will come in and bring that system and be able to work with us. We'll be able to mix, so I can charge the private about 70 naira per kilowatt, charge the public about 50 using cross subsidy, and we have a very sustainable system. Yes. So
you spoke a bit about the youth and the anger, the restiveness that will come out during the NSAS protests. But Lagos has a very large concentration of young people.
The 1824, they form the bedrock of our population.
So in Lagos, how are you going to engage the youth?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So when I was in science and tech, so I took the initiative, we look at that Yaba area. So we wanted to set up an ICT hub. So through Governor Fashola, we are giving them a right of way. So that was why you saw a lot of the ICT companies going to Yaba. So we bought, there is this manufacturing center, in the Yaba, so in Sabo. So we took it over, we took it over, we brought Ibile, in there, we brought Accenture in there. I even went to Mobala Johnson, so she's the one heading that initiative. So I remember taking the Governor Ambode to Andela, and he could see all these young boys, and I said, look at what they are doing. And every day you see a white person going to Yaba. And I said, if these people don't think there is something there, they won't be coming here. So it's a system that organically just grew by itself. So we will now go in, accentuate that growth, give them power, give them connectivity, give them funding. So we're going to have that ICT hub there. So we're going to have a fishery hub, fashion hub, leather hub. So you are a youth, you have creative disposition. So you can just go, to that creative hub. So there will be sound mixer there. So you are interested in developing your own cable or TV show, you'll be able to go in there. Yes. The equipment will be there. So you are a mechanic. So we will provide, working in conjunction with Eliza Day, Toyota, Honda. So we will be able to provide equipment in there. We'll give you training. LastVerb will be part of that. We'll certify you. So you just like you are registering as a part of a member of a club. Yes. So the same thing with the fashion hub. So we'll be able to give you all the equipment. And we will do this in conjunction with banks and the artisan groups. So you have guaranteed offtake. When I was doing the research on fashion hub, there is maybe one or two companies producing shirts in Nigeria. And the market is there, even available for foreign. So every vertical of everything we hope to do, whether it's on health, whether it's on power, whether it's on education, whether it's on technology and innovation, environment, industrialization, there is going to be a component of youth engagement in there, aggressively doing things and deliberately, consciously. So whether we are talking about health facility financing agency, for instance now, so when we bring in those equipment on the lease, so we will have biomedical program in our in our schools, in polytechnics, so they will train them to do the first level triage. So that's a very highly demanding skills. So we will improve the connectivity, we will improve power, and we will have all these hubs where they can just go there and be able to they can work, for anyone from anywhere in the world. We will work with Andela to upskill from primary to secondary to tertiary. We will work with Andela to develop a very world-class curriculum, Microsoft, Oracle. So this will give you ready marketable skill set that you can earn dollars, not even naira, and you'll be able to work in Nigeria for anybody from anywhere in the world.
How do you intend to fund it? Because if you train somebody and then you empower them with some startup funds, where's the money coming from, and then how do you want to ensure that they pay back?
There is a collaboration. There's going to be a collaboration between ourselves and Microsoft and Andela, for instance. So that is what they do. So we are just providing the enablement. You understand? So if the fund, the training fund that we will provide. So as you are making your money, hopefully, you will repay because we hold on to your certificate. And the company that we are sending you to is going to be with the understanding that we sponsor this person, so a certain percentage of their salary should go back to this fund. You understand? Because this ecosystem, we will be truly involved in that ecosystem. So we will have social entrepreneurs midwifing this. Because the more that people consume, that fund, we need to be able to bring back money into that fund for us to be able to do so much.
Now, the public service is part of your constituency. If you looked at it today, every administration comes up with something new to do for the public service. What do you want to do in the public service space to ensure that trained officers do not just leave the service?
Thank you very much. The public service, the civil service is very, very dear to my heart. I came in, Dr. Longe, people like yourself, Mrs. Odunlami, Mrs. Umar. I met a lot of very incredible people that made a profound difference in my life. And Mrs. Nika Animashao, I mean, a lot of people that helped me personally, professionally. Dr. Balogun, my Egbon, Mr. Akodu, so these are people who literally, Alaji Onibon, these are people who literally took me, and showed me the ropes. Mrs. Y, I mean, and the system is not what it used to be, so there is this passive sense of grief, non-fairness.
Yes.
So we need to restore that trust. Okay. That if I'm good, if I'm eligible for promotion, I should be able to get it.
Yeah.
If there are trainings, I should be able to get it. PSSDC will be very, very important. For us, we will make sure there is if you don't train somebody, you can't hold them accountable. Yeah. So there will be continuous training. So if you come in with a school site, we will help you to get your bachelor's, and further as many, even going to PhD level. Yeah. So we will find a way to work with LASU and the PSSDC so that you can have continuous education program in LASU, but for local and for foreign as well. So in terms of additional benefits, we're going to look at what is it that we can do. So if you have kids in any of Lagos State institutions, 70% discount, for your ward. Mortgage assistance program so that if people leave, they will be able to afford a home. But more importantly, if you leave today, by the grace of God, the next month you will get your pension. That will be key, because we have the HR system. If I go back to my Oracle today, I'll tell you the number of staff that are retiring in the next 20 years, 35 years in service, 60 years of age, so I can run that report. So all the documents that you need to take to Civil Service Commission, Pension Commission, we know them. Yeah. Why are we disturbing people? Okay. You understand? I will put my foot down that within 6 months of our administration, we will make sure that if you leave today, the next month you'll be able to get your pension.
So now, the party primaries is coming up. Your delegates, many of them don't know you. You're trying to make an impression. Right? What would you say to them?
We are at a crossroad as a nation and as a state. What we do right now determines the existence of this country. we have this population, this youth restive, restless, alienated. The programs and policies that we are bringing in place will accelerate the development of this state. And if you get it right in Lagos, you get it right in sub-Saharan Africa, not Nigeria. I mean, I was just talking about higher education facility financing at the federal level. So when we are advocating policies, equipment leasing, when we are advocating those kind of policies that will lead to exponential growth in revenue, improve service delivery, improve healthcare, improve education, student loan board, that you'll be able to take a loan. Those kind of advocacy, that if God puts us in that position, we'll be able to advocate, will make a profound impact on the lives of the people, not only of Lagos State. We account for 30% of the GDP, 70% of the manufacturing industrial base. We have not started even scratching the surface, what Dangote is doing in Lekki. The businesses that will come out of the petrochemical industry alone is going to be twice what is going to come out of the fertilizer, of the petrochemical. You understand? So we need to put in accelerated development programs that will attract businesses. Make sure security is in place. Make sure power is in place. We have the ability to do this. My experience over the years in the United States of America, working in the city of New York, studying in America, working in America, looking at development framework, that is what we are bringing to make sure we can accelerate the development. My charge to them is, take this leap of faith with us. I'm putting the markers on the ground. If it pleases God to put us in this position, within 12 to 18 months, you will see a difference in schooling and education in Lagos State. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in power. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in healthcare delivery in this state. In infrastructure development, taking LSDPC, turning it into real estate investment trust, which was about 1 trillion. And we'll take 200 billion out of that to create a billion infrastructure fund, which now accounts for over 20% of the takeoff of any projects. So we don't need to delay. AFDB 50, IFC. I went to IFC and I got $200 million for development into Lagos State, into transportation, into healthcare, into energy. We can do it. Just take that leap of faith with us. And with their support, we will make Lagos State the best, not only in Nigeria, but the entire sub-Saharan Africa.
Let me thank you very much, Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. I asked you why you prefer the full Olorunfemi name. Right, this is just to tell me why that full name must be Olorunfemi.
You know, when my father told me the story several times, he never let me leave it down. Because I remember filling my, I think it was on my JAB form of my GCE form, and I said, I just put Femi. So he saw a copy of it, and he got so annoyed as if I had committed a capital crime. And I said, I just put Femi. I said, no. Your name is Olorunfemi. No, your name is not Femi. He said, what you don't know today, I'm going to tell you. When you were born, I had a fleet of lorries. So one of them had a brake failure, and it went into a house, and it could have killed a significant amount of people. And you know, I'm a socialite in Lagos. That would have killed me. Immediately they brought that bad news. Your mother brought the news of your birth. So, and I heard a voice that his name shall be Olorunfemi, that I'm with you. He said, so your name is Olorunfemi, not Femi. I said, okay, what about Oluwafemi? He said, no, it's not Oluwafemi, it's Olorunfemi.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best in the primaries. Thank you.
Oh, I admire him from afar. You know, you're a good egg.
Thank you very much, my brother. And so that's been Timeless Conversations. This episode featured our very dear brother. We served together in Lagos State as BAMSEX. He's running for the office of governor, and we wish him very well. Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa, a man of destiny, a man whose dad predicted that this day will come. May the prayer be answered. Thank you very much. See you next time.
My name is Idore Intoye Arulogun. Everybody calls me ID. I am a wife, a mother, an author, and also a culture, culinary, and clothing enthusiast. And here is my good old days story. I was born in Uyo, in the then southeastern state of Nigeria, which later became Cross River State, out of which the present-day Akwa Ibom State was carved out from. My parents were educationists. Both were principals of schools at some time and were at various times on postings to different parts of the state. It was known as being posted to your station in those days. Sometimes, Dad and Mom were posted to different towns and the family came together on weekends. We attended a number of primary schools subject to where our parents were posted to, and eventually we settled in Uyo, where they took on higher responsibilities in their careers. Akwa Ibom has a very rich and robust food and clothing culture. Delicious and fresh food is cooked at homes and in restaurants. Story has it that people posted to work there, even youth coppers, usually delay their return to their respective abodes as they relish and enjoy the many delicacies that kept them coming for more. Growing up was interesting. Being born to an Ibibio father, Obong Asukwo Ekpe Udo, and a Yoruba mother, Mrs. Ayo Orebo Udo, it was interesting to see two cultures attempting to blend. Due to this, it was and has always been easy for me to understand discourses around the unity of Nigeria due to this fact of my parents coming from different parts of Nigeria. Uyo then was a little town with a roundabout in the middle of town, which was called Circus. 5 major roads emerged from the circus, and every other street emerged from the 5. It was commonly joked that if you came into town and did not know the address of the person you came to see, simply stand at the circus and be sure to see the person pass by in a bit. At that time, you knew your neighbors, both adults and young. At that time also, people's cars could be identified by others by their registration numbers. My favorite time of the year was Christmas. It was the time different dance troupes comprising of dancers, drummers, and other instrumentalists, and of course their supporters, came to entertain from house to house. Traditional dances and masquerades like Abang, Ekombi, Itembe, Ekpo, and Nabo would come out to perform. After their performances, they were usually rewarded in cash or kind by their hosts, and then they moved on to repeat the performance in another compound. It was also the time for loads of enjoyment and merriment with lots to eat and drink. One thing that I remember was commonplace was that people greeted one another a lot. It was expected that you greet your elders when you see them, unlike now that young people just walk past you. Greeting is just an attribute of good upbringing and training. There are many others. Should the young people be left to continue this way, with the excuse that these are different times, the modern age? Should we see other societal wrongs and look away to mind our businesses? I don't think so. In order to expect a better future, let us get involved in pointing the young ones in the right direction, so that they too can learn good lessons they can teach the generation after theirs, thereby giving hope for a brighter tomorrow. We can change the narrative. If you think moral standards were high in those days, we have a major role to play in bringing it back. All hope is not lost. Let us consciously, in our own little space, impact on the upcoming ones those values we so much cherished while growing up. Once we achieve a high degree of compliance, then we can be more certain about a better future. I support Sashemure Badejo in this drive towards changing the narrative of reference to the good old days, but rather pushing the story that a better and greater tomorrow is possible. Thank you.
And Plus TV News now. INEC bows to public pressure, extends voter registration deadline. Tunisia judges extend strike over sackings for 4th week. Biden signs gun safety bill into law. Takes swipe at Supreme Court. Hello and welcome. Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi and this is the news now. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu today assured Nigerians that the ongoing continuous voter registration will not end on June 30 as earlier announced. Yakubu disclosed this during the Youth's Vote Count Mega Concert 2.0 organized by the Commission in partnership with PlusTvAfrica and funded by the European Union at the Old Parade Ground, Abuja. Yakubu was silent on the duration of the extension, but said the Commission would decide on the time frame and communicate the outcome to Nigerians.
When will this registration end? Is it going to end on the 30th of June in the next 5 days? Okay, on behalf of INEC, let me assure you, it no go end for 30th. For as long as we have you people trying to register to obtain your PVC, we'll continue to register you. And we'll continue to make sure that you get your PVC. But listen to me. Listen to me. In this place, this is the Old Parade Ground in Abuja. In the last 5 days, from Monday to yesterday, Friday, and we are still registering today. But in 5 days, we registered over 14,000 Nigerians.
In the same vein, INEC has assured newly registered voters that their PVCs will be ready for collection from October. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu gave the assurance today while addressing a crowd at that same youth mega concert tagged Youth Votes Count at the Old Parade Ground, still in Abuja. Amid the calls for the extension of the deadline for the CVR initially scheduled to end on June 30, INEC Chairman averred that the Commission would not halt the exercise anytime soon. He stated that INEC has continued to register thousands of voters, especially as the initial deadline draws closer. The mega concert is organized in collaboration with the European Union and PlusTvAfrica, a civil organization.
To be part of the process. One of the days where we will sit down and expect everyone else to do what we're supposed to do and say, oh, they're going to elect whoever they want to elect. There's no day. It's us. So if we come out in numbers, the votes cannot be manipulated. So go out there, get your PVC and actually vote.
You know, it's been a long time we've been trying to get this right. This forthcoming election in 2023 is the time for us to take Nigeria back, you know, for all Nigerian youths. I want to appreciate everyone who have been coming out to get their PVCs. You know, it's a great change to what we've been seeing all the while.
I'm getting your PVC alone. It's about going out there to vote when the time is right. On election day, you have to go out to vote. So it's one thing to register for PVC, that's the first thing. It's another thing to go and pick the PVC up when it is ready, that's the second. Then you cannot go through all this stress of registering for PVC, collecting your PVC, then not use it on election day. So the major thing is to vote wisely on election day. We are all tired of the madness going on. So if we want to change that, we need to go out there and exercise our rights and bring in good leaders that will serve us better.
History so far, they make it look like our votes will count. But this time around, I'm not able to come outside. I've gotten my own PVC, we'll get yours. Let's decide what we want our future to be. It's time for us to all come outside and decide how we want our country to be.
INEC has listed the conditions for political parties to substitute candidates whose names have been forwarded to the Commission. For the electoral umpire, the law does not give any political party the right to replace a validly nominated candidate, as it's the prerogative of the individual to be substituted. This comes amid reports that some political parties, including APC and Labour Party, nominated their vice presidential candidate as placeholders, pending the conclusion of talks for a substantive candidate to be picked. While the APC forwarded the name of Ibrahim Kabiru Masure as its vice presidential candidate, the Labour Party had nominated Doyin Okukwe for the same position. Reacting to the development, INEC National Commissioner Festus Okoye said the electoral body would take a decision in accordance with the Electoral Act. President Muhammadu Buhari has said that he has no intention to subvert the Constitution to remain in office beyond May 29, 2023. The president spoke through his chief of staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, at a special press session to mark the 60th birthday of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, at Ansarudeen Central Mosque, Wuse to Abuja. He expressed commitment to ensuring free, fair and transparent general elections in 2023. He insisted that he has always been committed to credible elections. The joint panel set up by the Labour Party and the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, to work out an alliance between Rabiu Kwankwaso and Mr. Peter Obi has submitted its report for considerations. Kwankwaso is said to have a strong followership in the north with his Kwakwanseya movement, while Obi is having an increasing support base among youths in the southern part of the country and the social media. While it's no longer possible for political parties to merge in line with Section 81 of Section 2 of the Electoral Act, both presidential candidates are working on a joint ticket with the hope of defeating the APC and others in the February 25, 2023 presidential election. As the deadline for the substitution of candidates and running mates for the presidential and National Assembly candidates draws near, there's a mounting anxiety among the supporters of the two candidates over the progress made in the alliance talks. Meanwhile, the running mate to Obi and Director General of his campaign organization, Dr. Doyin Okukwe, confirmed that the panel had concluded its sitting and talks were ongoing on the way forward. Now, as part of efforts to elect a competent and credible candidate to govern the country in 2023, a group under the auspices of Northern Nigeria's Front for Equity and Good Governance has rejected a Muslim ticket. It's describing the notion as misleading and an attempt to destroy the foundation of unity and oneness, as well as equity, which the founding fathers of the region toiled for over time.
As a group, we are very concerned and disturbed by the utterances of some few voices that have attempted to push their narratives using religion and ethnicity under the guise of speaking for the North over the choice political party candidate and their running mates. In particular, we find it very divisive, careless and callous for some persons to say that the choice of a Christian from the North will not guarantee Northern votes for certain political parties. For instance, they have brazenly and openly said that only the choice of a Muslim from the North as running mate to candidate of the ruling party can guarantee the votes of North. In other words, they are saying that a Muslim ticket is the only way to victory for the ruling party. This is misleading and very unfortunate. To this end, the organization wished to make a clarion call for due regard and respect for the country's diversities in fielding candidates for national offices. Most importantly, offices of the president and the vice president of the country require careful thought and balance in the current fragile state of affairs, where the main concern is to bring all segments on board. This, when done, will sustain the current political balance, thereby ensuring peace and harmony.
What we consider important and sensitive is to continue to express the need for inclusiveness in governance. What am I trying to say? That if the president is coming from the south, the vice president should go to the north. And in the north, we have considered ethnicity now. Coming down south and vice up north, we should consider also that there's a Muslim flag bearer from the south. We should consider someone up north who is a Christian, that we have all the faiths represented in all the regions. What is important is if you have those interests captured, you will give a sense of belonging. If you have those interests captured, you will build confidence. If you have all those interests captured, you will build national participation for the good of all.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo today said picking a running mate in the 1999 presidential election was a mistake. He made the comment while speaking in Abeokuta at a leadership and entrepreneurship mentoring session with selected school students. Take a listen.
When I was going to become president, but because it is a genuine mistake, God saved me out of it. You can say that. Some people thought it was a mistake for me to go into the army. Could have been a mistake. Or when Abacha wanted to arrest me, I was told by the American ambassador that they will arrest me, and America has heard that I should be given an asylum. I said no, come home. It could have been a mistake because I could have lost my life. So, yes, I would say there are many things that could have been a mistake, but God saved me from them all.
Meanwhile, the PDP today said President Muhammadu Buhari and the APC lacked the political will to solve the perennial issues of fuel subsidy. Oil marketers had complained of the price of petrol compared to how much it took to deliver it to the final consumer. However, the federal government had insisted that the pump price of petrol should remain 165 naira. SAPC has raided the Abuja home of a military contractor and seized over 175 million naira, $222,965 again, with G-Wagon vehicles, 2022 model of BMW and Mercedes-Benz cars. Operatives also recovered customized mobile phones, several designer wristwatches, including 3 Rolex watches, and some property documents. The ICPC arrested the managing director of K-Salam Construction Company Nigeria Limited, Kabiru Salau, saying that he was the owner of the property. The anti-graft agency, in a statement by ICPC spokesperson Azuka Ogaga, had denied that the home belonged to a former chief of army staff, Tukur Buratai. The Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership has reacted to the raid and search of that Abuja property belonging to a military contractor by the ICPC for alleged money laundering. Operatives arrested the managing director of the K-Salam Construction Company Nigeria Limited, Kabiru Salau. In a statement, CACO's Director of Administration Programs, Tola Oreso, told the ICPC that financial impropriety is single-handedly responsible for the downward socioeconomic situation of things in Nigeria, noting that the Commission had confirmed that an investigation was still ongoing. He said citizens deserved to know the truth. The ICPC raid uncovered more than 175 million naira amongst other items. From Abuja, we come down to Kogi State, where the government has condemned the attack on Eka Hoize police station in Okei local government area of Kogi. The Commissioner for Information and Communications, Kingsley Fanwo, confirmed that one person was killed during the attack on midnight of Thursday. He appealed to residents of Okei to cooperate with the security agencies, saying necessary measures would be put in place to curb violent crimes in the area and to flush out the criminals. From Kogi, we move to Ondo State, and Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has signed an executive order for compulsory installation and use of CCTV devices in all public and private institutions in the state, including religious centers. This is contained in a statement issued by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Mr. Richard Olatunde, today in Akure. Akeredolu said that the order had become imperative in view of the increasing rate of insecurity in the country and the need to ensure security of lives and property in all public and private institutions as well as worship centers across the state. As part of efforts to position the Nigerian Army in order to combat crime and protect the territorial boundaries, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, has commissioned multiple projects for soldiers in different army barracks in Edo State. Addressing the men before commissioning the projects, he stated that the new projects were part of his vision geared towards ensuring improvements of the living standards for the soldiers and their families. The Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, commended the Chief of Army Staff for his focus on finding a balance between work and family life for the officers.
We're in Auchi, where we declare open research and development seminar and we commission project. Today again, in 4 Brigade, we have commissioned, like you have seen, some accommodation for officers, some places for soldiers, and we have also commissioned regimental sergeant majors accommodation or official residence. All in the overall effort of the Nigerian Army under my watch to improve the welfare and well-being of the personnel. Administration is one of the key pillars of my command philosophy, and now it includes good accommodation and living quarters for the personnel, and that's what you have seen us do. And all across the Army also, we are taking the drive everywhere to improve, the well-being, the administration of the personnel.
Your presence here today has gone a long way to reaffirm your clear and continued commitment to training, which you have prioritized as the best welfare for us.
Our modest contribution of a 20-room officers' accommodation is the least we can do to support what the Army has been to us in this state. The Chief was here, like I said, August 24th last year. And we pleaded with him and said, look, we're having crisis on the Benin-Eho stretch of the Benin-Auchi Road.
The University of Lincoln, United Kingdom, has banned Senator Ike Ekwuemadu, whom it recently appointed a visiting professor of corporate and international linkages, following Thursday's arrest and subsequent arraignment of Ekwuemadu and his wife, Beatrice, in London for alleged conspiracy to harvest the kidney of 15-year-old Ukpo Onamene David. The London Mail quoted the university spokesperson as saying that Ekwuemadu's duties at the institution have been suspended for the time being. In the meantime, stakeholders have been charged with the need to develop an effective migration response in a bid to reduce the rate of persons who have fallen victim of the act in the hand of those involved in activities of irregular migration. Speaking at a seminar organized by the Action Aid Nigeria in Benin City, the Edo State capital, the Migration Project Program Coordinator, Choma Eze, blamed lack of proper information and unemployment as the core reasons Nigerians indulge in irregular migration.
Trainers, because at the end of this training, they are expected to go back to their ministries and apply the learnings in their day-to-day management and responses to migration issues, while at the same time stepping down this training among their colleagues.
The program is capacity building. I've been further equipped personally on how to advise persons within my catchment area on the dangers of irregular migration. It has really helped a great.
The program is very fantastic. If you have been here for the past 2 days now, most of the participants are really happy that the knowledge acquired will help them to implement or add to the policies of government on how to reduce irregular migration.
A clean environment is necessary for good health and to curb diseases. This was underscored by the Nigerian Conservation Foundation when it took its sanitation campaign to the Lasamaja community in Lagos. Details in this report.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs.
The rainy season is here again, and it comes with blocked drainages and other environmental issues. The Nigeria Conservative Foundation believes in catching them young as it takes this campaign to Iriakari Primary School in Ilasamaja. Head Environmental Education NCF Abidemi Balogun says the exercise, which is part of their Clean Our World project, seeks to sensitize the community, especially on proper waste management, and ensure a healthy environment.
We need to catch them young. This has been a phrase word for NCF because we do environmental education. We involve the young children. We try to engage them as early as possible because they need to be environmentally responsible adults. And if we don't start now, when do we want to start? So we try to start with them at the young age so that they can see it. It will be part of their way of life, so it's not strange to them. When they are involved, they get to be creative, they get to try hands-on, they get to be involved, they get to be carried along, they get to take responsibility for their environment.
Passionately, volunteers, community members and students alike take joy carrying out the task. So, what can be done during this rainy season in a coastal city such as Lagos? The organizers speak on the need to clear the drainages during this rainy season, while encouraging people to make environmental sanitation a regular exercise for the community.
Even though we don't have enough drainages, the one that we have, let's keep it open so that the waters can flow easily, because if they don't, water will always find its way, and if the passage is blocked, if the water channels are blocked, they will come into the house and it will be economic loss, earth loss. We want to encourage everybody to make sure that they are not dumping their waste inside the gutter. They should package their waste properly. If we don't do this, the effects will be catastrophic. So we need to take action immediately.
What we are trying to build on this project is trying to create awareness in these children and ensure that they do the right thing and develop this environmental consciousness at the end of the day.
Let them make sure that at least people live in an hygienic environment, so they have been doing it. So, and there is a welcome development. So it makes the environment to be clean. Even the people in the community, they cherish it a lot. So they cherish it a lot. So they have come out en masse to join us in doing the cleanup.
The NCF believes that coming to the community is necessary in order to keep the children healthy.
TV host Fumi Yoda invited friends and family to a watch party for the season 2 of our newly introduced TV show, Public Eye. The party, which was hosted in Lagos for the appraisal of the TV show, had in attendance veteran TV and radio broadcaster Lekon Gubaho, a famous Nigerian blogger, Linda Ikeji, TV host Adenrele Edun, and a host of others. Our correspondent Paul George was there.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamishe Anyawola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller Fumi Inyoda wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of public eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what public eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogumbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrile Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Inyoda's storytelling as the shower encomium on her.
I always have this to say about the media mogul and messiah that I call Fumi Oda. Auntie Fumi Adat, because she's not my mate. I was inspired and motivated by how she was constantly changing the narrative and she was rewriting the story of media and also giving us stories from a different perspective. Where do I even start from? Mama, you are ageless, you are timeless, you are flawless, you are stainless, you are spotless. Bogwe, take all your flowers. In short, you don't even need flowers, you own the garden.
She is keeping abreast of the story to tell us that he shouldn't die because the safety of Lagosians and every one of us is at stake here. She wants the public to take 1 or 2 lessons from this.
She's real, she's true, she's inspiring, she's humble, she is beautiful, and above all, she's blessed.
In the world we live in today, journalism and new media, it's very, very tempting to go after like flashy entertainment, fun stories, but it's still important to make sure that ordinary people's stories of justice and injustice and the way Nigerians live are told. And Fumi has always made that the core of her career. She's always wanted to highlight how regular, everyday Nigerians are living and growing and managing themselves in the society we live in. So it's really, really amazing and inspirational to see that she has continued to do that with Public Eye.
Guests at the event were treated to a light entertainment, even as Public Eye Season 2 goes on air. Paul George, Plus TV News.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, Lagos and District Society organized an event to inaugurate the 20th chairman, Alexander Wilcox, and the 2022-2023 Executive Committee. The event, which was hosted in Lagos, had friends and family in attendance. Our correspondent, Paul George, was there.
In the hall were family and friends, close associates, professional colleagues, and invited guests of Alexander Wilcox. They were all excited to celebrate their own. Wilcox, the man of the moment, while recounting how he was first elected to the executive committee of the body as a social publicity secretary and now as the chairman of the institute because of his hard work and the efforts of some special people who reposed confidence in him, was self-assured on what he would do differently to sustain the work of his predecessors.
It's not going to be a dash, it's going to be a marathon. And cooperation is the only thing that can see us through. We have a lot of activities, and what we are planning to do is to engage as much possible stakeholders.
As he further stated how he would go about it, his ever-supportive daughter, Jacqueline Wilcox, was delighted to have a visionary father. She believes her father is capable of leading the organization.
I have appreciated my predecessors. They have all done their very best. But like I said, and I will always repeat what I said in my acceptance speech, more of stakeholders engagement, especially the media. I started my administration by visiting media houses, and that I have visited 3, and I'm visiting more. Now the media will have to propagate what we are doing. We'll have partnership with the media so that our host committee will know what we are doing.
He did not just jump into this. He has been built up and trained for this. And so I am very confident that he has what it takes to make this work. And as you can see, many other people have that same confidence in him. They have, gotten up to testify to all these attributes in him. For him, I just say, keep the flag flying, keep being you. All the attributes that you possess that have brought you up to this point will take you even further than here.
His friend and professional colleague Yinka Daudu and an activist, Nelson Ekujumi, congratulated him, and both said they have no doubt he will deliver in his capacity.
Alesta is someone I have known for many years. As a matter of fact, we worked in the same office sometimes in the 90s. And I can assure you that he's a very, very reliable person. It is a well-deserved honor given to Alesta. He has put in a lot into that district, and it can only be better that he is given this position.
I will describe Alesta, going by the encomiums poured on him today, as a thorough professional, a diligent auditor, and an accomplished accountant. So that tells you clearly that Alesta is a complete Nigerian. I'm sure these are some of the qualities that the members of his Lagos and district society have seen in him.
Friends, family, and invited guests congratulated him as they danced and wished him a successful tenure in office. Paul George, Plus TV News.
The remains of the late Osinachi Nwachukwu have been laid to rest in our hometown, Esochi Omonelche in Abia State. She died on April 8 this year in Abuja. Osinachi was alleged to have been a victim of domestic violence prior to her death. Her death was linked to her husband, Peter Nwachukwu, for which is still a standing trial before an FCT High Court. Still ahead, Jacob Zuma slams draft report as gossip irrational. I'll give you the details when I return. Please stay with us.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Now to other parts of Africa, human rights organizations in Spain and Morocco have called on both countries to investigate the deaths of at least 18 Africans and injuries suffered by even dozens more who attempted to scale the border fence that surrounds Melilla, a Spanish enclave in North Africa. Moroccan authorities said the casualties occurred when a stampede of people tried to climb the iron fence that separates Melilla and Morocco. Hamza Abdi Barre assumed office as Somalia's 21st Prime Minister after receiving a vote of confidence from all the 220 members of parliament in Somalia today. The Somali National Television reported that the new Prime Minister will pick his cabinet in 30 days. Parliament Speaker Adin Madobe was quoted by local media as saying that all 220 lawmakers present cast their votes in favor of Burr. This came a month after the parliament elected Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, the new president of the Horn of Africa nation. From there we go to Tunisia, where judges decided to extend their national strike for a fourth week in protest against a decision by President Kais Saied to sack dozens of them. A joint statement by the judges' unions said today. It said the fourth week of the strike will start on June 27. Saied dismissed 57 judges on June 1, accusing them of corruption and protecting terrorists, charges that the Tunisian Judges Association said were mostly politically motivated. The judges have strongly condemned the president's continued interference in the judiciary. The United Nations Rights Chief, Michelle Bachelet, has expressed her dismay at the recent killings of civilians in the village of Toli, West Village in the Oromia region of Ethiopia, and asked authorities to allow an independent investigation. She termed the killings senseless, which added to the forced displacement of the local population in the attack on Toli village. South Africa's former President Jacob Zuma, fingered to be a graft enabler, today rubbished as unlawful and full of gossip a judicial report detailing how rampant corruption gutted state coffers during his 9-year tenure. Known as a state capture, the web of corruption hollowed out state companies in the continent's most advanced economy to the benefit of a few wealthy individuals and companies. Zuma's foundation spokesman, Zwanil Maye, told a media conference Zuma regarded the report as unlawful and highly irrational.
Turning to the unlawful report of the Unlawful Commission, it is predictably full of gossip, innuendo, and conjecture. It is very short on concrete evidence. It's really not clear what exactly did Justice Zondo and his team actually do for almost half a decade and 2 billion rand later. This commission has simply passed the buck to the NPA to do the investigations which it was mandated to do. The report is characterized by bias in favor of the faction that is supportive of President Ramaphosa. Chief Justice Zondo himself could not hold back his political and factional support of President Ramaphosa.
We're moving outside Africa now. Russia will supply Belarus with counter-M missile systems within a few months. Russian President Vladimir Putin told a televised meeting with Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko today. At the meeting held in St. Petersburg, Lukashenko told Putin that Belarus was concerned by the aggressive, confrontational and repulsive policies of its neighbors Lithuania and Poland. He asked Putin to help Belarus mount a symmetrical response to what he said were nuclear-armed flights by the US-led NATO alliance near Belarus borders. Meanwhile, European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell met Iran's top diplomat today, Iranian State TV reported, as the bloc seeks to break an impasse between Tehran and Washington over reinstating a nuclear pact. The United States said earlier in June it was awaiting a constructive response from Iran on reviving the 2015 deal, under which Iran restricted its nuclear program in return for relief from economic sanctions without extraneous issues. Take a listen.
Summarized, the negotiations were stalled no prospect of restarting. And thanks to this discussion, on the coming days, they will start again with close contacts between the US and the Iranians. That's a good news, and let's hope that this will bring the JCPOA again on track.
Meanwhile, U.S. President Joe Biden today signed a bipartisan gun safety bill into law, the first major federal gun reform in 3 decades, days after the Supreme Court expanded gun rights. The Supreme Court on Thursday declared for the first time that the U.S. Constitution protected an individual's right to carry a handgun in public, and that for self-defense. Gun control has long been a divisive issue in the nation, with several attempts to put new controls on gun sales failing time after time.
Today, we say more than enough. We say more than enough. It's time, when this seems impossible to get anything done in Washington, we are doing something consequential. If we can reach compromise on guns, we ought to be able to reach compromise on other critical issues, from veterans' health care to cutting-edge American innovation and so much more. I know there's much more work to do, and I'm never going to give up. But this is a monumental day. God bless us with the strength to continue to work, to get the work that's left undone done, and the lives lost that can't be saved, that are obviously are gone, but will be an inspiration for us to do more.
U.S. President Joe Biden. A 42-year-old man has been arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, and terrorist acts after a shooting in the center of Norway's capital, Oslo. 2 people were killed and 21 injured, 10 of them seriously, in a busy nightlife district early on Saturday. Police said they consider the attack an act of extreme Islamist terrorism. Details in this report.
A gunman went on a rampage in Oslo in the early hours of Saturday, attacking a gay bar and the surrounding streets in what police said is being investigated as a terrorist attack. 2 people were killed and at least 20 were injured. The victims were shot at the London Pub, a well-known gay bar and nightclub, as well as at another bar in the centre of the Norwegian capital. This man said he saw people screaming and crying, with others lying on the floor in fear. The shooting came as the city's LGBTQ community was due to celebrate its annual Pride Parade. The parade has since been cancelled by the organisers, citing police advice. Oslo police lawyer Christian Hatlo said the suspect, a 42-year-old Norwegian citizen of Iranian origin, is being charged with terrorism. The charge is based on the number of people killed and wounded, as well as the number of crime scenes, he said, adding that the police had reason to assume that the suspect's intention was to spread fear among the general population. Police said they believe he acted alone, and added that 2 weapons, including a fully automatic gun, were retrieved from the crime scene.
North Korea today condemned aggression moves by Washington and Seoul, vowing to take revenge as it marked the 72nd anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War at a time of rising tension on the Korean Peninsula. Amid concerns North Korea could be preparing to conduct its first nuclear test in 5 years, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and U.S. President Joe Biden agreed in May to deploy more U.S. weapons if it was necessary to deter the North. Up next, federal government to import 10,000 tractors from Brazil for food production. Coming to you in business news after this short break. Please stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region
from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome to Business News. I am Khadijat Balogun. Bread producers and caterers have threatened to withdraw their services from July 13, 2022 nationwide due to the unprecedented increase in bakery materials and the neglect of the federal government to this matter. In a communique issued by the National Body Association of Master Bakers and Caterers of Nigeria, they stated that the cost of flour, sugar, and other materials used in bakery businesses had skyrocketed beyond the reach of many bakers. The communique signed by the association's executives, led by its national president, Mansour Umar, stated that the council revealed the neglect of the federal government in addressing the challenges facing our sector, as captured in our letters acknowledged by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Federal Ministry of Finance, Central Bank of Nigeria, and the unproductive intervention of the Secretary to the government of the Federation. Umar said increase in prices of bakery materials, especially flour and sugar, having reached unprecedented levels, with the cost of flour now between 25,000 and 27,500 naira. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development says it would import 10,000 units of tractors and 50,000 units of assorted implements from Brazil and equipment for assembly in Nigeria in the bid to drive the mechanized farming policy and improve food production. The initiative will also cover 142 turnkey factories for agro-processing, as well as training of the project beneficiaries for over a period of 5 years. This development was disclosed in a statement by the ministry's Assistant Director of Information, Salamatu Jibania, at the opening ceremony of Africa's Agricultural Machines and Equipment Technology Expo on industrializing Africa's agriculture through technology and innovation in Abuja. Jibania stated that the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Abubakar, said that the federal government will achieve the feat through partnership with the Brazilian government, which will be responsible for the supply of the equipment. The Nigerian government says that for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to thrive, the private sector needs to work with the government on improving transport infrastructure hubs to boost export through public-private partnership. This was disclosed by the Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki, at the ministerial consultative meeting with the media in Lagos. Saraki revealed that for Nigeria to reap from AfCFTA, it needs to make the port more competitive, stating, "We know that the largest number of cargoes come to Nigeria. We need to take advantage of that." She promised stakeholders that before the end of this administration, Nigeria will have the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund, which has gone up to $350 million, and also the National Transport Policy. Registration for the e-Naira hackathon geared towards ideating innovative solutions for the newly launched digital currency, organized by the Africa FinTech Foundry, an innovative hub established to identify and accelerate innovative startups in Africa, in partnership with the Central Bank of Nigeria, is built to open on June 27, 2022, and run till July 21, 2022. It therefore urged interested participants to visit its website with the theme, e-Naira, Africa's Gateway to a Digital Economy. Speaking on innovation in Nigeria's payment system ecosystem, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, recently said, "We cannot deny the fact that the newly introduced CBDC would be necessary in the future to ensure Nigeria is competitive as the world becomes increasingly digital." The hybrid hackathon will bring together teams of talented entrepreneurs, developers, designers, solution developers, problem solvers, out-of-the-box thinkers, and code magicians from Africa to develop innovative solutions that will drive improved adoption of the e-Naira. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has called on the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to strengthen Nigeria's national identification systems and make Know Your Customer requirements easily enforceable as the e-Naira integration into the payments ecosystem continues. In a report released, the multilateral institution said the CBN and other central banks in Africa will need to develop the expertise and technical capacity to manage the risks to data privacy, including from potential cyber attacks, financial integrity, as central bank digital currency gains grounds. The fund said the CBDC could trigger risk of citizens pulling too much money out of banks to purchase digital currencies, affecting banks' ability to lend. The IMF also said South Africa and Ghana central banks are exploring or in the pilot phase of a digital currency following Nigeria's October introduction of e-Naira. And that's it in business news. The news continues.
Up next is entertainment news. Stay with us.
Actor Chidi Mokeme is mourning the tragic demise of his younger sister and cousin. Sharing their photos on Instagram, Mokeme said his immediate younger sister, Ebele Mokeme Uchenwene, who would have been 48 next month, died after being ill for some time. His 35-year-old cousin Nicole Mokeme, on the other hand, was killed by a hit-and-run driver. He wrote, "Gone too soon. It's been a crazy couple of days as our family mourns the loss and transition of our angels. It is with profound sadness that I share with you the untimely and unfortunate passing of my immediate younger sister, Ebele Mokeme Uchenwene, who would have been 48 next month, and my cousin Nicole Mokeme, 35. While Ebele lost her battle to illness, Nicole was killed by a hit-and-run driver. May their spirit-filled souls rest eternally in the Lord." Former Big Brother Naija housemate Anita Natacha Akide, who is popularly known as Tacha, has made her acting debut in Nollywood. A colleague and co-actor, Alex Ekubo, disclosed this via his Instagram page. The actor noted that Tacha performed excellently well in her first movie, and the fans should expect to see her in a new light. "You guys are gonna see at Simply Tacha in a way you haven't seen her before. It's her first ever movie, and let me just be the first to say she completely killed it," he wrote. According to the poster shared, the title of the movie is Tiger's Tale. The movie will be in cinemas from July 2022. BET Awards said Lil Wayne will on Monday in Los Angeles join the show-stopping lineup of performance, which includes Fireboy DML, Babyface, Chance the Rapper, and Chloe. Other artists are Doechii, Ella Mai Giveon, Jack Harlow, Joey Badass, Maverick City Music, and Kirk Franklin, Lato, Lizzo, Min Long, Roderick will all take the stage at BET Awards 2022. Additionally, up-and-coming artists Gogo Moro and OGI will be gracing the BET Amplified stage, BET Music stamp of approval on the next big thing in music. Hosted by Academy Award-nominated and Golden Globe-winning actor, writer, director, producer, and philanthropist Taraji P. Henson and Terrence J., the pre-show will feature red carpet correspondent Pretty V, DJ J. Murphy, and more. Culture's biggest night, the BET Awards, continues its reign in its 22nd year as the ultimate platform to showcase the best, brightest, and most beautiful aspects of the Black experience, celebrating Black music's present and future and elevating the culture and being a driving force for social change. Davido has signed a managerial deal and partnership with Atlanta-based record label Love Renaissance (LVRN). LVRN, which is a subsidiary of the parent company Universal Music Group. In this new partnership, the team at LVRN will provide management and expertise to Davido's existing team, including Asha Ashika of The Plug and Bobo Ajudia. Davido made the announcement via Twitter by replying a tweet by Billboard confirming the news. He simply tweeted, "Let's go." Hollywood icon Sharon Stone has spoken for the first time about suffering 9 miscarriages with her husband. The Basic Instinct actress, 64, discussed her loss while commenting on an Instagram post by People, where Dancing with the Stars performer Peter opened up about losing a pregnancy with her husband. The revelation came after Mugatroyd, 34, spoke about how she found out she lost her pregnancy while husband Max, 42, was away in Ukraine. Opening up about her own experience with pregnancy loss, Sharon said, "We as females don't have a forum to discuss the profundity of this loss. I lost 9 children by miscarriage," Stone wrote.
And the main news again. INEC bows to pressure, extends voter registration deadline. Tunisia judges extend strike over sackings for 4th week. And Biden has signed a gun safety bill into law, taking swipe at the Supreme Court. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojomi. Thanks for watching, and do have a good night.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.